Like Donkey Kong.
I am Katharina Michio, and you are watching NY Mania.
I'm Kayla Walsh, and you're watching NY Yankee Mania.
Hi, my name is Maria Venuto, and you are watching New York Yankee Mania.
I'm Marnie Schneider. I'm the author of Football Freddy, and I am so excited to be part of the New York Yankee Mania show.
Hey, everybody, it's Ian Eagle. You are watching NY Yankee Mania, the best.
Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to our special trade deadline show here at NY Yankee Mania. We have Charles and we have Sean here on the show. This is going to be a great star-studded show. We have plenty of guests coming on, but we actually have a guest that's going to be coming on right now, our first guest of the day, a returning guest, a legendary MLB former player, Bip Roberts. He's going to be joining us, and we're going to be discussing everything today. We're going to be discussing a lot. And here he is. Here's Bip Roberts. How's it going?
Hey, welcome. Good morning from the West Coast, man. It's still, early here, but I got my coffee. I'm looking forward to talking to you New Yorkers because I know how you get down. So
I hear you. Listen, I'm here on the East Coast, but I'm not a morning guy, so I'm West Coast time right now. So I'm with you.
Yeah. I woke up this morning making trades. It's a bunch of trades going on, and baseball is hot right now. And I think that everybody around the world is tuned in to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we got everyone here from different parts of the country. Bip, you're on the West Coast. I'm here in Florida. Johnny's up in the Northeast, and Charles is in Kentucky.
Okay. Well, we got this covered then, right?
Yeah, we got this
covered. We're all
covered.
separate. We're all connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on already. As you just seen, there's plenty of trades, a lot of acquisitions. And I figured I'd just start off and ask you a few things before we get into that, just based off your experience as a former MLB player. Around this time of the year, if you could just tell me, how it was being in the clubhouse during this time, being, on a team that maybe you could be in the hunt for, knowing maybe possibly you might be moved. How did that feel? What was your emotions? What was the discussion in the clubhouse at that time?
Well, when it came to this time of year, I think everybody was a little on alert. Some guys would hear their names and then they would have an idea that the possibilities are real. Some guys would never hear their names, so they just went about their day as normal. But some of us, we would always hear our names. Well, Bip Roberts could be traded to the Yankees, or Bip Roberts could be traded to the Indians, or this or that. And so it does make you feel a little uncomfortable because now you're going to have to pack, you're going to have to move, you're going to have to get on a plane and fly to a new city. You have to learn, new language when you get to where you're going, and things can be uncomfortable. So you always try to, in the back of your mind, continue to get your work in, because if it doesn't happen, you have to continue to go forward. So it's kind of uncomfortable, but at the same time, it's exciting because now you're going to go from a team that's not winning to a team that has a chance to go to playoffs. And the atmosphere is totally different. So you look at it from both sides. And I think as a player in your career, you always want to get an opportunity to play in the playoffs. It just doesn't matter. Everybody wants to play in the playoffs. So when that time comes around, like let's say guys who are being traded today, they're probably going to go to a team that has a chance to get to the playoffs. So where they were having great years on a team that wasn't going anywhere, now they can have that great year on a team that's going somewhere. And then a lot of people will start to notice that they are pretty good players.
Interesting. So basically, say back in the clubhouse, back when that was happening, did you have anybody, get traded at the trade deadline that you're maybe close to and stuff that left and maybe went to a different team at the time?
Well, I could just, for myself, just remember seeing Tommy Goodwin get traded when we were with Kansas City. He was my locker mate, and he was there today, and then we get there and he's gone tomorrow. And it was just a void for me because he was someone that I spoke and talked to each and every day. And it was noticeable because the day before he didn't play. Normally he plays every day. But this day they pulled him out the lineup and said, we're just going to give you a day off. But we knew that it was close to trade deadline. And he and I were talking. He said, well, yeah, my name is, being mentioned and I'm hearing maybe Texas. And so the following day he was traded and he was gone to Texas. And so, it's just an eerie feeling in the clubhouse when you've been around someone for a couple years, they become your brother, and then all of a sudden one day they're not there anymore. And it's something that you may expect, but when it happens is when it really takes full effect as to that was really real. He's actually gone now. And so, yeah, it's disturbing in the clubhouse when you lose one of your brothers. Yeah, we know the trade deadline's coming and some people are going to stay and some are going to go. But the day after or the day that it happens, it's still a big rumbling through the clubhouse. And a lot of guys are not happy with it. They're a little sad because, again, you're losing a loved one. Not that he's passed away, but he's going to another team. And now he won't be around you every day. And so it just becomes one of those things where you just want it to come and you want it to go as fast as it can.
No, I get it. Yeah, especially at that eerie feeling, having somebody there that you're so close to, now they're gone. Like, especially if you have a routine or you have a great chemistry. I can't relate on it for, in a baseball experience, but, working somewhere where somebody decides to leave a company or something. I know what you mean. It's like that weird feeling, and you miss them. Yeah, like you said, yeah, they're still with us, but you're gonna miss that person. Charles and Sean, do you have any questions that you'd like to?
Yeah. I'd like to ask Bip a question. It's nice to meet you, Bip. You had a very wonderful career, and I enjoyed watching you play back in the day.
Thank you.
I would just like to say, like players that are on the bubble, do they feel the pressure of worrying about getting traded, or does it bother their performance? That was my question to you.
It can, absolutely, because you think about it, you've been at home, or should I say you have a place where you've stayed for this entire time. And all of a sudden now you have to go home. And if you have a family, explain, we're going to move, and explain why you're going to move and then where you're going to move. And so sometimes players' families will say, we're not going, we're just going to stay. So now that player is really uncomfortable because he was used to, after a game, going home, being with his kids, being with his family, and just really having some downtime where he could relax. But now you get traded. Now you have to find a place to stay. You have to now get a routine. You have to now start to understand the lay of the land. And so there's a lot of things that come into the equation that weren't there the day before. And you know how it is. When we have routine and then someone uproots our routine, we're just not comfortable. But as human beings, we're able to adapt. So maybe in the next 2 weeks, you start to get comfortable. And hopefully your game follows that, because this game is so unpredictable. You get 3 today and then you strike out 3 times tomorrow. So that part's always going to be there. So it doesn't matter if, people start to say, well, it affected his game. Well, it was going to affect his game anyway, because he was just in one of those periods where he didn't get a lot of hits, or he wasn't as productive as he was 2 weeks ago. But you know how baseball is. Some guys like Arias and these guys, their swing travels with them. It's the big boppers who they have a tendency to go into slumps where they don't hit home runs, and then the home runs come in bunches. So you know what you're getting before you get it. And you know what a type of player you have before they show up into your locker room. So I think a lot of people are just playing on the percentages that when we get this guy, he's going to have a good stretch right here. He's going to bring what we're asking and what we're needing. But baseball is just a funny game. The pitchers control the ball. And so the hitters, they have to just be sometimes at the mercy of a good pitcher. And on the other side, pitchers sometimes make a mistake, and big league hitters take advantage of that. So, when you get over to wherever you're going, you just want to pray on it, and hopefully God gives you the ability to overcome the situation.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks. And before I ask my question, we're going to ask the 13th Avenger has a question. Does anyone think that Cashman and the Yankees are going to pull off a significant blockbuster?
I'm just going to tune in real quick to that, if that's fine. I don't see the Yankees making anything major moves. They're definitely going to make some moves. I see the Yankees making moves. What time is it right now? It's about a little after 10. Start seeing some official announcements after 2 p.m. Kind of similar to what you saw last year. Cashman always wants to make sure everything's checked off, unfortunately. I like the guy, but everything has to be checked out before he makes those moves. Sometimes he doesn't want to take that risk. So I don't see any blockbuster moves, but there's definitely going to be moves that are going to impact and improve this team. As you know, offensively, we're not the best right now. Our pitching is phenomenal, but we need a lot of help offensively, and we're going to see those moves.
Yeah, I mean, you know that Bellinger, Judge, and Stanton left ginormous holes, and that's where we need to address. And then also we need to address third base and catcher, most importantly. I know I'm not expecting us to get like an elite catcher that's going to start on it because, you know, that 13 pitchers that he's got to get really used to, that's going to take some time. But we need something that can help back up the catcher that can actually provide some offensive and solid defense, you know, and then third base, you know, someone that can platoon with Ryan McMahon that can provide some consistent offense. Brian McMahon is the best defensive third baseman in the league. But we need someone that can help him out and not give up a double down the line.
Yeah. Well, there was a name that was going around out here in the Bay. Shea Langalier's name was coming up a lot, and his name was coming up a lot when it came to a possible trade to the Yankees because he had turned down a major contract here, and all of a sudden word got out that, hey, maybe the Yankees might be interested in him. And that would have been a great pickup for the Yankees. Shea Langoliers is a tremendous catcher, young catcher too. And I think he would have fit right in when it comes to payroll, but when it comes to as being a leader on that field, especially a catcher who can hit, can throw, can call a game. So with him tearing I think he tore his anterior cruciate, or I don't know if it was the meniscus or something like that. He's going to be down for the rest of the season. So his name would not be in the debate right now or as far as the trade deadline is concerned. But you definitely need a catcher, you know, and with, like you said earlier, with Bellinger and Stanton and the man Judge being hurt, that's a ginormous hole. You know, those guys are just really difference makers. And it's hard to fill in this trade deadline those big shoes. And you're not going to be able to do that unless you're able to, you know, really give up some of your major prospects that are in the minor leagues. So I don't know if Cashman really wants to do that right now, because again, when those three come back, you have a solid 9. But then again, you still need a catcher and you still need a third baseman. So there's guys out there. It's just a matter of, does the brain trust really understand who's out there and who can help your team? It doesn't necessarily have to be the biggest name. I remember when Charlie Hayes came over there to the Yankees. He was just a guy who really fit in as a team, on a team, and he helped the Yankees win a World Series. And they've always been able to pick guys. Scott Brocious, back in the day, when he came over there, it was just Scott Brocious, but he came over there and he became Super Scott Brocious. And so you just have to be able to pick the right guy at the right time. You know, Marco Scutaro, when he came to the Giants, I remember being on air and saying, hey, this was a great pickup. And boy, they lit me up for that. I can't believe he said this and said that. But he led them to a World Series because it seemed like he never made it out. So it's just a matter of, does the brain trust really understand who's out there and who's talented enough to come in and put up these type of numbers and have big game day after day? And it doesn't always have to be the biggest name. It just has to be where you find that diamond in the rough and get him in that uniform.
And that was part of my question, was asking earlier, on the flip side, on trade deadline, when the GM of the team that you're playing for brings in, let's say, a prominent hitter or a pitcher, somebody new on the trade deadline, how is it like with the chemistry and like in the clubhouse?
Well, you heard Harper at Philly say we need somebody, and you heard Don Mattingly say, well, we'll see what happens. The bottom line is, when you get a player into that clubhouse and then you start to look around, you really start to get more confident in your team. If you can look around and see 15 guys that you know are probably in the top tier of the league, you have confidence knowing you can win. And that's what baseball is all about. It's about confidence. You know, it's 99% confidence, 1% talent. You know, because we all have the talent, but if we don't have confidence, that talent never shines. So I think anytime you can go out and get a player who's established and really understands the game and has had success in the league, and he comes to your team, you're figuring he's going to bring that same talent into that clubhouse. So I think it's always a shot in the arm, a booster shot of some good vitamins when you get a guy who comes in and he's already well established, and now he's on your team. And then when you look around, you're saying, hey, we got this guy, we got that guy, we got this guy, we got that guy. I remember David Justice saying that in Cleveland when he looked around in 1997. And he said, when he looked around, he said, we got a chance to win this whole thing. So I think that's what happens when you get a good player.
Yeah. And then speaking of David Justice, he was a trade deadline pickup by the Yankees in 2000. We needed an extra outfielder, a fourth outfielder. And then he helped us win the World Series that year.
Yeah, big game day. That was my roommate back in Cleveland. So I watched I watched him back when he was with the Braves, and he was always a guy who in the big game would step up. You know, I think you guys got him a little later in his career, but he was still able to produce when he had to produce. So it's always about finding that diamond in the rough. Who can come over here and fit in the clubhouse? Who can come in and fit in within the lineup and make us more of a team and just kind of help us blend that all together? Because 1 through 9, if you have guys who understand the game, they're going to make each other great. It's not an individual game. It's about how do we work together to win? Do we get all 3 facets of the game consistently played each and every day? And when you have a lineup from 1 to 9 that understands, leadoff guy can get on, steal a base. The second guy can get him over or get him in. The third guy's an RBI guy. Fourth guy's a power guy. When those guys play their roles and not try to do too much, it's kind of an easy flow through each game. You understand what you're going to get. You're going to always be able to compete. And if you can compete for 9, you can win those games.
Nice. And real quickly, if I'll just add one thing. When the Yankees traded for David Justice, I was only 10 years old. I didn't know who he was at the time. And they traded away Ricky Leday, and I cried because I was a big Ricky Leday fan. But as soon as I found out and I seen David Justice play, I was like, okay, I'm a fan. And then got us a World Series ring, so I quickly forgot. I was like, all right, I like this guy.
And he's a good dude too, man. I mean, if you ever had a chance to sit down and talk to him, he's just as normal as all 4 of us here. And so I always really enjoyed hanging out with him, you know, whether it be on the field or off the field. We always had great conversation. And, you know, friendship is real when you don't speak to someone for 3 months, but then you pick right back up where you left off when you see him. See, that's how you know friendships are real. And David's a real dude, for real.
Yeah, no, he was a great ball player too. You know, I saw him outside of Yankees and inside of Yankees, and man, clutch. But also we had a question for someone in the chat. He said, Bip, are you still involved with baseball news?
No. When the A's left Oakland, they left some of us behind. So I'm actually getting ready to start coaching again in high school. I've been offered a position to coach high school, and I have some really good talent at the school that I'm going to coach at. Matter of fact, the school that I'm going to coach at is the high school that Ricky Henderson went to. And so I'm looking forward to establishing that same standard of baseball there in the city of Oakland. Have a great young group of 9th graders who will be 10th graders next year. And I'm just looking forward to working with them, try to instill some of that good baseball knowledge, but also try to instill that confidence they need to go out into this world and be successful.
So a couple of trade acquisitions have been made, and I'm going to ask you about the one that happened the other day of Tarek Skubal going to the Dodgers. Because you're on the West Coast. I know you're in NorCal.
I'm up in the Bay Area.
But tell me kind of like how the vibe is out there, because around here people are like concerned. They're saying, oh, you know, they're the new evil empire, which, listen, I have nothing but respect for the Dodgers. I think what they're doing is great. They want to win. They don't care. They want to win. Some people may not like that, but they want to win now. They're not worried about tomorrow. They're worried about what's happening today. And I think that was a great move, what they did. What's the vibe out there? How do people feel? Are people positive? You know, I know up your way, there's a lot of Giants fans and stuff, so it might be a little different. But how is it out there?
Well, you said it. Giants fans are probably right now moping around, got their head in the sand like an ostrich because they don't want to see this. They know right now that it's going to be tough to beat the Dodgers, especially with that starting pitching staff. And the crazy part is that, Ohtani is not in there right now, and a couple other guys are out. And so now you feel it with a former Cy Young winner, two-time Cy Young winner, and Tarek Skubal. And now you're thinking, oh my, they just continue to retool. The thing I love about the Dodgers is that they have the understanding of what it is they want. They target it and they go out and get it. Sort of like George Steinbrenner used to be. Target it, go out there and get it. Didn't matter what it took. Dodgers gave up some really good prospects too. Gave up an outfielder, a starting pitcher, and a catcher. The starting pitcher throws over 100 miles an hour. So you gave up a guy who has the potential to help the Tigers have at least 4 guys in their starting rotation throw over 100 miles an hour. So the Tigers got some great prospects. But then when you look at what the Dodgers got, they got a guy that is a bulldog on the mound. He is going to go out there each and every game and give you a chance to win. And with that entire roster of who they have in the clubhouse, they have just what you call the fabric to continue to win. And so I just see them again. This could be a three-peat. It really could. I mean, the only team they said that, and I was hearing things like Milwaukee could compete if they get Skubal. So yeah, everybody could compete if they got him. But the Dodgers went out there and made sure that with who they were speaking to, Detroit, that they could pick the lay of the land. And whoever you want will go ahead and make this decision. They picked 3 guys that the Dodgers considered high prospects, and they got Skubal. So the rest of the West right now is just, again, looking up. And probably for the next, because I said this 10 years ago or so, that they would be looking up at the Dodgers. They're still looking up at the Dodgers, and it's going to continue.
I mean, then the Dodgers kind of remind me of the 90s Braves and also the late 90s or 2000 Yankees, because the Braves for 10, 14 years, they kept winning the NL East. You had Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, you had Bobby Cox as a manager. All those guys, and that's kind of what the Yankees or the Dodgers now are doing, is retooling, and they're getting people. But they're also top to bottom. They just got this playing consistently, and everybody goes out there to fight. If someone gets hurt, it's next man up. But also, I noticed a lot of chatter online was as soon as Skubal got, was acquired by the Dodgers, people were quick to crown on the a three-peat. And I know that's hard to do in baseball because only 2 franchises have done it, and it's been done 4 times in the history of the World Series. And the Yankees did it 3 times. And the other team that did it was the early 70s Athletics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think they're going to do it myself. I just really do. I think they've put themselves in a great position. Right now, they're up 10 games, I believe, in the West. And so now you have the opportunity to continue to play consistent ball, but to also get people healthy. There's some guys that are not healthy, but they're still playing, or there's some guys that are not healthy that are not in uniform right now. And again, you have Ohtani, who is not pitching right now. And then you have Blake Snell, who is not pitching right now. So you got some guys that when they get healthy and they get back into that uniform, it's like the trade deadline all over again. They're going to get a boost of just energy, understanding who's out there on the mound each and every day. Because we know that in baseball, momentum is the guy pitching the next day. It's not so much the bat's going to carry you and continue to carry you. It's that guy who can shut you down the next day. The pitching is so important. And the Dodgers are going to get restocked when those 2 guys come back. So this is why I think they have the chance to three-peat. In this day and age, with high velocity, and with guys being able to just totally control 5 to 6 innings, and then you have bullpen guys coming in behind them throwing just as hard. I think that's what really gives them that opportunity to three-peat. Yeah, they got some guys in that lineup, the Freddie Freemans, the Mookie Betts, and so forth, that can really continue to lead as veterans and leaders, because that's what they are. Those guys came over to the Dodgers to win championships, and not just one. They came to win multiple championships. They're well on their way in doing that. And now to get Tarek Skubal, they really have jumped out that 100-yard dash, and they're ahead by 5 steps.
Yeah, I got a question. A lot of people online are saying the Dodgers are ruining baseball. They're getting all the players. They have all this, the money, blah blah blah. But back when George Steinbrenner was on it, they did the same thing, and people complained about him. And he's the one Kurt Flood is the one who started free agency back in the day, and then the Yankees got Reggie Jackson, and then on from there. But people are just complaining that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, which I don't think is right. But they got the means, so let them. They can do what they want,
Yeah. Side note: Kurt Flood is from my town, Oakland. He used to play at McClymonds in an outfield with Vada Pinson and Frank Robinson. So think about that in high school. These 3 guys in high school playing together. I just, when it comes to, when you think about it, yeah, the Dodgers can get whoever they want because they have money. But when you look at what happened last year in the World Series against Toronto, that was a great World Series. And it came down to making plays. If Toronto makes a play, they win the World Series. If the Dodgers don't hit a home run with 2 outs and in the top of the ninth, they don't get to this winning the championship again. So it's always going to come down to making plays. Yeah, on paper, they look great, and they continue to get the best ball players. But last year, it came down to making plays. And it seems like that's where it comes down to each and every year. So we can't just look at the roster and say, oh, they're going to win it. I believe they're going to win it because of the talent they have and the things that they've shown in the last few years as to how they win. But it's not going to be easy. They're going to have to earn it. Toronto made them earn it. I thought Toronto was going to win that World Series. It came down to that one play, and the Dodgers were able to make that one play. And so I just don't think they're ruining baseball. I think they are now maybe they have the bullseye on their back, and other teams are going to be shooting for them. But it's not going to be a cakewalk. It's never a cakewalk, especially, again, in this game where the pitcher controls the ball. Anytime your pitcher can control the ball and control those hitters, you have a chance to win. And so whoever the Dodgers play when you get up into the playoffs, they're going to be facing the best pitcher. And that's what shuts down good hitting.
Yeah, we just saw Will Warren shut down a highly explosive Cubs offense with 6 2/3 scoreless gem. And I mean, this is a guy that has shown some inconsistency, and some struggles, but he's been a reliable guy, young starter too. But yeah, like you said, to your point, if the pitcher can control it and you got sound defense behind the pitcher, it's going to be hard for the other team to beat you.
Yeah. And I just think that with Chicago getting Kevin Gausman over here with the Cubs and adding to their staff, and they have a talented group of guys that can swing that bat. You got a young Chicago. Both Chicago teams have really, really showed up this year. The White Sox have really showed up. They took a beating in the last couple of years, and now they're right there playing some good baseball. And it's all because you have to go through a process. You have to understand the guys in AA, and are they good enough to play in the big leagues? And if so, let's bring them all up at the same time. Astros did that thing. Most teams do that. The Braves did that back in the 90s. All these teams are searching and trying to put together a great AA team that they can bring to the big leagues together and then let them grow. And most teams have success when that happens, and they have success for decades. So, Dodgers are doing what they do, but yet still these other teams have great talent too. And again, they're going to compete, and it's going to go down again to one team making a play or making a pitch and another team, capitalizing on it.
And I actually have a question here that was actually posted by somebody in the comments from Anthony. And everybody chime in when you feel. Do you guys think the Marlins can get massive returns for Liam Hicks, Humberto Ramirez, Kyle Stowers, and if they trade Sandy Alomar?
There's a Sandy Alomar on my.
Did I say Sandy? I'm sorry. It just said Sandy. I'm sorry. That said Sandy Alomar. What am I kidding? As soon as I see Sandy, I automatically think Sandy Alomar. It's just automatic. That name is it's so timed in.
I think he's referring to Sandy Alcantara.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Wow. Why would you want to trade Sandy Alcantara when you have such a great young team? I watched the Marlins play this last week. They got some very great athletes on that team. These guys love to play. They have speed all over the field. They are young, controllable players right now. And if you just add a couple pieces, the Conine kid, wow, man, what a nice left-handed swing he's got. And then you look around and see all that speed that they have. And they went into a slump, and everybody was just saying, wait until they break out, and they're going to have a chance to get to postseason. They have a chance if they get to postseason, but you have to have that anchor on in your starting rotation. And Alcantara has been that. And I think that if he is really on the in the talks about being traded, they can get a massive return for him. So he's my guy. If you think about what you can get in when it comes to massive returns, if you actually want to trade him, you can go into an organization and just pick out the best that you want and bring them over to, and they'll probably be a really good young pitcher that can step in and be there for the next 5 to 10 years. So yeah, I think they can get a massive return for any of these guys, but Sandy in particular.
Yeah, Kyle Stowers is an awesome outfielder too. He came from the Baltimore Orioles. He can hit.
Yeah.
And Sandy is just getting back to the way he was, basically, after the surgery, the Tommy John surgery. He's just getting back into that groove. So, yeah, they can get a massive haul for him. And, really, really massive haul. And they, like you said, they can pick who they want, basically. Even with Kyle Stowers, they can pick who they want because he's to me, I wouldn't mind having him on the Yankees. He's a stud, man. I think he can hit. He makes contact. I don't think he strikes out that much. And we could use another outfielder,
Yeah, and I've seen Ramirez play, and man, that guy can run for days on end.
Yeah.
He's got great instincts. And that ball gets in the gap, and that man's got it triple.
Yeah, they have a lot of young talent over there. They've done a great job in the front office in identifying who can actually come up and make a difference in the big leagues. And again, it all starts with the brain trust. Who are your scouts? Well, what are you really looking for? What is the Marlins way? What is the Yankees way? What is the Braves way? You have to identify that. And it used to be where there was a lot of development in the minor leagues where they developed them a certain way to be a certain player, to wear that certain uniform when they got to the big leagues. And so the Marlins have done a great job in bringing in guys from all around the world. They got a lot of Latin guys who, again, man, I played with some Roberto Alomars and Carlos Baergas and Sandy Alomars, and these guys were tremendous athletes. I remember when Roberto first really broke into the big leagues here in San Diego, he changed the way second baseman went after a ball to his right. He would go to the right, slide, catch the ball, get up and throw. Most guys would try to catch the ball and pivot and throw on the run. But he changed the game of baseball because he was so athletic. And that's what I kind of see with the Marlins. They got a lot of these young kids coming up from the Dominican, and these guys are just hungry to play, and they just continue to go out there and shine on that athleticism side.
Yeah,
And,
if any of these guys get moved, I know there was a lot of high asking price for some of these guys, so I think some teams might be a little wary of making that move. But I see a lot of potential in the Marlins. Yeah, I don't maybe not do anything this year, but maybe a season or two from now, depending on what happens, with the lockout. It'd be interesting to see what happens.
Don't mention the lockout.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, listen. We be honest. I think that also has an effect. Let's be honest. It has an effect. I think also this trade deadline. I hate to say it. I think there's going to be a lockout. Fortunately, I just hope it doesn't affect the season. I understand they're going to have differences. We had lockouts in the past where it didn't affect the season, or maybe it just affected, slightly in the spring training. I'm okay with that. I just want a full season of baseball coming up. I hate to not miss baseball. It's my favorite sport. I love it. I think it's great for everybody. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And then there was 94.
Oh yeah, 94.
Don't remind me. I was a part of that one. I was really a part of that one. I saw at the bottom here that the Rangers were thinking about getting off DeGrom and Evaldi and shortstop here. that would be a mistake, in my opinion, because the
Yeah,
Texans just are playing some good baseball. They seem like they've run out of gas the last few weeks, but again, we're talking about all teams going and having ups and downs, and Houston has caught them and passed them, but it's now a two-man race in the West over here. And if you get rid of Sager and you get rid of DeGrom and you get rid of Evaldi, now you've created a large void in your organization as far as the clubhouse is concerned. Because you know, think about it. We talk about the organization, but it all revolves around the big league team and what the big league team does. And so when you cast these guys out and you bring in other guys, you know, those are big names when it comes to that organization. If you remove those guys, it's going to leave a big void. And I think that, you know, sometimes instead of, you know, shooting for the stars, you end up digging yourself a hole that you can't get out. So I wouldn't move those guys. I would just ride with them. They're part of a championship team. They understand how to win. And so you want to keep that type of player who has that experience in the clubhouse, because they, believe it or not, when the playoffs start, it's a total different season. It's a total different mindset. And if you haven't been there, you wouldn't understand it. But if you have the guys who have the experience, they can guide you through it. They can walk you through where you are right now and where you're trying to get to, because they've been there. You know, a lot of kids come into it and they play in the playoffs, or veteran guys that come over that have never been there. They don't understand how the grind is. It's a mental grind. It's a tough mental grind with a lot of travel and a lot of high expectations. You know, during the season, you can have a bad game and people kind of overlook it. But when you get in the playoffs, you have a bad game, people remember it forever.
the other thing was with the Castillo trade, the Mariners sent him.
Mm-hmm.
Were you surprised by them trading off Castillo? I know he was struggling with the Mariners this last season.
Yeah. I wasn't surprised because, you know, when you have that MLB channel and you watch a lot of the games, I watch most of the games all the time. I flick through and see who's playing and try to catch the best matchup. And Seattle, one time, they were favored to win the West. So I wanted to see exactly what they had. And they really had a good starting rotation. And he was a part of the rotation, but he was making a lot of mistakes. But he's still a good pitcher. He still got good stuff. And, you know, a lot of times when a pitcher is struggling, the first thing they say is that they're going to move him. We have kids in the minor leagues that we can bring up and they're ready. And who could we trade? Who could we move? And his name kept coming up. And I kept watching him, and I kept watching him have a lot of games where he just kind of labored through. It was just tough for him to get to 5 innings. And I think that's when they started saying, well, if we could probably move him, we could probably get something back. And then you see, as things do happen, it comes to fruition where the GM is saying, well, it's time to make that move. Let's move him. Let's see what we can get. And then he gets traded.
And then, you know, the other day we also had the Yankees acquired Luis Garcia from the Nats with giving up, you know, Jake Bird and, you know, a few other pitchers, Giovanni Cruz, and a couple other prospects. But it was kind of surprising that we got him. I know we needed a bat, but then I was like, but he's a first baseman DH, and you know,
Yeah.
so
True. I mean, but hey, there must be a plan for him. I don't know exactly what Mr. Boone is going to do yet and what the organization feels he can fit in at. But when you get a bat like that, especially in Yankee Stadium with that short right field porch, and he's available and you can get him and he's under control and you can plug him in for the next couple of years, you go after a bat like that. You can always make adjustments. The thing is, you want to have great players in your clubhouse. And if you have that talent, you find a place to play him. And I'm sure that's what they're going to do. And again, with Bellinger and those guys out right now, especially Bellinger being a left-handed hitter, you need a left-handed bat to step in and kind of pick up that slack.
Yeah, the Yankees didn't give up much anyway. They gave up 4 players that they weren't going to use anyway. So it's not like they gave up anything major. And he's going to match in Yankee Stadium with that short porch. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
And he's got power, and he's got a good average, 293. He can hit, and he strikes out like 16% of the time. So he's not going to strike out a lot. He's going to put the ball in play, which is what we want. I feel good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I think you make a great point. He could have been a 220 hitter coming over. And a guy strikes out a lot, but you get a guy who's consistently putting the ball in play and hitting the ball hard. So that's exactly what you need in your lineup. You need guys who can consistently put the bat on the ball. I'm just so sick of seeing guys strike out 150, 160 times a year. It's just so frustrating. And to sit back as a former player, I think in 92, our year, we had 30 guys hit 300. This year, there's about 7 guys hitting 300. So in the playoffs, who would you want to face? The guy hitting 300 or guy hitting 220?
I'd rather face the 220 guy. Nope.
See, exactly.
So,
that's the difference between winning and losing a championship. You got guys hitting 220. That's very difficult. It's like asking a guy to go up there who's hitting 199, get a base hit off Nolan Ryan. Not gonna happen.
not. Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Johnny.
Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, was there any other trades so far in this deadline that kind of really surprised you?
Well, anytime I'm looking at right now, the Seahawks, I think that was Seattle that just received. No, Tampa Bay just got Freddie Peralta from the Mets. I think that's a good pickup. Tampa Bay has always put together a lineup or a team that needs just 1 or 2 pieces. And they have always been in a situation where they, with making one play here or there or making that one pitch, they could go further into the playoffs. And so in the background here, I'm seeing right now, and they only gave up a bunch of like minor leaguers, talent that you don't even know if it's going to make it or not. But you have a proven guy coming over that is, you understand what he's going to bring to the table. I think that's where, when guys like Harper are talking about, we need some help. This is the type of help he's talking about. Help that's already proven. Not some, well, we don't know yet for sure, but we're going to bring them over and see if they can help. See, that doesn't do anything for the clubhouse. But what Tampa just did is going to really give that clubhouse a boost of thinking, we are trying. We really are trying. And they're still in the lead out there. It's a good team. So I like that pickup.
Yeah. No, and then also speaking of Bryce Harper, it was also just texted to us that he's expected to move to the outfield for Luis Arias, who the Phillies just acquired. So I was like, wow, that's actually a big team, team first move by a veteran like, Bryce Harper, that he's not like, oh, that's my position. He's more like, hey, whatever you need me, coach.
Yeah, I kind of thought they would put Stott at third and bring Arias and play him at second, because Arias has been working with Ron Washington all season, and he has really gotten so much better at second base. Now, I think you could put Baum out in the outfield and then leave Harper back at first, because Harper, he has a tendency when he gets in that outfield to run into a wall, or, something happens where he's coming out that lineup. I'd like to see him stay at first. Now, your information may be more correct than mine, but I'm just going by what I see. Arias here in San Francisco has been tremendous at second base. And if you want him to come in and continue to play the way that he's been playing, you kind of want to make him comfortable and keep him where he has been all season. To come over now in a playoff race and to move his position, now you make him uncomfortable. Even though he's played first couple years, he's now become a great second baseman. So I would just work my infielders, because the infielders are great athletes. You play second, you play short, you can play third. Third is less range, catch the ball and make a throw. And I think that Stott could do that. Arias could probably do it, but I think Arias, both of them are really good second basemen. So they have a little dilemma right there when it comes to where you want to play Arias. They got him for a reason. Let's just see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I think that with Don Mattingly managing the club, even on an interim basis right now, he'll really help with guys like Arias coming in, and because you already see that the players want to play for the manager.
Yeah.
And then and I think that would really help too, because
yeah. Don Mattingly is cool as you want to be. I mean, and to play for him would be great. It'd be an honor, and I think that Arias will look at it that way. I think the players look at it that way. Don Mattingly, his resume speaks for itself, and so he was a great player. He's been a really good manager, and I think the players respect that. And when you have the respect of the players, these guys will run through a wall for you. So I think, again, bringing Arias in, it does nothing but make this team better.
I have a question actually coming up from Anthony. Anthony, thank you so much for being involved. You have a lot of great questions on here. It's a 2-part question. I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna read this part and I'll read the other part. Guys, as baseball fans, I got a fun question for you guys. If you had to choose between these 4 guys for one game of the World Series, who do you choose? The big unit, Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, Jose Fernandez, or Paul Skeens?
I would take Roger Clemens, big game pitcher in the playoffs. He pitched great in the playoffs.
Yeah, I would take Clemens. I've seen it. I mean, what did he do? 15K against the 2001 Mariners?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna
and the
probably
ALCS.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably take Nolan Ryan.
I respect that.
Yeah, because every day he takes him out, he has the ability to throw a no-hitter. And in his day, maybe we're talking about different generations, but in his day, he was the modern day 100-mile-per-hour pitcher. He was the beginning of it all. And so, and he was a guy who didn't mind throwing inside. He didn't mind knocking you down, putting you on your butt, making you move your feet. You never were comfortable when you faced him. When you're facing these guys, the latter era, they have a tendency to stay out over the plate. And pitchers and hitters get off good swings sometimes, even though they were dominant pitchers. But Nolan was he was meaner than any other guy on this roster right here. So I'm going to go with the guy who was mean back in his day.
Roger Clemens was mean too. He'd give you chin music, man. He didn't play either.
Yeah,
if
true,
he wanted to buzz you, he'd buzz you.
Yeah,
Well,
but
and then
Nolan,
you can always.
I was going to say, but Nolan, if you stepped in the box and you dug a hole too deep, he was throwing at you. That's how mean he was.
Yeah, but I mean, I was gonna say with Clemens, you can ask Piazza. He took a fastball right to the head.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. Nolan was the guy though. If you bunt on him, the next time he drills you.
Oh wow. What I was gonna. And I mean, the other amazing thing about Nolan Ryan was his longevity. I mean, you're talking 5,000 Ks, and what he pitched like 20 plus some odd years.
Yeah.
And like you said, he was throwing hard, and I didn't really get to see him live, but I saw so many of his highlights. It's like, wow, this guy. I would be like, Coach, take me out of the game.
A lot of them did have that Nolan Ryan itis on that day. Coach, I don't know. The bottom of my foot just started hurting. I don't know. Coach, I think he's killing me. I just can't hold the bat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's how good he was. Nolan generated fear. Clemens generated fear. I don't know if these other guys generated that type of fear. But
I've seen that scheme.
The big unit, it's on the other part, but I'm going to choose the big unit, Randy Johnson. And I would say Roger Clemens, but I'm going to take, being a Yankee fan out of it. I know the big unit did play 2 seasons with the Yankees, but the one guy that made me hurt and made me sad was Randy Johnson back in 2001 World Series. You remember he pitched 2 phenomenal games. Then he came back into the bullpen for Game 7, and he also closed out the Yankees. So I'm going to pick him. He was scary. He was legendary. He came for the Yankees for 2 seasons. I was excited. I know it wasn't probably his 2 best years, but he was something else. I'm going to pick him. He was the man. And no knock on Paul Skeens. I think he still has time to go to prove himself and stuff, but I think he has the potential there. Rest in peace, Jose Fernandez. I think he had the potential too. But Yeah, I say between the big unit and definitely Nolan Ryan. I know Nolan Ryan was a little bit before my time, so I can't say everything I've seen that he did, but definitely it's the big unit Randy Johnson for me.
I got
Well,
to face Randy Johnson, and he was no joke. He was no joke.
Oh, we lost somebody here.
Yeah, and he had a nasty slider to go with that fastball that he could throw 4-seam or 2-seam, or he could make it run away from you. And he was a tough at bat. But yeah, it was fun facing him. That's where you, as a hitter, when you face guys like he and Roger Clemens, and I never faced Nolan, but when you face those guys and you can get a hit off of them, what a great feeling that is as a hitter. Because you just got a hit off one of probably the greatest pitchers that ever put on uniforms. And so when back in our day, when you got hit off a guy like that, you didn't celebrate because you knew that they were mean enough to come back and throw at you. But when I got a hit off of Randy Johnson, and he came over and he said, "I see you working." So he respected that. And that just made me as a hitter just boost my confidence, man. So these guys, even though they are such great competitors, they respect when somebody actually gets a hit off of them and, works hard to get that hit off of them. They respect that as well, too.
Yeah, and then Bill O, longtime baseball fan, and in the chat, he's asking Bip, what pitcher gave you the most uncomfortable at bat in your career?
Fernando Valenzuela. Fernando, my very first at bat in the big leagues. This guy looked up to the heavens and threw me a screwball that went straight in the dirt, and I chased it. And then he came back and he looked up in the heavens again and he threw it for a call strike. I said, I have no chance here. If every pitcher is like this in the big leagues, I won't be here very long.
Wow. That's amazing, man. Fernando's Venezuela is, man.
Yeah.
Something.
Fernando Valenzuela, he was something. It's funny. He and I got to play his last year. He came to San Diego, and he came in as a reliever in a game against the Pirates, and we were losing. And he come out, I think he comes out in the ninth or something. And I come up and I hit a game-winning slam off of Dan Maselli. And I didn't know until we both were retired and we both were doing television. And he was, and we did a pre and post game in LA. I was working with the Giants organization. And he came to me and said, "You got me my last win." And I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, that night you hit the grand slam, I got the win." And he was so happy. And I was like, man, I didn't know that. And that just made me feel good.
Yes. And so they're asking how was it facing Nolan Ryan? But that's what Anthony was asking.
I faced him once in spring training in a 10 o'clock game and looked at call strike 3 fastball. That was it. But it was spring training. I was with Cincinnati, and I remember Lou Piniella. I said, "Lou, man, I was sleepy. I didn't sleep well." And he said, "Well, you should have told me. I wouldn't have put you in there." But yeah, that was it. I only faced him that one time.
As we're slowly approaching 11 o'clock, we're gonna get some final thoughts from you. Who do you think so far has had the most success in this trade deadline? I know there's still some time to go; things can change, but just as we are at this very moment, who do you think has been the most successful, and who do you think is going to have the most success? Who are sellers, basically of what they picked up on?
I think the Tigers. Again, it goes back to getting 3 key prospects from the Dodgers, where you get an outfielder and who can really play. And I think you get a catcher who is top prospect. Remember, the Dodgers pick players who eventually make it to the big leagues. And then with picking up a pitcher, again, who throws 100 miles an hour to go with the guys you have, you now have a bunch of young talent in Detroit that can actually play on the major league level. And I think they're going to show you in the next couple of years that they're going to be a team to be reckoned with. Now, the biggest winner of the day, again, the Los Angeles Dodgers. again, you just can't go wrong when you get a two-time Cy Young Award winner. The last 2 years, the best pitcher in all of baseball. And now he's on your roster. And he's pitching in sunny, beautiful Southern California in a ballpark that is immaculate. He's gonna love it, man. He showed up at the game last night. He and Dave Roberts were having a conversation in the dugout, and you can just see the relief in his face. Man, I'm here in sunny Los Angeles. Look at this. They lost the game last night, but I'm sure he was pleasantly surprised with the surroundings, with the team, with the manager, with the organization. And I think he's looking forward to doing what he did in Detroit in a Dodgers uniform. So I think both of them, they did well. You know, Tyreek, he's in a place that he's going to be there for the next, as long as his career lasts. And the Tigers have a young core that's going to be there as well. They're going to show you that they made the right trade.
Yeah, and I think though that the trade for Scooble going somewhere else was written in the wall during the our thing, that 32 million hearing, when he was awarded that 32 million.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that really kind of split the deal between him and the Tigers organization. And I guess it's like you said, it's a win for both and all parties involved.
Absolutely. I agree.
And Charles, do you have any final questions for?
Yeah, I got one. Kevin Guzman from Toronto. I think they traded him to the Cubs. I think they should have got more than what they got, because he's a proven playoff pitcher and a good starting pitcher. I mean, I think they got a 5th round and a 13th round or something, but I think they should have got at least, a little bit higher than that,
They also got Tyon.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then they turned around and got Soriano, who he would be under team control for the next couple years. So it was really just removing that salary off of the roster so that they can now focus on how they want to go and move into the future, having money that they can use to bring in some players. And Soriano's he's not a bad pitcher. I watched him with the Angels. He's not bad, I just think that, Gosman, his name has been coming up. He pitched last night. They gave him a standing ovation. The guys hugged him. You knew the writing was on the wall that he was going somewhere. So I'm glad he landed in Chicago, another great place to play. Wrigley is a beautiful ballpark. He's going to enjoy the Chicago Cub fan. They are diehards. They love the game. They will feed him that energy he needs to go out there to have good ball games each and every time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, so now we're approaching about 11 o'clock. I just want to say thank you so much for coming on. It's always a pleasure. You've been here before. Always love your insight. And I hope we can do it again. I definitely love talking baseball. It's always fun. I want to do this all day, but unfortunately, we have some other guests that are coming on as well, and we're going to cycle throughout the hour. But thank you so much again for coming on. And if there's anything else you want to say, any final words, that's it.
All I would say is it was a great way to start my morning, enjoying talking baseball with you guys. This was great. And hopefully we can do it again, like you said. But in the meantime, man, you guys have a blessed day, man, and continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
It was an honor and a privilege. And likewise, have a blessed day.
All right, guys.
It's my honor to talk to you too, Bip. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. And I enjoyed your baseball. I enjoyed your baseball career too. You're a great player.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, man, guys, be good. All right, be good to yourself now. Be good to yourself.
We'll do.
We'll do.
We'll do.
All right. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Always a pleasure to have a guest. I like Bip Roberts. This is not his first time it was on. Anybody who's watching, he's been here before. I love his insight. It's always a pleasure. That went by like that. That went by so quick. I can't believe it's been an hour already. That just shows how great he is and how knowledgeable he is and stuff. So it's always a pleasure. But hey, right now we just got the boys. Let's go.
I really enjoyed working with both. I worked with Sean before, but I really enjoyed working with you, Johnny. It's really cool.
Yes, likewise. Yeah, this is our first time, and I know I haven't been on as much lately. And it's the first time me and Dude, why is my thing not working right now? Hold on. Why is that?
I was kind of nervous, but I hope I did a good job, yo.
Oh no, you did great. You did phenomenal. Everybody did great. We did great. I get nervous sometimes when there's guests. With you guys, I'm comfortable because we've known each other. I know maybe we haven't met, in person, but we've all been interacting for a while, so it's always easy. But when somebody comes on, I always get a little nervous, but
Yeah,
it makes it so easy. So it's always nice to have them on.
And speaking of somebody, the boss just showed up.
Yes.
You should be nervous. No, guys, you killed it. Very, very, very good. Very interesting. Everything was good. I've been making phone calls to everybody I know, and they all say they still believe it's going to be a crazy day for the New York Yankees. So stay tuned. My head's spinning. My head is spinning. Something is going to develop here, something soon. Don't know what, but everybody in the chat, please like, and subscribe. We're looking for 50 likes today. There's no reason why we couldn't get that. It's really important for us, especially sending out the game tonight after we're on all day long with these incredible personalities that we have on. And keep it going, guys. Keep it going. In the eye and the views, quite a few people watching from their TV sets right now. If you want to join in, please join in. But go and press that like button. These guys deserve it. Bip Roberts deserves a few likes too, everyone. Come on. And we want to thank Nitin for bringing him on again. And there's way more to come. There is way more to come, but I will be on top of everything for you guys as soon as I hear anything. This chat and everybody here will be the first ones to know a Yankee trade. Trust me on that. So, but guys, you did a great job. Honestly, it's like you guys worked together for 2 years. It was awesome. Really, very, very happy.
We
Very
have a
proud
great chemistry. Like I said, I know I haven't met George and I haven't met Charles in person, but it's felt like I know you guys, how we interact on here, in the chat and stuff and through text. I feel like I've known you guys forever. So it's a breeze. So I appreciate you both.
You guys are my brothers, man. We're all brothers from another mother. That's it.
Exactly.
I love all you guys.
You sure it's not sisters now?
Sisters
we're
too.
sure.
Everybody's included.
Now tell me. No.
But no,
it's a fun day. It really is a fun day. And we're so happy to open the show with you guys. And then later on, if anybody, depending how many people or whatever is coming on, by all means, everybody, let us know. Come on the bottom, or we could put you back up. That would be great. Another thing I did hear, guys, the Cardinals may be very active. And a lot like Newt Barr, he's a possibility to go. The Cardinals are definitely in the trade market. So maybe maybe there's a fit there. The Yankees always wanted one of their relievers. Maybe they can do two things at once: get a reliever, get another hitter. So stay tuned for that. That's something. I still believe, from what I'm hearing, there's going to be something that we're going to go, the Yankees did what? How? We never heard that. I just got a feeling. You know what happens when I get a feeling? You know what happened yesterday on the game? Right before the inning, I told Evan and I told Chef Nick, this is going to be the inning. We're gonna win the game this inning. And sure enough, they won the game that inning. So trust me when I tell you, everyone, have no fear. My shoulder is here, so don't worry about it. It's jumping up and down right now. And I know that makes Sean happy. Because what you're going to do when Joe's arm goes running wild on you?
Oh, yes. It's instead of the people's elbow, it's the people's shoulder.
People's shoulder, baby, right here. Right here. Rub the gold, everyone, right here. The Yankees are going to be okay.
I'm gonna
official countdown. 6 hours, 53 minutes, and 45 seconds to go.
I'm
So we
making a
got some
prediction.
time to make some trades.
I got a prediction, but go ahead, Johnny.
So I'm not going to say who, but we're going to start getting our Yankee news after 2 p.m. You're going to start seeing it. It's going to start coming in, just kind of like how last year, how it was one after another. You're going to see the final 4 hours of this trade deadline. That's when they're going to come in for the Yankees. That's my prediction.
Wow. What about you, Sean?
I think the Yankees are going to get Tyler Stevenson. I don't know how or when or who, but I think that's the catcher we get.
Okay.
Yeah, either that or Ivan Herrera from the Cardinals, maybe too. They could get him too.
Yeah,
He's a good option.
but either way, the Yankees are getting a catcher. I know that for sure.
Yeah, they better, because if they don't, they're gonna have a revolution on their hands. We're already screaming. we have to keep putting up with Wells and oh my God, Sanchez. Oh my God.
Cool. I
Well,
like
Sanchez
that.
has done better, except his boneheaded play that cost us against the White Sox. But
Oh, yeah. My only thing is Cashman,
Guys,
he's a little hesitant with getting catchers mid-season. That's the only thing. So I could see us making moves, but I can also see us not making a move for a catcher, unfortunately. I know we need it, but we'll see. Maybe Cashman will have a change of heart.
Well, they've known this for years that they needed a right. They've known it for a long time. What'd they do? They traded all the good catchers away that they should have kept. A bunch of dummies. Come on, man. Wake up, Cashman. What are you doing? I mean, it's like when they traded Fred. It's like when they traded Fred McGriff for Tom Todd and Dale Murray. Come on, what is that, man? I mean, and Doug Drabeck. You traded Doug Drabeck, a great pitcher. What'd you get? Ugats, you got Ugats. You know? Come on, man. Get with the program, Cashman. Wake up.
I hear you, man.
Oh my God. I'm fired up.
I hear you. Let's go.
Oh my God. With that, let's get some let's take a 2-minute break. Let's get some promos out there and just chill out. Maybe you want to get a little water or something. So
yeah, can I just drop down for 1
I
minute?
need to go get some coffee. Drop me down for a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna do some promos and a little music, and we'll be back 11:15, guys. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
How do I stop down here?
Mi coffee, su coffee. Mi coffee, su coffee.
Hey everybody, it's Jason from NY Yankee Mania. Please like, share, subscribe. Only great things to come, and everybody please join the fun because you're not going to want to miss out on this ride.
I'm Raquel Aurelia, and you're watching World Sports Mania Entertainment.
Hi, I'm Tony Ferrara. I am a sports and pop culture expert and the founder of Ferrara Media, and you're watching NY Yankee Mania.
I'm Kayla Welsh, and you're watching NY Yankee Mania.
All right, a little entertainment here, right here on NY Yankee Mania, your trade deadline show. Your host right now is Johnny Salami and Sean, and we'll get Charles back in just a bit. And there they are. They had to go clean their. Okay, now why? Okay, there we are. All right. All right, Johnny, take it. I will keep you posted with any trade news.
Will do. All right, let's do it.
right.
How do you feel so far with everything in the trade deadline? For me, at least, the craziest part is with the Mets. Fortunately, it didn't work out with them with all their moves that they made during the offseason. And if you remember, I made a prediction that I thought the Mets were going to be in the World Series. So I got that way wrong. But since, they're our crosstown rivals and, we have Jason here who's a Mets fan, I kind of want to touch some points on the Mets. They're big sellers so far. So how do you feel overall, though, about that or just, the trade deadline overall?
I mean, yeah, it's been interesting so far, but also with the Mets. Unfortunately, they didn't get off to the best start. And then even after firing Carlos Mendoza, up until lately, they didn't really have a spark. I mean, and unfortunately, what happened is they traded away their key chemistry guys in the offseason. And they also let Pete Alonso walk. And what you see is even though they're talented players, they're having a hard time playing with morale, and they're also having a hard time playing with confidence. Like Bip was saying earlier on the show, all the player needs is confidence and the talent. But I'm not too surprised with them selling off. I was kind of surprised they traded away Freddie Peralta after that was a big fish they got in the offseason. And I was like, when that news came, the thought that came to my mind, I was like, wow, he got moved 2 different teams in the same year. I was like, when does that happen? But it is what it is. But also the trade deadline so far with the moves that have been made, they've been pleasantly surprising. The school wasn't fully shocking, but I'm not gonna say, hey, here's the 3-peat Dodgers. No, it's now, y'all want it so bad, now you got to earn it. And it's up for the other teams to step up and really challenge them after this. But also, the as we touched on it, the other moves that have been made, the White Sox are acquiring people, and it's pretty good moves. The White Sox are actually a surprising team this year, especially with Murakami playing out of his, playing his heart out. And I like that. He's taking off, and a lot of teams thought he was gonna be a slow breakout, but you know what? He came out there. But also the Luis Garcia, I'm loving it more by the minute with the Yankees. But I'm gonna let it figure out how they're gonna play him. But I mean, I like that we got that bat like him, a 283 hitter, left-handed bat, high contact, low strikeout. But he's a guy that can hit and he can mash in Yankee Stadium. And after we had the injuries to Judge and Bellinger, I was like, we definitely need bats, especially after Bellinger went down. I mean, Judge, Bellinger, and Stanton were huge, huge, huge bats in our lineup, I mean, obviously with Aaron Judge, he's everything, but Bellinger just had that high contact, 2-strike approach, and he was coming up clutch all the time for us. And he was clutch with the bat, he was clutch with the glove even when he wasn't clutch with the bat. But yeah, we're missing those guys. But you know what? I'm looking forward to it. I think the Mets are selling, and I think the Cards are selling. And I think we're gonna see what happens. I know the Marlins, everybody wants their players, but the Marlins don't always make the trades we think they're gonna make. So it's gonna be interesting. And the Rays, I mean, they got a sneaky deal with Peralta. That was kind of like an out of nowhere, the team that got Peralta. But it's surprising. What about you?
The trade of Peralta makes me nervous. Is I know he had his struggles with the Mets. I'm worried about when he goes to the Rays. They're going to figure it out with him, and he's going to be good, and he's going to be nasty. Now we have to worry about him in her division. That's what made me most concerned about it. I was like, oh boy. So let's see what they do with that. For the Yankees, for who they picked up yesterday, did you know he had the highest slugging percentage in the National League, and I think he was third overall in baseball. I think I forgot who was number one. I think number two was, if I remember, no, number three was Ben Rice. He was number two, and I forgot who number one was. But that's a huge
Jordan
pickup.
Alvarez.
Yes.
Jordan Alvarez is slugging that ball like crazy.
You're absolutely right. That's who it was. Jordan Alvarez was number one. So that's a massive pickup, and it was somebody I didn't expect us to get. He wasn't on the radar. I guess there was some rumblings, I guess, a couple of days before, but I didn't hear about it. And I don't think a lot of people knew about that. So that was massive. So I feel like that's what we're going to see today too from the Yankees. It's not going to be who you expect. It's going to be somebody else. It's not going to be the big sexy name that everybody's talking about. Just like last year, we didn't pick up the big sexy name, but look, we did pick up some people that were decent. That definitely helped. Some didn't. Unfortunately, no longer with the team, but it is what it is. It's one of the risks you take during the trade deadline.
Yeah, and part of that, what I was going to say is too, like you said, Camilo Duvall, we traded to the Pirates for the cash considerations and maybe a couple prospects, but pretty much just cash. And I think that's a good move for Duvall. And the Yankees made an addition by subtraction. Duvall just had a hard time struggling with where those pinstripes are too heavy for him, unfortunately. He's got a big arm, no doubt about it. Well, when you don't have control of where that ball goes, big arm or not, you're gonna, have trouble in the big leagues. And the Pirates are a pitching factory, so they're gonna figure him out. And I look forward to seeing what he can do and reclaiming his career. But then also we traded away last night in that deal for Luis Garcia. We traded away Jake Bird, I think it was Giovanni Cruz, and a couple other pitching prospects that we probably weren't going to use in our pen, but they were high up there. And I'm looking forward to seeing those guys, because Jake Bird, I think that also the other thing. After we had to keep trying to figure out how to get him to adjust out of Colorado. Big arm, but he just had control issues, and he kept getting into the home run happy. So.
And Camille Duvall, he gave up that 3-run home run yesterday to the Reds. So that hurts. Man, I feel bad for the guy. I want everybody to do well, but I get sometimes, players don't do well and we have to get rid of them. But I wish them the best, except for when they're playing against us. I want us to do better, of course. And I saw also the video yesterday, and I kind of felt a little bad for him. And it looked like he was a little hurt. Was Jake Bird. Shelly Duncan came up to the mound because he was pitching in the minors. He was on the mound, and Shelly Duncan came up to him and took him out of the game. He broke the news to him right then and there that he was traded. And you could see him. He looked like he was hurt the way he walked off. So, I wish him the best, in D.C. Maybe he'll figure it out down there. But yeah, I'm excited. Looking forward to see, what moves the Yankees are going to make. Like I said, I think my prediction is after 2 p.m. That's when the news is going to start rolling in. We're going to start seeing a lot of stuff come through. Any updates? Oh, no, that was a mistake. He just came on for a second. I thought he had some news to break. I was like, oh, God, what is it?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see a lot of that today, guys. Everybody who's watching, anybody that comes on.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up, Charles? Hey. Yeah, so we were just talking, Charles, about what happened so far with the trade deadline. What happened with the Mets and stuff. How the Mets I thought the Mets were going to be decent this year, and then looking at them, they're probably one of the biggest sellers so far. They're getting rid of everybody, and it'd be kind of cool to see what happens with them. With who they're picking up.
Yeah, they're having a big fire sale because everybody stinks.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the big thing was, when Cohen decided to, or Stearns, I mean, here I am blaming Cohen. Well, Cohen part of it, but Stearns, he traded off his big chemistry guys, the guys that were keeping the glue of the team together. In Neto, Neto, and all those guys. He traded them away and didn't really refill them. You know, we got money. They got big guys with big money, but there weren't anybody to kind of help merge and be the glue in the team, and that's what you see with the thing. I mean, look, Soto's hurt, and the Mets were playing better with Soto on the sideline.
Exactly. Because he's a big headache. He's a big, I don't know. Yeah, he's a great hitter and stuff, but I think I don't know, maybe he's like a problem in the clubhouse. I don't know. It just, why does everywhere he goes, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like there's always kind of been a little issue. I didn't hear anything about that when he was with the Yankees, but unfortunately, I did hear that rumblings when he was in San Diego. Then I heard a couple of things down in DC as well that were rumored to happen. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how that happens.
Right.
I think when he wants to be the star, because the reason why he didn't have big issues with the Yankees, I know he was here with them 1 year, but he wasn't expected to be the leader. Judge is our leader, right? Judge and Stanton and Cole, right? But he was just, when we got him, we just said, hey, go out there, play, be the star you are, play your game. And then obviously he's hitting right in front of Aaron Judge, the greatest hitter in the game. Of course, you're going to have career numbers batting in front of a guy like him. And I think that's part of the problem, because unfortunately, like you said, where all the other teams are, when he's the star, and he likes to be the star, but then it's when he's expected to be also the leader of the clubhouse.
Yeah, exactly. There's one thing I gotta say, man. Can we get a box of popcorn for Trent Grisham? Because I don't want to see this guy leading off no more. He's killing me.
You know what?
I mean, how many times can you ground out to first or second base? Come on, man. Or strike. Oh, my God. It's ridiculous. They wasted $22 million on this guy for what? He's not even worth $12 million. Oh, my God, man.
Can I tell you why I think they did that? Can I tell you why I think they did that? It's because they knew it was only for one season, and they were looking okay in 2027. There's a lockout, and also they know that they have some prospects like Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez can also come up. So I don't think we're definitely not going to see him after this season. But I feel like
thank God.
They more did that just because they said, okay, it's for one season. They're looking at 2027. That's why.
Yeah, well, they thought Go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
I think the other reason they offered Grisham was that we didn't know if Spencer Jones would be ready to play center field, and they didn't want to wear Judge out playing center field.
Well, I think it was also because they thought he was going to repeat what he did last year to this year, which, I think that was just a fluky year for him because he's never done that his whole career.
Yeah,
I think the most home runs he's ever hit was 12 home runs, I believe.
At least he doesn't quit on the baseball like an Aaron Hicks does. At least he catches the ball in the outfield.
Yeah, sometimes he makes some, his path to the baseball sometimes. He's made some bad plays too,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they did that Grissom thing because they honestly didn't know if Bellinger was going to come back. I knew he was, but for some reason the Yankees didn't. But all indications is he told everybody he's going to re-sign with the Yankees. I don't know what the Yankees were worried about, but they were worried about it, and they gave $22 million to a bozo.
Yeah, you got that right.
You can blame that to the big.
If he's up 565 times, he better get a hit or two in the. So people say, "Oh, but he's a clutch hitter." Oh, well, thank you. After 600 at bats, he better get a hit.
Exactly.
Getting $22 million to sit on, and then he's nonchalant. All right, I'm not going to take away. He's a good center fielder, but you got that in Spencer Jones. You want the future? Let Spencer Jones play it. Don't worry about the
Exactly.
darn $22 million. You make that. The Yankees go to the bathroom, make number 2, and make money. So I don't want to hear that. Oh, we got 20. The Yankees wasted so much money on toothpaste. I mean, come on. If you want to win, you know you don't have a lot out there. You gotta put the players. The John Morosi's reporting the Rangers are talking to a lot of teams about Nathan Eovaldi.
Yes,
He has a full no trade clause, and he's under contract for $24 million next season. So they're coming up with some latest news in a few minutes.
Well, with the NTC,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying with the NTC, that means that Eovaldi can waive it. If they can form any trade, but Eovaldi can basically go yay or nay.
Exactly. But like I said, guys, we got to. The Yankees have to think smart now. They did a couple of knucklehead things in the winter time, and I'll tell you the truth. I would really love them to get a couple of more players that either Matt Schumann goes down or get rid of him. I'm tired of it. I am totally tired of it. I mean, he comes in. It's the same at bat all the time. Him and Grissom, the same at bat. I know we got to live with Volpe because they love Volpe. But they're not in love with Trent Grissom, and they're definitely not in love with Max Schumann. So if the Yankees can get new part-time players, do it. If you can send Max Schumann down, great. Okay, so you don't lose him.
Yeah, one player they should have traded for was Lane Thomas. They missed out on him because Cashman was sleeping at the wheel. He would have been a good outfielder for us.
He would have, but I don't think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't think even if the Yankees would have tried on the tax for Lane Thomas would have been astronomical. And I just
we know
think,
the tax for the Yankees is everybody charges the Yankees a premium tax, all teams, because we're the Yankees. That's the way it is, and it ain't gonna change.
It's so
not gonna
annoying.
change, never.
It's frustrating.
No, it's frustrating, but that's the way it is. Because if the Yankees wanted Scuba, they were asking the Yankees for an arm and a leg, but the Dodgers got him for practically nothing. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah,
I know it's a total joke. It really is. But another guy that's hot on the trails, Casey Mays, from the Detroit Tigers. He's 4-6, but his ERA is 2.69, 86.2 innings, 85 strikeouts, 19 walks, and a WHIP of 0.99. So he's definitely on demand right now. So that's another guy to look towards. The official time is 6 hours and 28 minutes to go. So let's go, guys. Let's go. I'll be back with any news, and I'll be back at the top of the hour. So, guys, keep up the good work, and we'll see you in a little while.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, my phone.
Yeah, I heard. I'm looking at it right now. It looks like the Brewers still interested in Clay Holmes. So that's pretty interesting to see if the Mets do decide to part ways with him.
But yeah, it definitely does seem to be a pitching.
Oh,
it's a pitcher's market.
So I just got an update. The Atlanta Braves are acquiring left-handed reliever Brent Sutter from the Los Angeles Angels for infielder Nacho Alvarez Jr.
Nachos?
Nacho cheese?
Yeah, nacho. Nachos.
Nacho Libre.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's a decent trade. I mean, those guys, and the Braves, they're sneaky like that. But they just got another arrow in their quiver with a speed guy, right?
They have to make moves because the Phillies are, and they're in that race for the AL East. So they definitely got to make the moves. That's gonna be pretty interesting to see them battling it out.
Oh yeah, the NL East.
The Phillies are like the Yankees. The Phillies are a carbon copy of the Yankees. Great pitching, But during the series, it was like the Yankees when they played the Phillies. It's like the Yankees are playing themselves because they both couldn't score runs. It's like you got great pitching like us, but you can't score.
Hey, I mean, and then when we played the White Sox, it was like the two out of the first two games, it was two heavyweight battles. The last two games, it was like a little league game. Errors galore on both sides. No one really wants to win the game.
Yeah, the
You
problem
know,
with the Yankees is they get great pitching. Their ERA is like 0.73 to starters, but they can't score runs. I'm
yeah.
surprised. I'm surprised we did go 6-4 on the road trip because we didn't score any runs in that series in the Cubs. We
All
scored
right.
6 points.
Pitching led the way. I mean, look at this. All of our pitchers had dominant outings, and it may erupt a little bit. But our starters started out great, and they held all these explosive offenses at bay. I mean, 1 run, 2 run, but a lot of it was scoreless innings, scoreless innings, scoreless innings, and then and then you had the fluke of Blackburn got burnt in the one game, but I mean he had like what 20 some odd scoreless inning stretch,
Right, but
and he's been
that's the key to a championship is good pitching. Always beats good hitting. I've
yeah.
always said that in my whole life watching baseball. You can't have enough pitching. Good pitching
Oh,
always conquers good hitting.
yeah, you always do. And then, I mean, because you look at it too. When I mentioned with BIP, remember what was it? The four teams, the three, and the two franchises that have three-peated, right? In history of baseball. Okay.
Yeah,
1930s Yankees, you know what they had?
they had
The late
pitching.
30s, 36 to 39, when we four-peated. There was great, solid pitching. I mean, we covered it, Charles, on our History of the Yankees show.
Yes, we did.
But then they also had steady solid defense, and I mean that was the Joe DiMaggio, the back end of Lou Gehrig, and
Right.
the whole team played together. But we had great pitching, Lefty Gomez and all them. But then you look at the 40s and 50s, the late 40s, early 50s, the five-peat Yankees. And that was a young guy named Whitey Ford,
Yeah,
and
Whitey Ford.
a whole bunch of others. But it was great pitching that led a great all around team, and they had a great legendary top of the line manager in Casey Stengel. The
Exactly.
early 70s Athletics, you know what they had?
Great pitching and great
Catfish
hitting.
Hunter.
Yep.
That
By the
Catfish
blue.
Hunter, yeah, by the blue, and
Raleigh
a
Finger.
legendary, yep, Raleigh Fingers. All of those Hall of Famers on their pitching staff. And then even when their guys weren't really Hall of Famers, they were still great pitchers or solid
Right.
pitchers. And they had solid defense all around. And then they had a guy named Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, right? And then the 1998 through 2000 Yankees. You know what we had? David Wells, David Cone. We had Roger Clemens, who we traded for in 99. But then we had Andy Pettitte. We had a guy who came off a raft from Cuba, and Orlando El Duque Hernandez. And then we had a lights out bullpen with the one, the only GOAT of all closers, Mariano Rivera. Mr.
Yes,
Ice in
sir.
his veins. And then we
Yes, we
had
did.
Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada, and we had Paul O'Neill, we had Bernie Williams, we had Tino Martinez, and our hot corner was manned by the super Scott Brocious, who when he came with the Yankees, there was nothing getting by that man at third base. You pick up a left fielder and you pick a second baseman, and we were good to go.
Yeah, it was phenomenal back then. Those guys will always be legends in my book. And I was growing up at that time. I was just a kid, so it impacted me big time with all those guys. I'll remember them forever. I still use when I use like passwords and stuff for stuff. I still use like their numbers or something or some way. I use their combination of numbers in for something because they're just such they're legends in my book forever.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna add one thing real quick. Just anybody who's tuning in, please like and subscribe. We're gonna be on all day from to 6 p.m. and then I'm gonna be calling the Yankee game later tonight. Hopefully weather bearing. Right now it's raining out there. Hopefully the weather does clear up. I think it will. In the Bronx later tonight. So hopefully we can have some baseball. But we're gonna have guests throughout the day. Please please subscribe. Our goal is to get 50 likes today. We're currently just at 20 likes right now. So we're doing great. We've only been on for just under 2 hours, which is awesome. We had an amazing guest on. Our first guest was Bip Roberts. So if anybody missed that, please rewatch later. You won't be disappointed. And we're going to have guests throughout the day. We're also going to have Evan's going to come on later. We're going to have, Nathan come on later. Of course, Joe's going to come out throughout the day. We'll definitely have Jason come on. And those guys are always a treat when they come on, when they talk. Chef Nick, I'm sure he wants to come on too at some point today. But we're going to be here with you. We're going to be giving you breaking the news. We're going to be telling you everything. We're going to give you your insights. Anybody in the chat, please write something in the chat. If you have any questions or you want to say, hey, I think the Yankees should get this. Or if you're not a Yankee fan, you're more than happy to tune in and say something too. Red Sox fans are welcome. Mets fans are welcome. Anybody, Dodgers fans, doesn't matter who you are. If you want to say something, write it. We'll post it up on here and we'll talk about it. We're a big family here. We talk about everything, but you won't be disappointed. Please like and subscribe.
Yeah. And then I keep seeing these advertisements for that women's softball league. They just start the American
Yes.
underhand
That's
softball
cool.
league. Yeah. So they're gonna do that all-star stuff too. But I'm on. You know what? Baseball, softball, it don't matter. I love those games. But it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be fired up. This whole trade deadline, and it's gonna start it's gonna start heating up in the afternoon as we get closer to 0 on the trade deadline clock. And then it's gonna be an all-out sprint for the World Series. And it's and that's what I love about baseball, man. It's a long marathon of a season and 162 games. Injuries are an X factor, but you know what? You never know. You can't predict baseball, as John Sterling would say. The legendary late great John Sterling would always say, "That's baseball, Susan." And so we'll see what happens today as it unfolds. But we're gonna bring you the best coverage here on NY Yankee Mania. When we got great guests lined up. Also the panel here, we're all gonna be rotating in and out. And come on, hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it out. Get your food, whatever you need to eat while we're doing the deadline. And when news breaks, we'll break it to you, and we'll keep it real with our reactions as well. Because we're fans just like y'all, and we're gonna love it here. Y'all, it's baseball, it's trade deadline, and hey, who knows what we're gonna have? What the Yankees are gonna look like? When all said and done, what all each and every team is gonna look like post deadline. But it's gonna be fun.
That's for sure.
Can I tell you something that makes me concerning? As a Yankee fan, the Red Sox have been red hot. They're right on our behinds. They're right there. They just swept the Dodgers. They had an amazing July. I think they only had 4 losses in July. They're having a great start to August. If they make any moves, and they make that team even better, they're going to be very scary. And they're concerning. They really are, because you didn't look like that was going to be the Red Sox how they were at the beginning of the season. So that's something we got to be careful of.
And that shows you here, like the Phillies, the Red Sox, when they were really horrid start of the season, and you know what they did? They asked Mr. Cora and said, "Hey, your services are no longer needed." And you know what? This Tracy guy, he's got the players playing, motivated for them. Just like the Phillies. And I think they just brought in the right voice in the clubhouse. And you know what? They've started to feel it. But they traded away early. Which was kind of a surprise. For a third baseman. But the injuries are still concerning with the Red Sox. But hey, who knows? They're still in that wild card hunt, which is like a mad Royal Rumble reference to wrestling. Because if you guys like wrestling too, you can follow us here. We'll do some wrestling talk too when we're not talking baseball, basketball. But it's a Royal Rumble right now with all the teams in the wild card race. And I think the Red Sox are going to be a threat down the stretch. And but the Yankees, we really gotta fight. Can't get complacent because we're not only battling off the Rays for first place, trying to catch them, but now we got, like Johnny said, they're Red Sox that are surging. They're hot, and in baseball, if you get hot at the right time and you can maintain a hot stretch, you can be a very dangerous team. And that's what the Yankees need to do. We need to figure out how we're going to get hot and stay hot with our bats because our pitching is getting the job done. Our bullpen is getting the job done, but we need more runs. We need consistent hitting. We need to get back to doing hit and run.
Yeah, it's a snooze fest with our offense.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, at least bunt when you're trying to play small ball, move the guys over, but they never do. And when they do, it doesn't work out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, or like when they bunted the other day, and it was risky bunting with 2 strikes. After you had 2 failed attempts, you should have just done some hit and run.
Exactly.
But no. And what did he do? He barely got it past the catcher. I mean, the first baseman was crashing down on the plane. They knew the bunt was coming on, but you should have at least bunted down the third baseline or bunted it somewhere in between. But when you got a first baseman who, credit to the Cubs, they crashed down on it. And then but the other thing though was after that bunt, the Yankees didn't really succeed to, because it was a strikeout after that. I think, what was it? But either way, it ended the threat. Like, you should have done something other than just the bunt, and then, you got to try it. You got to hit them, move them over, do something, hit and run more often. But yeah, with bunting, you got to be able to execute it perfectly.
Yeah, the other
in
thing,
order for it to work.
The other thing, the Red Sox are winning because they got all Yankees that the Yankees gave up on. So now they're sticking it to us.
They got speed. They got athleticism.
They got Ziegler. They got Durbin. They got a lot. They got the catcher.
Narvaez.
Former Yankees. They have a lot.
Yeah, former Yankees.
Yeah, they got
coming back to Hana. It always happens because they give up too easy, the Yankees, or they wait too long to bring up players that are in the minors forever, and then by the time they come up, they're not worth nothing.
Look, the Yankees have filled 26 out of the 31 rosters in the major league, or 30 some odd whatever team, 31, 32, or 30, whatever it is. All 30 teams have pretty much been filled with some kind of ex-Yankees or former Yankee farmhands.
Exactly.
And the Dodgers just acquired somebody, I think, Johnny.
Oh, yes. I'm pulling up right now. Give me 1 second. It looks like the Dodgers acquired why is it not popping up right now? My chat.
Former Yankee.
My chat's not popping up. I literally just seen it. Give me a second.
Okay, no, the Dodgers just acquired catcher Ben Rortvedt, former Yankee, former journeyman catcher, from the Mets for pitcher Chase McDermott.
Well, the Dodgers, they definitely wanted another catcher for sure because they're not sure about Will Smith. So that's actually a smart move.
Yeah. Will Smith.
Mets are.
Will Smith is injured for the season, I believe, or they're not sure. There's no real timetable on him coming back.
That's unfortunate because he's a big piece for that team. But yeah, wow, yeah. Dodgers aren't playing around. They definitely wanted to pick up another catcher.
Yeah.
And yeah, they get it from the Mets. I mean, yeah, if you're going to get it from somebody, the Mets are definitely the big sellers. It's unfortunate.
Right. Well, you
And
know,
sorry, Jason.
But I mean, Ben Rorvet, he's been like this phantom catcher with all the teams he's played. He's barely played in the major leagues. Just gets hurt. So, you know, who knows? Maybe he'll do something. But yeah, when he was with the Yankees, he was always hurt or in the minors. And then one time we do get him up there, he hits a double to the gap.
Yeah.
And then gets hurt.
So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. So I mean that's interesting. Also, the Angels have acquired, or no, the Braves have acquired reliever Brett Suter from the Los Angeles Angels, and that was something you said too. So yeah, those are the last two trades. The Sutter trade for Nachos Alvarez.
Yeah, I'm actually pulling up the trade information right now just to see. So that's actually pretty cool with Ben. He can actually get another ring because he was actually with the Dodgers in 2025. I don't know if he was on the active roster. If I can't remember if he was on the active roster at the time, but he was definitely with the Dodgers at the time.
Yeah, he's with the Dodgers organization, but yeah, I don't think he was on active list
for the World Series. I can't remember if he was or not.
No, he wasn't active for the World Series.
Hey, Jason, just let you know, when you guys do win, it's going to be sweet. It's going to be an amazing feeling when you guys do win. That's how I felt this year when the Knicks won. So when they do win, it's going to be one of the best feelings you ever had, and it will happen eventually.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe years from now. I mean, the last time the Mets won was 1986.
It's been 40 years. It sucks, but they will get there eventually.
Yeah,
they do have
they
some
will
good pieces
get
on the team. They just need to figure it out. I really thought they did it this offseason. I thought they put the right pieces in. If you remember, I made my predictions was the World Series was going to be the Mets and the Red Sox.
Yeah,
one of them looks good right now. The Red Sox definitely do, but fortunately, the Mets, it didn't work. It didn't pan out.
Yeah, well, I still have my Yankees Dodgers rematch in the World Series.
No, you know what? That's very possible. That definitely can happen, but we definitely got to make the moves these next few hours for get hitters and stuff to make that happen. Pitching wise, as long as everybody stays healthy, we look great, especially with Rodon coming back. It's awesome. Maybe a couple of relievers we can pick up, but yeah.
Unless the Braves somehow knock off the Dodgers in the NL playoffs, but the Braves got to get healthy and they got to not run out of gas in the end.
Yep,
it's gonna be tough. But that'd be interesting if the Braves do get not the Braves, the Dodgers get just an upset and they do get knocked off. But it's gonna be tough. That pitching staff is pretty big and they're great. I mean, we seen when they played against the Yankees. Even when they were getting out, they were still working the count up. They were working their pitches. They were getting 7, 8, 9 pitches. And then getting the pitchers tired and stuff. So they're something else over there. I gotta say, I gotta tip my hat to them.
Yeah, and the thing is, they do play a complete style of baseball. Something I wish more teams would do. And the Yankees definitely need to play more complete game where work the pitch counts. And all that. But yeah, it's no easy outs, man. No easy outs. Or that's the song from the Rocky.
That's one of the Yankees' problems too. They swing at everything, man. And usually they swing on first pitch. They're swinging. Come on, take some pitches. You're right. They should do that, but they don't. I remember the Yankees in the 70s. They used to work the count, man. Thurman Munson would come up there, play with his batting gloves, stand there, play with both batting gloves, stand there, do just his helmet, and make the pitcher crazy, and then get in the batter's box. He used to drive pitchers crazy doing that. These guys, they just get up there. Oh, let's hack at everything. Especially Trent Grissom does it. Jazz does it sometimes, but he he likes to get the golden sombrero. He's the king. He likes to strike out a lot. And then instead of keeping his mind on baseball, he's got to argue about something. The pitch was like this and da 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 da. Come on, man, get your head in the game. That's why
Yeah,
people get
well,
frustrated from him. I mean, he can look good 1 minute, and then the next minute he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing.
yeah, and then there's the whole Jose Caballero. I know he's kind of backed away from it, but the whole deal with he's playing by the rules, but the umps made it a dramatic thing about the whole, not the pitcher not looking at him, the little sight game, the Jedi mind tricks in the box, and and they were calling it on him. I was like, man, he's doing it according to the rules. The pitcher's, got to make eye contact with the hitter.
But you know what that's all about? It's because it's the Yankees. The Yankees. So a lot. I'm not. A lot of people don't like the Yankees. I'm not saying nope, it's like that, but to me, it's a Yankee thing. That's what I believe.
Well, I mean, Jose Caballero did this with the Rays too, though. This is
I
part
know,
of
but
his game. It's always been a part of this game, even before they really went to the pitch clock.
yeah, but it didn't really bother him back then because he wasn't a Yankee. Now he's a Yankee. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna get him now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the 2 years that he's really doing it, and now the umps are sick of it because what it really is I think this is what it is. The umps are tired of players forcing them to enforce a rule that they don't really want to enforce.
Yeah.
And so when you do it multiple times, eventually the umps are
I
like,
heard,
all right.
I heard the Yankees are trading for the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
So we're soon approaching noon. Just want to give everybody a quick update. Anybody's tuning in. We're gonna have guests throughout the day. Around noon, we're gonna have Danny Espinoza. He's gonna come on. So if anybody has any questions, anything, I'll get them ready. You can put them in the chat. We'll post them up. But we are looking forward to that. Also, I'm going to be signing off. Unfortunately, I do have other things I have to attend to today. I wish I could stay on all day, but I will be having my phone with me. So if the Yankees bring any news or they make any trades and stuff, I'm going to see if it's cool if I can just hop on for a quick reaction, live reaction. Hopefully, I can do that. That'd be great. But I just want to say, hey, it was a pleasure being on with both of you guys. It was awesome. I had a great time with Bip Roberts. It's always a pleasure of him. I love you guys. Like Charles, you hit the nail on the head. You guys are like brothers from a different mother, and that's how I feel. And I hope to meet you guys, both you guys. I know I had the pleasure to meet Joe in person, but I hope I can actually meet you guys one day in person too.
Love you too, Johnny. Nice to work with you too.
Yeah, same here. Likewise, and hopefully one day we will get to meet.
You guys did,
but right now,
did a tremendous job. So, any final words? By all means, guys, go ahead.
Let's go, Yankees. Let's go, Cashman. Wake up. I'm going to call you up. I'm going to give you a slap. Wake up. Do something.
Yeah, Cashman, you better do something or I'm coming down there.
Yeah.
We're coming to your house, Cash.
Yeah. Also, anybody is watching, we're currently sitting at 21 likes. Our goal is 50. If we can get more, that'd be awesome. Please,
let's go.
Like. And if you're new, please subscribe. It'll mean the world to us. It looks like Joe had to take a quick phone call. I'll give him a couple minutes, and when he gets on, I'll hop off because I got to be out soon. But yeah, it looks like we're now at 22. So people who are liking, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Doing pretty good for the first 2 hours. We're at 22 likes. We're almost halfway there. So please just keep liking. It means the world to us.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
And guys, you know what? Stay tuned for big trades. Press the likes, subscribe, let us know what's going on. If you guys see anything, come on up. Don't hesitate to put it in the chat either. Because the news is gonna keep on flying with all these different trades. And sometimes the internet gets it a little bit before it goes on the big screens. But hey, you know what? And Twitter, you know how it is. Twitter and all those, we'll put it in there too. So let us know if you guys see anything, hear anything, and we'll get to it. But we appreciate y'all tuning in. And Johnny, it's been a privilege having you on here, man. These 2 hours flew by real quick. It was an honor and a privilege having Bip Roberts. It was real fun hearing a player's perspective. You know, hearing it from a former player who's been through it a number of days, and then hearing his perspective, especially when we were talking about some of the different dominant pitchers, facing them. So it was a blessing and an honor. And Joe's back.
I'm back. All right, guys. Thank you so much. 2 full action-packed hours. Thank you so much. We'll definitely keep you updated. Keep listening and watching, guys. And don't worry, Yanks are going to make some moves. I promise you.
Absolutely. And if I could add one more thing, I just wanted to make sure I had it right before I mentioned who was going to be on for the play-by-play tonight. But Evan and Chef Nick are going to do the play-by-play tonight for the Yankee game at 7. I believe the weather should be good by then. I think the rain will be cleared out, so we should have a game. But it's always a treat with those two. So please tune in for that too as well after our trade deadline special.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well,
but yeah, I'm going to head out.
It's been raining here too in Florida.
Yeah, the rain's been nonstop. I'm going to head out. It was a pleasure, guys. I have some things I have to attend to. But you'll see me in the chat. I'll be showing my love and support. And remember, if you tune in, please like and subscribe. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, Johnny. See you later, bro.
Drive safe.
Yeah,
Everybody, have a great day. Thank you for the help. And maybe we'll see some of you guys a little bit later on. But thank you for being on this morning.
You're welcome, Joe. No problem.
You're welcome, Joe.
Take care.
All right, bye.
Take care now. All right. We are in our 3rd hour, everyone. Well, actually, 10, 11, there you go. It's like 2 hours, but it's 3 hours. How's everybody doing? As the Yankees, as we're about less than 6 hours away now, folks. We are now 6 hours away, 5 hours and 59 minutes away with the trade deadline. We're going to be awaiting Evan, maybe Jason, and we're going to be waiting for Danny Espinosa, former shortstop of the Washington Nationals. So we're going to be waiting for that. And we're happy now. Our goal today, everyone, is 50 likes. We are at 22 already. Our goal is over 1,000 views, and we're doing pretty well. We are very, very, very happy with how things are going right now, and I appreciate each and every one of you coming on this morning. So a little bit about the rest of the day, everyone. I guess, of course, we're going to have more guests. We're going to have the Yankee game tonight, weather permitting. I know they want to play. They don't want a doubleheader tomorrow, especially that more people might come off of the roster. They're going to have to do a lot of things. Danny Espinosa will be arriving any time now. So we're looking forward to that. Danny was already on the show. He was amazing, and we had a great time with him. What a super guy! And we have the nice fortune of having him on. So hopefully we can we'll have a great interview, and it's going to even get better because our very own Evan is about to step forward and come on this extravaganza day. And there he is. Evan, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Hey, good afternoon, Joe. What's going on?
How you doing?
Tired, but hanging in there. Ready for this big day, big pre-deadline day. Everybody's done a great job so far. Really proud of everybody.
Very, very great job. We got about 22, 23 likes already. We have almost 300 views. We want to break our record from last year, guys. Come on, we want to get close. I'll tell you that number in a little while. And the two stars of the show have now come up, but Danny's a little bit more of a star than Jason. Jason's getting there. But everybody, I want to, first of all, I will bring up the one and only Met reporter that we have, and Jason, and he's wearing his hat today proudly, and he should. Welcome, Jason. And the star of the show's coming up. If he's ready with the thumbs up, Danny, are you ready? There we go. I think he is. There we go. And let's bring him up. Jason, can you just say hello? Because I didn't hear you.
Hello.
Now it's good. There we go. Okay.
Nice.
All right. And there he is, our star player. Our recount. How you doing, Danny Espinoza? What's going on?
No, not much. Just living through the tough weather of Southern California, you know. So,
oh, you poor thing.
Having a good summer out here with the family.
we have pouring rain the past day and a half now here in New York.
Oh, I'd love to get some rain. We could always use more rain out here.
I know. It's kind of crazy. So, how you been? And Danny, with Evan and with Jason.
What's up, guys?
In the interview. So, wanted to. Just wanted to let everybody know again. Thank you so much from your busy schedule to come up on a very, very busy trade deadline day. So, Danny, our first question is very, very simple. How do you feel the day of the trade deadline day, and you know, how do players feel? What goes on in that locker room? Let's say the day before, maybe, or the day of, if you have a game that night. And let everybody know. Everybody's very interested in knowing.
No, I mean, I don't think, you know, as a player in the clubhouse, you're concerned necessarily when you're in, you know, running to go to playoffs and you're in contention. I don't think you're concerned about, per se, someone in the clubhouse getting traded, but it's more, are we going to make moves, you know, in order to get better on the pieces? Maybe we have an injury, or maybe we have, you know, pitching need in the bullpen or a starter or something like that. I think it's more of when you're in contention of, are we going to make this move? We're running out of time. We need this move, I think, to help us get through the playoffs. So I don't know if you're really on edge, because the deadline to me makes no sense, because you can be traded at any point throughout the year. So it's, for me, I'm just kind of like, if it happens, it happens. Yeah, we need it. But, you know, there's probably other times of the year we probably could have said the same thing, that we needed something, or started the year, you know, with someone on the DL. So I don't think there's a lot of tension outside of, you know, unless we know that we are in contention for getting a player, and it's kind of like, what are we giving up to potentially get this guy? And then did we get outbid?
Wow. Okay. And I when you do get that call, or maybe somebody close to you that gets traded, what's the reaction? I mean, I know we see hugs in the dugout, in the bullpen. What goes through the mind? Say, oh man, I can't believe we just traded so and so. How about something like that during the day?
Yeah, I think at some point it's you know, talked about. Fortunately, on the teams that I was on and winning our division, we were always getting guys to help us get through, you know, to go to playoffs and get through everything. So we weren't having to say goodbye very often. More of, we were welcoming people, you know, into our group, into our team, into our family, to be a part of us, to help us go down the run and make the best run we could. But it's definitely different. I mean, it's a new personality. It's, you know, that you're bringing onto a team. And when you do have someone traded, it's you know, it's not easy when one of your buddies gets traded that you've been playing with for 3, 4, 5 years. It's not always easy, but, you know, unfortunately, I think we all understand that's just the nature of the beast. That's the game. That's the business side of it. And that's just kind of what happens.
Awesome. All right, Evan, Jason, take it away.
Well, first of all, thank you, Danny, for joining us today. I'm sure
Of course.
Definitely experienced a lot of these types of trades happenings during your MLB career, of course, being with different teams, Nationals, Mariners, and others as well. just wanted to ask you about this. So, obviously, when you're on a team with veterans, with young players like you were, what's sort of the mindset like when some of those players, aka guys that you've known for a long time, get traded? Is there a certain aspect that you have to pick on with new guys coming in? Does the lineup change at all? Do you have to think about new things when it comes to different players that are getting acquired to your team? And how do you feel just like on the personal side of when your friends are possibly going somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, when we were, a couple of times we traded some younger prospects that were kind of up and down in the big leagues with us, that ended up having great careers. And sometimes you think if they wouldn't have gotten traded, would they have ever had that opportunity with us to go out and flourish? So it's looking back on it, I'm happy for those guys that got traded to go to a different organization to get the opportunity. It's tough to see the guys get traded just because they've been in the organization for multiple years, and you even with a very young relationship with those guys, it's if it's a new relationship, it's still a relationship that you kind of have this brotherhood within your team. And so it sucks to see guys go. It really does. But as far as acquiring guys, um in Washington we had a really good group, and so people that were brought into the team that there was question marks on or anything else, we kind of just welcomed those guys with open arms. We welcomed everyone, and I always felt that everyone that joined our team just kind of fit in. They kind of just found their way in, and we made them feel welcome. We let them be themselves, and we just had it. We had a really good group, but we had the right guys in place with our older veterans that if you stepped out of place, they would put you back in your place too. As much as they would allow for everybody to come in and be comfortable, they would still be able to kind of rein everybody back when needed.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Jason?
Hey Danny, what's up? Thanks
How
for
you
joining
doing?
us today. Good. So obviously you were big with the Nationals. You were a star with the Nationals for all those years, 6 years. In 2011, you made your rookie campaign. You hit 21 home runs with 17 stolen bases, finishing sixth in National League Rookie of the Year voting. How were you able to kind of stay consistent in your rookie year throughout the whole season?
Probably help from a lot of the veterans. Just say you're doing too much, you're lifting too much, you're doing this. Let's go out and go for a jog, or hey, they've made an adjustment to you. Now it's time for you to make the adjustment back. Just really trying to learn from those guys. As far as to me, I was just playing, and yes, I was a knowledgeable player, but at the big league level, there's so much more information that is available for the pitchers to get you out, and the adjustments are made so quick. And so having, a Matt Stairs and a Ryan Zimmerman and a Worth, and, even the veteran pitchers with, Levo and Jason Marquis and those guys, like they just would say stuff that, hey, maybe I'm not thinking about. For me, it was really about just being open with those guys and being able to keep my ears open and my mind open to adjust and try to get better.
Awesome.
Yep. In your opinion, Danny, about this year's deadline, what are some of your surprise teams that you've seen make trades? Maybe teams that you wouldn't have expected to add at the deadline? And then what are some surprise teams that you've seen maybe go backward and take a step back for selling some guys off?
I would say my one surprise was yesterday with Garcia going to the Yankees. I don't think I saw that one. I think they need the offensive production. Um, he's having an unbelievable year. These are all, personal best for him. And so I think it's surprised because I just wasn't looking at him as such an offensive guy, but I forgot that, what his numbers were, even with the time that he missed at the beginning of the year. So I was surprised by that move. And my only question with him is he going to play first when he goes there? I don't see him playing first when he goes there, but is he going to go to second base? I'm not sure. So I don't know where he fits in. I'm guessing it's going to be at second base. But then what do you do with Jazz? What do you do with Ryan McMahon? How do the other pieces? What are you doing with Volpe? What are you doing with all these pieces? So that was my surprise. The one I love is Scooble. I love that. I love that a team wants to go out and make they gave up a couple prospects to get Scooble, even if it's for 3 months. Man, I love that the Dodgers go out and say we're going to win and we're going to go do what we have to do in order to win. That's how it should be. If you want to win and your goal is really to win, you should be doing what the Dodgers do.
Mhm. Well, thank you for touching on the Luis Garcia trade, because I was going to ask you that, but thank you for touching upon that. No, my thoughts about that. I really like that move. Obviously, Garcia with the highest slugging percentage in the National League. I think he's third overall in baseball. He only strikes out 16% of the time. The Yankees need players that put the ball in play, that can hit situationally, can steal bases, and Garcia can do all those things. As far as defensively goes, so the Yankees have usually had Ben Rice and Paul Goldschmidt play like a mix of reps at first base. I think this might dilute the role of Goldschmidt maybe as a DH. He might be more of like a pinch hitter in the future, I think, in my opinion. And Ben Rice and Garcia might split reps at first base depending on who's on the mound, obviously, because Garcia hits very well off of righties, but so does Ben Rice. I've also thought maybe Ben Rice can maybe play emergency catcher because the Yankees also have a needed catcher. But as far as like second base goes, I think honestly, in my opinion, I know the Yankees aren't going to do this, but I think that Jazz Chisholm should be traded at this deadline, and Garcia should play most of his time there at second base. That's just my own opinion there, but obviously the Yankees think in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, my only question mark with that trade, sometimes when you take guys off of very high expectation, premium defensive spots and you allow them to just hit, they tend to hit better. So my worry is that, Garcia's got more legs underneath him. He's going to have more strength, more endurance this year because he's not playing a premium defensive position, and so he's not getting worn out so much by playing up the middle. So I'm wondering if you take him off first and put him back up the middle, does he continue to produce the same way? That's kind of a question for me is, hey, you're at first, and because you're not having to do so much defensively and it's not, so much on your body, are you having a better year because of that? And, maybe that's part of it, but, I don't know. I would think he would go there and play a second. I can't take Ben Rice off first. I need him to go hit 40 pumps. I need to, for him to continue to do what he's doing. And I like Goldschmidt a lot, so I got to keep those two guys there. And kind of seems like Chisholm's kind of the odd man out in that one. I don't like to say it, but I feel like that's just kind of where it's at, and unfortunately, it happens to be on a year of him for free agency.
Yep.
Do you expect a craziness towards the end of this trade deadline, being the fact that the possible lockout is upon us? And what do you see? Do you see that clubs are going to be dumping money because they're afraid and they know if there's no money coming in, they have to scrounge for money or whatever they have to do to survive? What do you see on that front? In your opinion?
I don't think any of that affects it because they're not getting paid anyway. So what's it matter? So you could have the biggest, the biggest roster in the world with a ton of money, but if they're in a strike, they're in a strike. So what's it matter if they're making money? It's not gonna affect those deals. So to me, I don't know how it would affect the trade deadline so much. It affects free agency more on like last year signing 1-year deals and all that stuff with the upcoming, CBA. But yeah, I think the strike's inevitable. I don't see where there's going to be anything. They're nowhere close. I don't see where there's even any negotiations at this point. It's either they come to a civil agreement on where everything's at, but if they want to go extreme one way or another, you're not going to see anything get done.
As far as a cap, do you ever see that in baseball? I mean, I know as a former player, you wouldn't want that, but do you think if they come up with, let's say, quote unquote, a cap, maybe they could do something like $300 million, and that might make sure for both, okay, well, you see, we have a cap, but you can still spend money. Do you see?
Yeah, I don't think a cap's a big issue. The problem is how do you make the teams that don't want to compete, how do you make them spend money? Because when you have 70% of the league that won't spend any money, you're limiting free agency for the guys that get to free agency. Now you got 2 or 3 teams that might be willing to spend money rather than on an open market. These teams that are spending 70 million and they're nowhere close to the cap. How do you get those teams to spend money to go out and make their team better rather than just using, prospects, and in 3 years when they hit arbitration or they don't sign the contract, the team friendly contract they want, they get rid of them. So I think really, to me, the bigger goal, would be how do we make the cellar dwellers? How do we make them spend money? How do we make the cheap guys spend money? Because it shouldn't be, you know, July 1st and 75% of the league's not in contention for playoffs. That should not be the case.
Right.
Right. So it's really about the cap. There's plenty of money on the top end, but all the big teams have all the big players because they're the only ones willing to spend the money. Everyone's got the money, but they're the ones willing to spend the money. So how do we get the other teams to really spend the money to make the league equal? It's not by making the cap, a hard cap, or you can't put a floor on them because the cellar dwellers will just stay at the floor. So how do you force them and how do you penalize those teams that don't want to compete?
True. Yeah. No. 100% right. And again, it's all about like you say with the spending and all. But I just don't understand. If I'm an owner, all right, we might be struggling with money wise or whatever, but I want to win. I mean, the juices are flowing. I want to win, so I want to try to get they complain, oh, we don't have a good baseball television package. Well, go out there and do something about it. Go on, it just like look at the rich teams. You go on Netflix, you go on Apple, you go on here, then MLB puts you there. So I don't they make me laugh. Oh, it's in a small market, but do something about it. I mean, if you're owning a baseball team, that can't be the only thing you own. And you can't just, if you have to borrow money from someplace else, don't you want to see that team flourish?
Yeah, I think for them, when you're clearing 50, 60 million a year for some of these owners, they're like, why would I do more? I'm happy with that. Why take the risk? I can, it's kind of like your investments. If you have, low risk, high rewards, why do they, some of these guys don't want to take more risk. And to me, when you have the older teams that have been in this, the teams that are expected to win, the New Yorks, the LAs, the big market teams that have been around since the beginning of baseball, they're expected to win. They have to put a good product out or at least show that they're trying year after year because you have multi-generational fan base. The second you put something out there that says we're not trying, you're going to lose people. So even if it looks like they're trying and they don't get the result, well, at least, we went out and spent the money and tried, the best that we could, didn't come together.
Wow. Well, while we're talking here, Danny, we have Nitin Sports Rushers reporting Joe Adele has been traded to the Guardians from the Angels. What do you think of something like that?
I don't know what that does, to be honest. I like Joe Adele, good ball player. The Angels should just get rid of everybody. So I don't know. I don't mean to say anything bad about the organization, but I mean, they haven't competed in 15 or 20 years. So it's kind of, they should just let all their young guys go out and try to have a good career somewhere and try to win.
Yeah. And you got to figure Mike Trout. I mean, he has ties in Philadelphia. I mean, if he could stay healthy or come to New York or something like that, I mean, I understand he's loyal to one team, but you're not winning. I don't understand the I don't know. I don't understand the logic to that, Danny. Why would you just want to stay someplace that every year, they'll spend millions, but they always end to spend it. What was the last big coup that they had? Would it be the first baseman? Name escapes me right now. A few years back, he was on the Cardinals. He was like
with the Angels.
Yeah.
No, they had the last big contract that they had was Rendon.
Oh, Rendon, yeah. But before that, the big first baseman sign, I can't believe.
Well, they signed Josh Hamilton to that contract. That was probably the one before. Oh, you mean Pujols?
Pujols, I'm sorry. Could not think of Pujols, poor guy.
That was like 15 years ago. Yeah.
Seems
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it was
look at Artie always goes out and spends money. You know, I don't think that he doesn't spend money, but you know, I also don't think I live next to the stadium here, and every inning, like every game, like at the 7th or 8th inning, they've got the whole chanting section up in around the right field foul pole to sell the team. I mean, you can't come out in spring training and say you're you know, basically your least of your worries is to put out a winning product. Like you can't say that to your fans. I'm sorry, even if that's the truth. How do you expect people to support you? Maybe you don't care. I don't know, but
you actually live right by the stadium. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I live 10 minutes from the stadium. I don't even have to get on the freeway. I just take one road and go straight to the stadium.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
Do you go there a lot?
No.
Boy, that was a flat no, right, guys?
Hey, and Kurt Suzuki is one of my really good friends. I love Kurt. Love his wife, all the kids. Our kids are the same age. They play ball against each other. I love it. But I do not go. We go every once in a while. I'll always support the Angels just because as my team growing up as a kid. My tenure was no good there, but I'll still be a supporter of the Angels just because it's our hometown team forever. You know, I don't want to say it's kind of like being a Mets fan, but it's kind of like being tough. Some tough years.
Oh, Jason, you just got one. Now you got to come back.
I think I should just leave now. Honestly.
No, I'm just kidding. But you know how it is. Like you got your hometown team, and good or bad, or whatever, you always support them. And when you're growing up here in Southern California, the Angels, so many great players came through here, and I'll always support the Angels, but they're just not in a place to win. And I don't think they're going to be in a place to win the next 5 years.
We have another breaking news here from Nitin. The Mariners are acquiring Taylor Ward from the Orioles. That would have been a nice fit for the Yankees.
Former Angel right there, Taylor Ward. Yep.
Yeah. Has he turned his year around? I actually haven't been following him much.
Yeah, he's been on and off.
Yeah. What's he at right now? Does anyone have his numbers right now?
I can pull up his numbers real quick.
Go ahead.
Because he started slow. There was no power, which was kind of a surprise because he's always kind of hit for pretty good power. But I saw him a long time ago. It was like the first month of the season, maybe. So second month of the season.
I'm in Nitin is ahead of the MLB network. They're not even coming close to saying these trades yet.
Really?
Holy cow! Yeah. So you see, you're in good with Nitin. Nitin is the best.
Taylor Ward,
really this guy lives, eats, sleeps, lives working. I mean, the other day we were together, Danny. We were just just piling around in New Jersey, and 11 o'clock at night he says, "Oh, we just got somebody for your show." I said, Nitin, it's 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night. He said, well, they're in the West Coast. Don't worry about it. But I was, as soon as I heard you were coming on, I was excited because the fans really enjoyed, and we all enjoyed, the last time you were here, Danny.
I appreciate it.
You really did a great job, and you're so easy to talk to, and it's, you're one of the boys. I mean, I love it. It's just so easy.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's the truth. And you look like you're ready to go play. The Yankees need another infielder, Danny. What are you doing?
They got a million infielders right now.
Yeah, where? Show me.
That whole crew. Those are good ball players. Those are good ball players.
So I do have Taylor Ward's numbers here.
Yeah.
So this year he's hitting 246. That's his batting average. 7 home runs, 30 RBIs, 4 stolen bases, and a 729 OPS.
Yeah. Is he he's a free agent after this year?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah. Power is way down. Power production is way down, but Got 2 months. Hey, you can hit 10 pumps in 2 months. That's a not the hardest feat in the world. He could do it too. Seattle gonna make it a little bit harder, but at least he's going to a team where he can go try and win.
Yeah, no, you're right. I've been saying, Danny, all along that I believe the Yankees are going to pull something that we're all going to say, they did what? They got who? I just have that feeling because they're in that position. They got a lot of guys that they can it's just they really hype all of their prospects. I mean, some of them are real good. I mean, I don't know if you've heard of the kid George Lombard Jr.
Yeah,
but I think this kid is the real deal. I think he's got Alex Rodriguez type power.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're around the Yankee organization, I was fortunate to be around there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Everything they say, preach, everything is the best. So that's just the culture they've created. So when they tell you their prospects are the best, that's just what they're used to saying. And they do have good ball players. They 100%, and they produce they do really well in producing their prospects. But if that's a tier one organization, so everything they do and everything they say they do is going to be top. That's just how they are. That's a bit. I mean, look at it. It's a great organization that's been at the top of this industry for 130 years. So they do an unbelievable job. They do. They take care of their players. They take care of everybody. They're very business oriented. But hey, that is a phenomenal organization.
Danny, do you have any aspirations coming back as a coach, a batting coach, or anything like that?
I would love to teach defense. I think defense is a very lost art in the big leagues. I think there's a lot of crap that's being taught on defense right now that's just makes no sense. One-handed fielding, over shifting, playing balls into backhands on purpose. Like, I don't understand some of the stuff that's being taught. You have too many people, I think, behind the scenes trying to recreate the wheel where it's just defense is defense. You play in a certain spot because you play for outs. You don't play to take away base hits. So to me, if I wanted to come back into the game, it would be on a defensive side. I just enjoy teaching defense. And I think I actually make a difference when teaching defense. The offensive stuff, I mean, that's a stress. That's too much of a stress constantly on reports and having to manage 13 swings at the highest level. And you could be doing everything right, and the second that these guys don't hit, you're the one that gets fired. So I don't know if that would be something I want, but defensively, I love to teach defense. That's somewhere where I would like to get back into. I don't know about right now, but I haven't really spoken about it too much.
I have one for you. Just
Yeah,
a question
go ahead.
for you. Sorry, Joe, before you go.
No, go ahead.
So, Danny, earlier today, the Phillies made a trade for Luis Ariz. And so that will definitely impact their defense, of course. We heard Ariz is going to play second, most likely. So, in your opinion, how should that affect what the Phillies do with Bryce Harper? Should they stay him at first base? Should they keep him at first? Or should they move him to the outfield, in your opinion? Obviously, when he was in the outfield, obviously he was prone to injuries. Playing first was sort of like a safe spot for him. But what, in your opinion, obviously being around a guy like that, what should they do with Bryce Harper?
I don't know. I think you have to look at it from a defensive standpoint. Does Ariz make the defense better by being in the infield? I don't know. He makes the lineup a lot better. He makes on base, the great at bats. I think he brings a different dynamic to that lineup, to getting on base and having long at bats and producing a lot of pitches. I really like that bat going in that lineup, but he's a bat that I would love to go into any lineup. That being said, I mean, Bryce has done a really good job at first base, and so I don't see why you move him back to the outfield to, tire his legs out. You're not paying Bryce to play, defense. You're paying him for his bat. So I want to make Bryce as comfortable as I can to get my production on my offensive side for the team. But he's going to play second, though. Like, what do you do with Stott?
That's right.
My question.
Yeah, the rumor was that Stott was going to move to third base and that Alec Bohm would move to first base. That was
I don't like that. I don't like now you got three guys. Now you have three guys out of position, which makes no sense. You don't do that defensively.
Right.
If you're gonna take someone out of position, you take one guy out of position. So my out of position would keep Stott there. And if you're gonna move someone around, I would probably go. If you're gonna have to make a move and you have to put Bryce back in right field and put Arise at first, I'm not putting Arise at second over Stott. Or I keep my defense on the infield the same and I put Arise in the outfield. Again, you're not paying Arise because of the defensive side. You know, it's more of his offensive prowess as far as what he's able to do with the bat. And I think in that lineup that what he does to create runs would be unbelievable. But I'm not going to take three guys and put three guys out of position, because even if you put Arise at second, that's I don't know if that's even his position, to be completely honest. You know, you're taking a better defender off a second and Stott to put Arise there. That doesn't make any sense. And then Bohm's the best third baseman out of all of them. That doesn't make sense. And now you're going to put Bryce back in the outfield. He hasn't been there in what, 5 years?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. I'm not taking my whole defense and reshuffling my entire defense because of one guy. If anything, I'm putting Arise in the outfield.
Right, and my thought on Harper is, does he have the arm strength?
I'll guarantee you he has the arm strength. He's fine.
You think so?
Yeah, he got a strong arm, and I'll guarantee you his arm's plenty strong to be back out there. But I'm not doing it. I'm not putting the pressure on his legs. I'm not going to put the weight on his legs. I want him to, like I said, I want him to play first base and get his offense going again and get up to 30 home runs and drive guys in. If there's a guy to move, honestly, it's Arise. He's played outfield over all those other, besides Harper, he's played outfield, more than any of those guys. So I'd put him out there and left, or something like that, and just let him hit. Like I'm not rearranging my whole infield for him.
Wow.
No knock on him. I just don't want three guys out of position.
Right. That makes total sense.
Yeah. No, it does. It does. Danny, truthfully, as truthful as you can, what do you really think of Anthony Volpe from what you've seen or what you've heard? I
like Anthony Volpe. I'm a fan of Anthony Volpe. I think that the media has been tough on him. I think that he's tried to just appease everybody and make every adjustment in the world to try to do what everybody wants him to do, rather than Anthony Volpe being Anthony Volpe. And I think at a certain point, you kind of, I don't want to say lose your way, but you lose track somewhat of your feels and everything else about who you are, per se. So I think he just needs to focus on himself. I like Volpe. He's in a tough spot as far as being as young as he is and getting to the big leagues as fast as he is for the biggest organization in the in baseball. Coming after maybe the best shortstop ever. So I mean, there's so much to play shortstop in New York. I mean, just based on who was in front of you, and I know that he's been, Jeter's been gone for a while, but the first thing everyone does is the second you put that uniform on and get a short, can he replace Jeter? That's the first thing anyone says. But I think Volpe's going to be fine. He's a really young kid still.
Yeah, no, I semi agree, but our chat, our fan base here, very, very tough on Volpe, and you bat him ninth, you bat him fifth, you bat him leadoff. I mean, I just feel I don't know if you should remember, maybe towards the end of career, Bucky Dent. He reminds me of Bucky Dent. Bucky Dent, if you bat him low in the lineup, you leave him alone. He made the plays, not flashy, but good. He was a bigger upgrade, of course, than Fred Stanley and Jim Mason, of course. And nothing against those guys. Fred Stanley was a good little player, but
right.
The bottom line is I don't think he could win here in New York, because they all think that he's Boone's boy. They all think that they can't take him out because he was a first-round draft pick. I personally think by the end of today, he's going to be a Pittsburgh Pirate. That's just my.
I could see that, and I think that would potentially be good for him just to get his mind off. But they can't take him out because it lowers his trade value, and also with the young guy, there's no point of putting a young guy on the bench. Either send him down to AAA and let him get at bats, or trade him. But you can't just have him sit on the bench. There's no worth to that. So I could see him being traded by the end of the day. I could see him going to Anaheim. They keep saying that Nieto, they want to get, potentially trade him, and I could see the Yankees potentially picking him up, because you put him in that small stadium 2 months left of the season, he could end up with 30 home runs. He's pretty consistent with the glove. I could see something like that happening, to Angels offload money, bring a younger guy in. Something like that. And the Yankees got a couple more years of control with Neto. And so, it doesn't not make sense. It could happen. Something like that could happen.
Yeah, I just have it, excuse me, in mind that Anthony Volpe will be a Pittsburgh Pirate at the end of the day. It's just weird, but I have that feeling. These guys know when I have a feeling, look out. I just call things that are just Evan can tell you. Evan's my sidekick. He knows more. But it should, And my final question to you is Aaron Boone, and tell the fans as you can, is he really managing this ball club tooth and nail?
I don't know if any manager is managing any ball club at this point. Now don't get me wrong, I'm removed from the game. I haven't been in the game for a long time. I don't know, after being back at spring training with the Nationals last year as a kind of a guest coach, I don't know if anybody's managing these teams. They're managing personalities, and they're managing a little bit of what's in game potentially, but it's all coming from, I think, the top on here. This is what these would be your next move. I think the feel of the game is gone. I think a guy like Boone probably has more say in what's going on because of his background and being a good ball player, and I think they give him more leeway. Same with Roberts in LA. I think all the lineups are handed to the manager from the top, but in-game decision with the Roberts and a Boone and the guys that have been in the game forever, I think they get probably more leeway and they can do more of what they want in comparison to a lot of managers. But as far as how much are any of these guys managing, I don't know. I think a lot of it comes from the top, and I think a lot of the computer guys are just giving lineups and, hey, these are our matchups and this is this and this. And so I don't know. There's no feel in the game left anymore, but I think Boone probably has some say. He's got enough respect as a player, as a former player, that I would think that they would give him, probably more leeway than the majority of the league.
I don't know if the guys saw it, but we may have some breaking news again. Evan, do you have it?
I'm not sure if it's official yet, but I know that there were definitely discussions about Adley Rutschman going to the Boston Red Sox. I'm not sure if that's official yet. I know that they were in serious talks about 20 minutes ago.
That'd be a good one.
I'd be hesitant to trade for him because he's been hurt. 2 years he hasn't been right, and I don't know. I'm just concerned about that. And I don't think the Yankees are going to go all in with. They love pitching to Austin Wells, and that is the thing. That's a problem. Not a problem, but that's what they want. And to bring Rutschman in now for a month, I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense. To me, the Yankees would be better off getting a Luis Torrens right now, getting a contact hitter that's pretty healthy. He hits the ball to the opposite way. He moves the runners over. I think that's what they need right now, especially if the Yankees get another hitter. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they're gonna do. I mean, if that was the case, why didn't they go after Arise? Because Arise would have been total opposite of what that whole lineup is. Why wouldn't you get a base, a base setter right there, and to have people on? Playing in that small yard. That's not their goal. Their goal is, they're not playing contact ball, try to hit the ball on the ground the other way. It's to get the ball in the air. Adley, with his swing, I think plays into that stadium real well, both sides.
Yeah, and well, we'll see. Sean Browning here in the chat is saying he's thinking Tyler Stevenson. That wouldn't be a bad move either.
Yeah.
Guys, you
Yeah,
have
I would
any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So the Nationals this season, obviously with James Wood, CJ Abrams, before Luis Garcia got traded, how have you kind of, what have you kind of seen from them? And, obviously as a Mets fan, I hate playing them because all they do is bully the Mets around and play small ball and do all this. And, what have you kind of seen from this year's Nationals team?
Different team. I see just more maturity in the team as far as their young guys are starting to mature into probably who they are going to become. But I mean, really, I think that they're getting some better pitching. They're getting better offensive production. Obviously, losing Garcia is going to hurt their lineup tremendously because at some point he's protecting somebody, and then you don't have to pitch to the next guy. So by losing him, you're going to lose a little bit of protection in the lineup. But I mean, overall, I think the team's definitely doing better. I think we were watching the game yesterday. I think defensively, I still think they're sloppy. I don't think that's gonna. I don't want to say that's not gonna change, but I haven't seen that change in their defense. There's a lot of balls I think that they still judge as base hits that are errors, that would be considered errors, prior to the last 5 years in baseball. So I think offensively they've made massive steps. I think pitching they've made good steps, but I just think defensively they're still young. I was watching some base running stuff yesterday and a couple of times where they just didn't score. And I understand you don't have to be the fastest guy, but you should be able to have good reads and understand the game to where you can make adjustments. And, you learn yourself if you're not fast to cheat or to have better reads. So I think there's still just a really young team. It's nice to see CJ develop into what he's doing offensively. It's awesome to see Woods, have another good year. So very happy to see that, and to see Garcia. Obviously, he's gone, but I still think they have a long ways to go defensively. But I think pitching wise, I think they made some good strides, and offensively, they did the same.
Yeah, and Blake Butera he's been great for them so far as well.
Yeah, I think that's a young move. Again, that's a guy that I look at a lot of the young managers that are kind of placeholders, or if you want to call them just faces. Just because I don't know what Blake's doing. I don't know Blake's background that well. But I have a feeling he probably doesn't have full say on what's going on. I'm pretty sure the GM is probably just basically running that. So I think they've done. I mean, maybe he's real good with the camaraderie in the clubhouse, and that's what's kind of rallying the guys. I know he's a younger guy, so maybe that's kind of what's helping as well. But whatever they've done, they've made a little bit of an adjustment to get some better production out of the guys that they have.
Yep. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, Danny, a lot of the fans are getting very antsy because they want to see a little turnaround of some new blood on the Yankees coming tomorrow. So
That's always in New York.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That doesn't stop.
But I just don't think yes, they'll bring back Aaron Judge, Stanton and Rodon, but will they have enough? I mean, can you get away with what they have now, which is just about 2 or 3 automatic outs? And I hate to talk about a ball player that way, but they're not getting any production from catching. They're not getting really a lot of production from shortstop unless Jose C plays. And Trent Grissom in center field, I mean, he's good defensively, but he's not doing anything really. I mean, he'll have a clutch hit here and there. Brian McMahon batting over. Yeah, their top guy is coming in to play for the Yankees now at 280. I mean, that's got to tell you something, and that's a problem.
I mean, I think obviously averages are down all around, across the whole league. That's been a trend that's been happening over the last 20 years. But I don't know. I like the team. I know some of their guys are not having the years that they're expected, but look at winning a World Series and going deep in the playoffs is not about statistically having the best year. You have McMahon get hot, you have Chisholm get hot, you have a couple of these guys get hot late in the year and take it into playoffs. You got a good chance at that point, right? It's about getting hot at the right time going into playoffs. So you get a couple of these guys to pick up production late in the year. You get McMahon, all of a sudden he turns his year around and he's hitting 230, 240 by the end of the year with close to 20 pumps. That's going to help carry a team. Chisholm gets hot a little bit, hits a few more home runs. You get these guys going. Well, all of a sudden that's contagious, and now the whole team starts picking it up a little bit. Now you go hot into the playoffs.
Well, and you're right. You're 100% right. It's just that a very interesting quote. I don't know what writer it was, and they said, yes, on paper the Dodgers look really good, but you also have to remember they are aging, and they might be aging together if they don't watch out. What do you feel about that?
Oh, that's probably just a writer that doesn't like that they spend more money than everyone and they keep winning.
Well,
because
no,
they're aging guys. Because Freddie's hitting 315. I don't see where age is affecting these guys. They've got arms, they've got offense, they've got pretty good defense. That's just a comment of that's wishful thinking from a hater. That's what that is. That is wishful thinking from someone that doesn't like that the Dodgers do all of this and they're gonna age together and they'll age out. Well, I mean, your veteran teams kind of tend to be the ones in the playoffs and win. It's not your pups.
Who do you think, in your opinion, do you think the Orioles would go for a play now player for go get a guy like Anthony or somebody Duran or somebody like that to offset this trade, or you think it'll just be regular rookies?
With who?
If they get Rushman.
If Boston gets Rushman, or if Yankees do?
Yeah, if the Red Sox get him.
I don't know. I mean, God, I'd have a hard time even wanting to trade for him right now. They're playing well. Why disrupt it? Why disrupt that right now? Like, what you come and bring that in, you bring a different dynamic in, you piss off a catcher, you piss off someone else or something. I mean, you might throw the whole dynamic off of what's kind of turned them around. Why do that? If you continue to stay hot, you'll do good. There's no saying Adley's going to come in and help that team win, though. I don't like that trade for them. They're playing well. Keep playing well. Keep doing your thing, and hopefully, with what they're doing, they'll end up having a shot to go to the playoffs. If not, they ended the second half of the season well, and they can take that momentum into next year.
Yeah, no, I agree. It'll be interesting. Guys, you have any questions? Any other questions for Danny?
Well, I see an account here on X, Scott Hughes. I'm not exactly sure if it's official, but he's saying that the Red Sox have acquired Rutschman from the Orioles. So I think it might be true at this point.
I just don't. What? I haven't checked on Adley's number, but what's his number? Are they that great to?
Well, he's been hurt a lot.
Injured, yeah. He's been injured for most of the season.
He's definitely been hurt a lot.
Last year I know
like concussion again, or like what is it?
I think it's a wrist injury for Rutschman this year. But those are always tricky.
Oh yeah, there's a million bones in your wrist. I mean, they could be ongoing, but I don't know. I don't like the trade. I don't see what it does.
But I do have a question for you. I know we're almost done with the interview, but I do have one more for you.
Yeah.
So honestly, in your assessment, if there is a salary cap going into next season, how will that affect the Dodgers moving forward? Obviously, past this season, we know they have a great chance of going on a run. But how does that affect them in the future with all their deferred money? And then also, how key will it be for teams to develop their prospects? Like, I think teams like the Nationals, teams like the Pirates, the Rays are obviously going to all take a step up if this moves forward. And teams are going to have to figure out how to shed salary if there is a cap, because they need to get under that. And I think a lot of teams are going to be more competitive. So what do you think about the dynamic of teams really developing their prospects? And, just going by off that too, I think the Yankees need to give George Lombard an opportunity. So what do you think of these teams developing their prospects in the future?
I think a lot of things have changed. With them getting rid of levels of baseball, they don't allow for these kids to sit there and actually mature in the minor leagues before they bring them up. So I think that's a massive issue. They force these kids to the big leagues way too fast, and they're not ready. I love to see the young players come up. They're a lot of fun to watch, tons of energy, but I don't think they're given enough time. That being said, I don't think a cap. There's not like a real hard cap. There'll never be a hard cap, I don't think, in this league. I don't see that coming. There might be more penalties to go over, something like that. But you're not going to stop those teams. You're not going to stop the Dodgers, the Yankees. You're not going to stop them. They want to win. They have the right mentality to win. The the teams that don't spend money, you're going to have to always find a way to get them to spend money. But I don't see, as far as developing players, I mean, look at the Dodgers, all these guys, they develop great players, and they trade them to go win because they're not ready to come up to the big leagues, or there's not a spot for them. So you have to also look that they've developed players really well, but then they trade them because there's not always an immediate need for them because they have someone in front of them that's a solidified big leaguer, so they trade them. It's like being the shortstop behind Jeter for 20 years, right? You do a great job. They did everything they could, but you weren't playing there. So you come up to an LA where you have a Betts and you have, Muncy and Freeman and Smith, and you have all these guys. You have Teoscar. Where are you going to play? You're not going to play on that lineup. You're going to get traded for them to add a piece on to go win a World Series. That's what's going to happen. They all do a great job in developing their ball players. I think a lot of organizations do a good job in developing their ball players, but some guys just, some teams don't spend the money to want to go out and win at the biggest level. I think they hope to. They have wishful thinking that they can do it with a bunch of young guys. It's just not the case.
The one thing's for sure is that the Yankees do not like the medical reports on Rushman, and that's why they're backing away.
Yeah, he's been hurt for a couple of years, but for Boston, for me personally, I like what Boston's doing, how much they've turned their season around, and I'm not putting. That's not a small adjustment. That's controlling your pitching staff too. I'm just not doing that.
They could also DH.
Yeah, if that's what the need is, if that's what the need, if his offensive production is enough to warrant that, but you better be able to hit to do that. You better put up some serious offensive numbers. But I don't see you making a trade for a DH who's never been a DH. But defensively, I don't see why. And he's a good ball player. I don't see that helping that team. I just think that's a bigger wrench in the team's chemistry than it helps. Not to say he's a bad guy or anything. I don't know the guy. Nothing about it. It's just the fact that it's a catcher that has to control the staff.
For 1 month.
The team's playing really well. Unless they have an idea to sign him long term to stay in Boston, makes no sense for me. It just doesn't add up for me.
Here's another deal. The White Sox are acquiring a Brenton Doyle from the Rockies, center fielder. The White Sox out of nowhere, Danny. Unbelievable.
When are the Mets going to trade everyone? Can someone answer that? Are the Mets going to get rid of everyone?
Well, so Mets already traded Peralta. They traded Brazoban. Jason can talk on that.
Yeah, let me talk about that. All right. They traded Brazoban to the White Sox. They traded Brooks Ridley to the Phillies, which I'm not a fan of because for obvious reasons. They traded AJ Minter to the Twins, and they're going to make a lot of more deals today. And speaking of the Mets, are you available to be their next manager?
I'd go to New York and manage. I got no problem managing New York. I don't care. That'd be a fun one. But yeah, I think they got to make a couple more big trades to get that clubhouse correct, and then maybe it'll change some stuff up.
I hope
that'll be interesting. That should be really good. But yeah, Danny, we really appreciate as always. You're a fixture here. Anytime you want to come up, all you have to do is say, "Hey guys, I want to talk baseball. I want to," we would love to have you. Especially as we get close with the pennant races, we would love to have you come on and talk to us and talk to the fans. And I left it that we wanted to pick your brain today, not so much. It's not that I didn't want to throw questions out at you, but it's that time of year that questions are all the time, but it's the picking of the brain of what you're feeling in this time of the year, because players could be upside down. Their whole lives could just boom. And so the next time is going to be a lot of the questions and all, but everybody was really impressed and wanted to hear a lot of the things you had to say. So
Well, cool. I'm always open to come back on the show. You guys know that. I enjoy it. So let me know. Playoffs start getting going, or you get down to the push at the end of the season. Let me know if you guys want to do it again, and I'll hop back on.
It's not a question that we want it. We want it.
Yep. Just let me know. You guys let me know.
On this show, you're a really good guy, and we really appreciate it. Guys, you have any other questions before we let him go?
Do you have a World Series prediction in mind?
Dodgers.
Do you think the Brewers can contend with the Dodgers this year in the playoffs?
I think anyone can contend with anyone if they get hot in the playoffs. You got to get hot at the right time. But if I just have to pick a team right now, I'm picking the Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
And then from the American League, if you have to choose.
I don't know.
He's waiting for the Yankees to make some moves.
I would love to say the Yankees, to be honest.
They got to get some players back. Judge back.
Yeah, if you get Judge back, get Stanton back. I don't know about the American League right now. I would definitely say the National League. I'm going to say 100% Dodgers. The only one I really see, potentially is the Braves. They're good, and so, but I'm still going to stay with the Dodgers.
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
When we come back, we'll see. Hopefully, the Yankees are that team.
Yeah. So let's hope that they're going.
Well, Danny, we want to thank you, all three of us, and God bless you, your family, and hopefully everybody's doing well.
Yep.
Enjoy the rest of your summer, and we'll talk to you soon.
All righty, guys. Let me know.
You got it.
All right, take care, guys. Appreciate it.
Let's go Yankees. See you later.
See you guys.
See you.
Well, that was Danny Esposito, guys. And as always, a fantastic interview. So what are your thoughts right now, guys? I can see the wheels turning with Jason, and I can see some wheels turning in Evan. So I don't know if you want to blast out, if you want to stay quiet till the trade deadline is over. What are you guys thinking right now, guys?
Well, it is the top of the hour, so I do want to give some updates, promotions, and also say thank you to the morning crew, and also say some trades that happened already, just to give us a little bit of a break. If that's all right, I can do that now, if that's all right.
Okay, here's more news. The Red Sox. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You want to read that?
Okay. Oh, sure. The Red Sox and Orioles have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects, medicals are set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. Thank you, Nathan, for the updates.
Thank you, Nathan.
Aren't you glad that Nathan had no power at home? Can you imagine if he had power? Jeez. He is
going
the man.
to have power just to go to a charging station and fill us up with all the deals and updates.
Look at what Bill O says.
Well, this is usually what Cashman does. I mean, he doesn't always He's always
No,
working behind the
until
scenes.
4 o'clock, until 5 o'clock, and then he goes nuts.
Yep. He's working behind the scenes right now, trying to get something done. Maybe it's big, maybe it's not. Who knows? Could be a surprise, like Joe said earlier.
Well,
I still
listen,
think
I wasn't high on getting Rushman to.
No.
I listen. I mean, I've been. He's a good player when he's healthy. The Yankees have enough players that spend time on the IL. We don't need any more. We need some people that stay healthy, and that's the problem here. And I know he's a sexy name and he's good and this and that, but prove it. And I also would like to see if we could look up, Evan. I know you're good. Look up what his batting average is in Fenway Park. I'm very curious.
Okay.
If we could get it, or Nathan, if you're listening, whoever could get it first, I'd really appreciate to see, because he's a switch hitter, and he should be doing pretty well there. But who knows?
I still think the Yankees and the Mets will make it some type of trade before the deadline is over.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely could see that. But
let's see.
We are rocking it. Everyone keep hitting that like button, everybody. Our goal is 50 likes today. I don't see why we can't get it, because we have not only this, we have the Yankee game. Okay, batting average 239 in road games against the Red Sox. Well, that's not too healthy. Thank you, Nathan, again. Yankees will get a catcher, according to Sean Browning. But who? Could you?
Yeah.
Could you see Jason? Could you see Alvarez on the Yankees? Truthfully.
Truthfully, I can because he's all or nothing. So yeah, I can.
It's all or nothing. Come go, let me die.
The guy swings the bat like he's throwing a rock at a rocket ship. He swings it so hard that his helmet almost falls off every time he swings the bat. I mean, it's insane.
Oh. I mean, Luis Torrens would be the much better option.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, you're doing. I mean, it's like unbelievable, really. I heard the Yankees are in talks with Amelia Earhart. And that's got to be Chef Nick.
Oh, man. Yep.
Oh, my God. Nick.
So,
I don't know, Nick. The Rangers have designated Chris Martin for assignment. Yeah, that's a guy the Yankees probably pick up. We don't need him.
So guys, Adley Rutschman has only homered 5 times at Fenway Park in his career.
Wow.
But you want the Red Sox are looking for more of a power bat, I would assume.
I mean, they have Contreras already, though.
They do, but a left-handed power hitting player, they don't really have much of that. Adley Rutschman only 5 home runs at Fenway. I don't know. I don't really see that as a key fit. They already have Connor Wong as one of their catchers. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is more of like a long-term move. Maybe they're thinking they can figure something out with Rutschman to get him back into shape like he was his rookie season.
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
The Red Sox usually do a good job of that.
And it's definitely a possibility, that's for sure. But I don't know. It's again going to be interesting. So now we are in our third hour, and the Yankees haven't made a trade. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think, guys?
I mean,
are they out to lunch? How about we go get a pizza? We'll eat it with all the people.
Maybe Cashman is napping right now.
The Yankees are signing the Hamburglar. Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Now, does anybody remember? Take us back 365 days. Did the Yankees make all those trades more towards the end of the day, right? Because they were playing. They started with Jose C. in the afternoon on that rain. It was like a rainy day, just like today. And in the afternoon, they were hugging in the bullpen in the dugout. So it could be late.
Right.
I mean, but I don't know how much later. We're at 4 hours and 52 minutes to go.
I
Sean
remember.
Browning says after 2 o'clock.
I remember last year I was watching you guys. I believe it was you, George, and the other guy. We don't want to mention, but you guys were on during that time, I believe. And the Yankees got Bird, Doval, and Bednar during like the last hour of the deadline,
Yes.
maybe even last half hour. Yeah.
Yes, you're right about that. That I remember.
Yep.
Last 3 hours, he went crazy. I've seen Cashman looking in the dumpster. Thought he was going to say, I've seen Cashman looking at his daughter. Well, I hope not.
At least he's not David Stearns trading Brooks Raley to a rival team.
They should be playing in the Yankee boardroom. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. And do-wop, do-wop, do-wop.
Seriously.
And the Mets will be playing, please release me, let me go.
Yeah, release me into the sun, will you?
Yeah, right? 'Cause I don't want to love you anymore. There we go. So there you go. Red Sox and O's have a deal arranged. Prospects' medicals are set. Red Sox just need to say yes or no, according to Buster Only.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Something tells me that they might back out at the end. So he's 251, 8 homers, 47 RBIs, 30 runs, and an OPS of 764. Well, I mean, listen, the whole catching situation, he's got to learn 12 new pitches, 13 new pitches. He's got about a month away before, the stretch run. That's a lot, and he's got to learn a new team. It's a lot to ask a big time catcher. Years ago, I think it was 2008. Although he was aging, the Yankees picked up Ivan Rodriguez. Obviously he was a great catcher, a little bit of steroids or whatever, but he was really good, and he couldn't do a darn thing with the Yankees. If he was lucky to get 3 hits in a month and a half. So, you just don't know. That's why I say the Yankees should get a mid-range, a guy that can hit and move runners over. And Luis Torrens, Jason could tell us, Luis Torrens would be that good of a guy for us. Because that's what he does. Every time I see Luis, he does something to move. He may not go 4 for 4, but he moves the runners. He does what he needs to do, and it's refreshing. It really is.
Yeah,
Especially
Yeah.
when it comes to extra inning games too. The Yankees are only 1-8 in road extra inning games. You need to have a guy like that just puts the ball in play.
And the other thing about Torrens is he's very good at throwing runners out behind the plate too.
Yep. Definitely.
Well, guys, I don't know. It's weird. It's nice to say we have 30 likes, everyone. The goal is 50. We got 20 to go.
Keep it going, guys.
Yankees make a trade. Everybody's going to be happy.
Hit that like button, guys. We're doing a great job for you guys
And
today.
subscribe.
Johnny Salami, Charles, Sean, Bib Roberts, Danny Espinoza. Everybody's been doing an awesome job here. So press the like button and keep the subs up going. Let's go.
And it's on.
Yes.
I love calling him Nit. Nitan is in the house. Show your face, Nitan. Come on up a little bit. Come on, one of us want to go for lunch. Let's go.
I'm gonna go buy a pizza and drop it off at Joe's house.
Yeah, come on over. Bryce Harper brought the outfielder's glove on his last road trip, saying he was ready to move to the outfield if needed. Bone is going to first. Stott is going to third. This is like who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third. I'll break your arm if you tell me who's on first. There you go. Stanton is supposed to be taking live batting practice today against Schmidt. Yeah, and will he break his? What's going to be next? the elbow, the muscles in his legs, or can that guy just one time just stay healthy for 3 months? Are we asking for so much?
And that's what was great about the Luis Garcia pickup was the Yankees are now force-setting Stanton not even returning because you could just have Garcia as DH now, if that's the case.
Yes.
Versatility.
Yeah. Now, Ariza's stats, 324, only 4 homers, 43 RBIs, 52 runs, and an 801 OPS. I mean, it's good numbers.
Oh yeah, I'm
Luis
watching
Suarez.
the same thing right now. MLB Network. Yep.
Luis Suarez is a good fit for Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, he's a good fit for anybody.
Yankees could have used him.
I think the Yankees could have used that guy Brenton Doyle too.
Oh,
You could
really?
have got him. You could get rid of Max Solomon or whatever his name is.
Or Trent Grisham too.
Oh.
Max Schumann.
Oh my God, Max the Bozo.
Oh.
Max the Schmax. Big Danny Esposito, Bip and Danny Esposito today, guys. You got it. No, they were great. They were awesome. And, we're keeping the conversation going, everybody. I know we're all anxious. We still got almost 5 hours left to the trade deadline. I'm pretty sure. And I truly believe that George Lombard Jr. is going to be in the Yankee lineup in the next few days. Bill O says, I wouldn't be surprised if Garcia doesn't even wear a Yankee jersey. They might flip him to the Padres in a big trade.
Okay, below.
It's possible. Are the Yankees smart enough to do something like that? I'm not sure right now.
I mean, you guys give up 4 prospects for him, so I don't think you would just trade him like that right away.
Well, Jake Bird.
Yeah, but look what they traded. Danny, the Bird character.
Bird,
yep. And then Ivani Cruz, that he thought he was a big man, hitting somebody for no reason. And I never liked him. Everybody went gaga because he throws 100. I don't care if you throw 100 or 300. You got to be a man. You can't be an idiot and just throw at anybody you want because he stepped whatever. I don't remember the incident, but what he did was wrong. I even put a short about that. I thought that was babyish. We don't need that on the team. We don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, sheesh. Nitan, what's going on, Nitan? Bird, Yvonne Cruz, and prospects. Yep. The prospects, now I do know that some of the Yankee trains are being held up because they want that star 16-year-old, that guy Pena. But, I was thinking about it last night, guys. If you have George Lombard, who's only 21, if he's going to be your shortstop, even in 5 years when the other guy's ready, George is only going to be 26, 27 years old. So why not make that commitment? Obviously, if it's good players for the Yankees. But I don't see unless you're going to move George, why not make the trade? Because the young kid will be 21 in 5 years, and George will be 26, 27. I mean, this is what really bothers me, because I don't think there's that much of a difference. I know, it's a 5-year difference, but big deal. They're still going to be in their 20s. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking this, but I don't know.
I could definitely see where you're going with that. Of course, you're talking about Jeremy Pena, right? From the Astros. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's won a World Series. I could definitely possibly see that happening. Like if a guy like Abrams was available from Washington, I could have seen the Yankees maybe pushing towards like being more aggressive towards that. But the thing is, like, Cashman just does not want to trade his highly valued prospects. And like George Lombard Jr., I don't think he wants to just get rid of him. He likes guys that has control. I don't know, unless it's for the perfect player, but Cashman usually doesn't really have the foresight of making these sort of deals, in my opinion.
No, you absolutely.
Yep.
This is.
But what are your thoughts?
Ryan Garcia is quoting. He's saying, "To be frank with everyone, every Yankee fan, they should be This should be bad news for Yankee fans. Adley to the Red Sox. This is simply not acceptable for a club in a position to contend for the American League East." I think he's being a little harsh, though. He said Tyler Stevenson is a player the Yankees are probably pursuing at this point.
Okay.
So that's all that's coming out right now. Nothing else.
Do you think as the deadline goes on, do you think some of these guys might be more expensive? Like, would the Yankees have to give up a little bit more for a guy like Stevenson? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So I don't know, guys. Marlins have set a high price on Kyle Stovers. Not especially motivated to move him. Astros amongst the teams that are trying. Higgy was 28, making his debut.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, as it swindles down, but like I said, as we get a little closer, I'm sure we're going to get some news. Would you guys be surprised if the Yankees did absolutely nothing?
I would be a little bit surprised. Yeah, they should definitely try to attack at least another bullpen spot. Try to get maybe a depth reliever. As far as a big trade, I don't see another big trade, but try to get some minor acquisitions. Try to fill some needs.
You mean back? Right.
One player is. If they only go with Garcia, that would be absurd. It would be a good move. It would be in a better position. It makes the team better, but that's not enough.
All right. So, well, let's see. Jason, are you hearing anything Met-wise? Are you seeing anything? Are you hearing nothing? What's going on? I mean, obviously they have made a few trades, but
yeah, I mean, I've seen that Clay Holmes is being pursued by the Brewers. I've seen that. Other than that, I don't really have much other news. Yeah.
Yep. Still looking.
I know Kodai Senga had some interest from the Padres yesterday.
So they'd rather have Kodai Senga than Will Warren?
I'd rather have Will Warren. Screw Kodai Senga.
That's why I don't think that was a right trade. I don't know, but we'll see. So, does any of you want to go for a fast lunch, or you guys you want to continue? What do you guys think?
I'm good with staying on.
You're good, Jason?
I think I'm gonna go make some lunch. I'll be back on a little bit later.
Okay. Evan, do you mind taking over for a little bit? I just wanted down a little something. I had no breakfast. I was on the phone.
Of course. Yep.
And I just feel like having just a fast something.
Oh yeah, of course. No problem.
I appreciate it. Okay. All right. So it's all yours. Jason, anytime you're ready to pop back up, let me know, okay?
Sounds good, Joe.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Mm-hmm. No problem. All right, now it's just me. Okay. Thank you guys, first of all, starting from the top here. Thank you guys for contributing to all of our shows the past few days. Of course, it's been a big ride that we've been on, of course, this whole season, but of course, these past couple of days here with the Yankee games and, of course, the YouTube live streams. And, of course, the stream last night with myself, Jason, Johnny Salami, Chef Nick, Nathan, everybody on the team, Joe, George, and everybody else doing a great job here of contributing. Everybody, Nathan giving us updates, of course. Thank you for that all day long. So we just appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you for hitting the like button, subscribe to the channel. Tonight, we're going to have the live play-by-play for you guys. Yankees against the St. Louis Cardinals tonight, where we might see Garcia making his Yankees debut this evening. That game will be called by myself and Chef Nick. So thank you guys very much for tuning in today. Appreciate it. So just to start from the top here, I do want to just reset. We have done a great couple of interviews here, of course, with Bib Roberts, Danny Espinoza, and more on the way. Our next guest being at 2:00, and we're definitely have a lot more to talk about with our guests coming up. I believe we also have Howie Carpin coming on a little bit later. So appreciate you guys for that. Nathan says also our baseball clients that we are bringing on for you guys. And yes, thank you very much. Yes, no, thank you for that, Nathan. Appreciate it. These guys that you're bringing on are really knowledgeable. They're the best, and they speak from great experiences. Corey Hart, okay, coming on at 2:00. So the former Brewers player. Awesome. Thank you, Nathan, for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, so just to reset here, just to sort of reset the hour-wise and just to refresh you guys' memory, I'm going to just run down some of the trades that have happened already throughout the league so that we can view the landscape of what's going on throughout these different teams so far. So starting from late last night, we saw a trade with the Mets and the White Sox. The White Sox acquired Huascar Brazoban, the reliever from the Mets, for AA right-handed pitcher Gabe Davis and AAA right-handed pitcher Zach Franklin from the White Sox. And then, of course, we saw last night during our live stream, we saw that the Cubs have acquired Kevin Gausman from the Blue Jays. And the Cubs, they get better with their starting rotation, so they got Gausman last night. Earlier today, the Blue Jays acquired right-handed starting pitcher from the Los Angeles Angels, Jose Soriano. So the Blue Jays got Jose Soriano from the Angels. In that deal, the Angels will receive top prospect Arjun Nimala, outfielder Eddie Micheletti, and right-handed hitter Angel Rivero from the Blue Jays. So that's who the Angels got back in that deal. Of course, earlier today, the Philadelphia Phillies acquired Luis Arraez from the San Francisco Giants. The Braves are acquiring Brent Suter from the Angels. So we saw that Braves acquiring Brent Suter from the Angels, who is a left-handed pitcher, left-handed reliever from the Los Angeles Angels. And that trade, the Braves also sent Nacho Alvarez Jr. back to the Angels in that trade. Joe Adell was acquired by the Cleveland Guardians, so he goes from the Angels to the Guardians. It's a little bit earlier today, also about 1 hour ago, the Mariners acquired Taylor Ward in a trade with the Baltimore Orioles. So the Mariners, after trading away Luis Castillo the other day to the White Sox, they get Taylor Ward today. And then, of course, the deal that we saw a little bit earlier today, about 20 minutes ago, still pending medical review and still pending whether the Red Sox are going to accept that trade with the medicals and just saying yes to that deal. We have Adley Rutschman possibly going to the Boston Red Sox from the Orioles. So, of course, Rutschman, who was a great player in his rookie season back in 2023 with Baltimore, ever since he's been up and down. He's been inconsistent with his performance. Batting average went down, of course. Some of the injuries that he's had has not helped his performance. And so hopefully going to the Boston Red Sox for himself and his sake and for the value of the Red Sox will help improve his situation, and he might improve going to another team like the Red Sox and playing at Fenway Park. Maybe the Red Sox can help turn around his career a little bit after not doing the best of having success the past couple years with Baltimore. So that's pretty much about it. Still waiting on the Yankees to make a few trades, hopefully. Still need to try to find a way of getting a catcher. Still trying to acquire bullpen help as well, and maybe another depth outfielder as well. Something that I liked from the Yankees so far is that they've gotten rid of the guys who haven't worked out. So like Camille Duvall, he was traded to the Pirates. Bird was traded to the Nationals in the Garcia deal as well. So I like the fact that the Yankees are pivoting off of some of the guys that have not worked out for them in the last year. So they moved off Duvall and Bird, and they're acquiring better players in exchange for some of those players plus prospects as well. And of course, you still have Jose Caballero from last year. You still have Ryan McMahon from last year. You still have Ahmed Rosario from last year. And you still have David Bednar as well from last year too. So those are the things that I've liked. Of course, a lot of deals still going on today. The Phillies also acquired Brooks Raley as well. So there was that deal. So just thank you guys for your support, being here throughout the day. Earlier today, Bip Roberts was awesome on an interview. Listen to that with Johnny, Sean, and Charles as well. They were great. And so, just waiting for more trades to happen. Our next guest should be on at 2 o'clock. And that's pretty much it. So thank you guys for all of your thoughts, all of your opinions so far for today. Definitely seen some of your guys' comments about some trade ideas and definitely your thoughts on what the Yankees might do. Definitely there have been some surprise teams that are being aggressive, of course, like the White Sox going after Brenton Doyle. The White Sox are a team that's adding a lot of pieces to their roster. Already a young team in place with the American League not being the best of conferences this year. They're trying to make a run here. And in a quick amount of time, too. Like the White Sox just a few years ago, they were in a terrible spot. The amount of improvements that they've made from even last year to this year has just been immaculate. And they're definitely on their way to becoming a playoff contender in this year's playoffs. Hey, Nathan. I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Good afternoon, guys.
There we go.
What's up, Evan? I had a couple meetings earlier with my team that I work with, and just finished my other meeting just now, so I'm able to come up for a little bit. First of all, big shout out to Johnny Salami, Charles, Sean in the morning half with Bip Roberts. They did a great job with Bip, and glad that my team and I can bring some of our baseball clients on here for the big trade outline show. So shout out to everyone, and shout out to Joe, Evan, and Jason. They did a great job with Danny Espinoza. You guys did fantastic. All of you guys are killing it. Everybody in the chat has been interactive. Shout out to you guys. We do it for you guys, and more to come, guys. A lot more guests. We lined up more people for you guys, so stay tuned. We got Corey Hart coming on for you guys at 2 p.m. So keep liking and subscribing to the channel. I think we're up to over 30 likes now, so the goal is 50.
Nice.
Once you get to 50, let's make it 100. Let's keep going. Let's make this big. So keep it going, guys. And like I said, Evan, Jason, everybody on the panel, Sean, Joe, you guys are killing it today. And then you're going to see a lot more. Johnny Salami obviously did the morning part. You're going to see Chef Nick on here later on, potentially. So a lot of things happening, and a lot of trades are happening here. Hopefully the Yankees can make more moves coming up soon. But yes, Evan, what do you got? What are your thoughts? And so far with all these all these moves, and obviously in the morning you saw the Blue Jays make a move with Sariano, and a lot more to come. And Taylor Ward is heading to the Mariners, and a lot of mixed, a lot of action. And obviously the Phillies got the hitter they wanted, and they improved the bullpen too by getting Caleb. So what are your thoughts so far on this? And hopefully the Yankees can make something else.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. I'll definitely, get to that. But no, first of all, thank you for definitely coming on, giving us the updates. Obviously, all the former players that have been on before, them coming back and returning just shows that we're definitely a very capable show of being ranked high in the show business here on YouTube and all over the place. And it's just really awesome to get their perspective, just talking to them about obviously themselves as players, but also getting their personal opinions on the deadline, some experiences that they may have had with themselves or other players, possibly getting traded, just talking to them about the dynamic of that, how it affects the team, and also just talking to them personally about, what might happen at this year's deadline too, and getting their thoughts on that. Plus the future of baseball is just really important. So touching on all those things have been awesome. And we've done definitely, a great job of getting the most out of these guests and getting to them, getting the best answers out of them pretty much. But yeah, my thoughts on this year's deadline so far, man, it's been pretty crazy. I would say a couple of trades that were very surprising. Obviously didn't expect the White Sox to get Luis Castillo. I know the White Sox were in the market of always picking up their starting pitching, definitely getting better with their starting pitchers, acquiring more guys in that aspect. So definitely good trade for the White Sox there. Luis Garcia, did not see that deal happening for the Yankees. We touched on that last night, how we did like to see that deal happen, and a surprise move, but also a good one for the Yankees because, of course, Garcia comes in as our highest batting average person in our lineup. So he has already the highest batting average was 283. Just brings more versatility to the Yankees. Another option at DH, most likely with Stanton possibly being out for a little bit more time during the year. And I just think, the Rangers here, you've put some things out about the Rangers that are a little bit surprising. The fact that they might sell on DeGrom, they might sell on Jacob Latz, the reliever, and also Corey Seager, too. That was a big one. I actually thought about that when you put that out. I think, I was thinking maybe the Yankees could possibly go out and try to make a move for Seager, possibly replacing that shortstop position.
But
yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but the only one problem with that is gonna be a logjam for George Lombard. If the Yankees think George Lombard is ready, and if they're not going to trade him, I think it's his time to show what he can do, in my opinion. Because, like I said, I've been saying all this. We want our clients to succeed in a different. I said this yesterday on the stream. We work with some of these players, the young players that the Yankees have. We work with them too, they're like our inclusive clients too, and we want them to succeed in somewhere else instead of being a logjam in the minor league. Obviously, we want them to improve in the minor leagues too. But their goal is to be fast tracked in the game in the minor league. So we would rather see them succeed in a different team. But I would love to see a guy like Corey Seager. But the problem is 5 years left, I think, on the contract. I have to double check. And also, it's going to be a logjam for George. But if the Yankees were seriously considering trading George, then I would say maybe you include him into the Corey Seager trade. You never know. So maybe, I don't know. Let's see what happens. But as of now, I would love to see George at shortstop with the Yankees. I think he's ready. He's been heating up in the minors. He was 4 for 4 yesterday, like Joe said. So, and Billo, I agree with you. I think Seager, at this point of his career, I don't think he's the answer right now. But let's see what happens. But Jason, your brother Jason's reporting that Luis Robert is expected to be traded before 6. So
that makes sense. Yeah, I could definitely see him being traded because before, when he was injured, they had Carson Bench and Ewing, of course, in the outfield before Soto was hurt. So they might need Robert just there to replace Soto, of course, being in center field, and then them moving Ewing to left field or Bench to left field. But no, that could definitely happen. The Mets definitely still have a lot of players that could be moved. But Billo's point, I definitely can see it. No, it wasn't going to be. I didn't think it would be a possibility, but just like an idea to throw out there, of course. But
so
they need to find. Hey, Dex, what's going on? But yeah, the Yankees definitely need to find ways of possibly moving some players before they can add salary. And like to your point too, I think George Lombard definitely needs to get an opportunity with the Yankees. There have been too many times where the Yankees just keep these guys in the minors for a long time. They don't really value them as much. And I also brought up that point, I think, the other night as well, when Cashman looks at these guys. Him and the front office have a foresight of sitting down and looking at a plan pretty much for these prospects. When are they going to play at single A, triple A, double A, and what's basically the timeline of them coming up and playing. But the Yankees need to put more of a value on developing these prospects and bringing these guys up here. We saw that with Dominguez. When Dominguez was on the team 2 years ago with Verdugo, the Yankees kept rolling Verdugo out there. Why? I don't know. Boone kept defending it. The Yankees need to make the most productive moves, and sometimes that's not always trading for the best player. That might just be bringing someone up from your farm system. Joe's been giving us reports that Lombard has been doing great in AAA. He's been hitting, I think, 4 home runs in his last 2 games with the over 300 batting average. I mean, that's someone that you need to bring up here as soon as possible. And the Yankees just need to look at their roster and say, can we make an upgrade here, here, and here? Yes, if you can, do it. Even if it's with someone from your minor league system, I would definitely say getting Lombard up here and playing him right now is definitely, it would be an upgrade over playing Anthony Volpe every day as well. And I would definitely still be an advocate of moving Jazz Chisholm too. But the problem is I don't think the Yankees are going to find a significant trade partner for him. And obviously they're not going to just release him out of nowhere. But those are my thoughts. But yeah, no, it's been awesome. I think the Phillies have also improved very much, to your point before about Luis Ariz. That was a great move for the Phillies to get him on that team. They definitely needed another impact bat in that lineup, a guy that makes contact. The only question would be how it would affect their defense. And by the way, Danny Espinosa did a great explanation on that, how it would affect the Phillies defense, maybe with Harper possibly staying at first base. I think that would be the best option. Arise is most likely an infielder, and he's worked with Ron Washington with the Giants, and he's definitely helped improve his defense this season. So I think they might keep Arise at second base, and I think Stott is going to move to third base. And so that's pretty much what I think is going to happen there, pretty much. But oh yeah, it's been a lot of moves still to happen. Are the Padres going to move Mason Miller? Are the Twins going to move Ryan Jeffers? What about the Rockies with Goodman? There are still a lot of moves to be made. So those are my thoughts about that.
Yep, well said. And first of all, I want to say shout out to Dax. Welcome to the stream. Whoever doesn't know about Dax, please go check him out. He does all the wrestling stuff with Joe, and he was a wrestler himself back in the day too. So go check out the wrestling show they had with Joe. He had with Joe a couple of days ago, talking about the SummerSlam, and a lot of things are happening there too. So stay tuned for that. But shout out to Dax for tuning in today at the MLB trade deadline show. I'm hoping, I'm trying to see refreshing these new the Twitter thing, but I haven't seen anything new yet, guys. But I want to ask you guys a question in the chat. What do you guys expect? What do you guys want to see the Yankees do next after they got Luis Garcia Jr. yesterday? I know we need a catcher, we know that, but what else do you want to see the Yankees do? And you see what Joe said earlier. Do you see it like a surprise move, out of the box move? That remember when they got Anthony Rizzo? Nobody expected Anthony Rizzo. Yep. So what do you guys think? Do you guys see that type of move? I want to hear your predictions. Hector,
get a catcher.
Get a catcher. Yeah, we definitely need a catcher. Zach says. Go ahead.
Oh, Nathan, I have a question for you. Sorry to interrupt. I also have a quick question for you. Depending on who's on the market still with like right-handed bats, whether it's like a depth outfielder or even like a right-handed hitting catcher, who would be your biggest preference to get as far as like a right-handed bat in this position right now where we're standing?
You talk about catcher or any other bat?
It could be catcher, or it could just be like another outfielder, just like a right-handed bat.
I would love to see them get. There's one name I like is Liam Hicks from the Marlins.
He's a lefty.
Oh, sorry, lefty. Okay. Probably. You want to think of? I would love to see Mike Trout.
Mike Trout.
Yeah, but if not, I don't know. It's tough. I think obviously they need another outfielder. So I'm trying to think. I don't know. Any right-handed outfielder would be nice for them. So, but if you want to think big, Mike Trout.
Wow, that would be one insane move if the Yankees got Mike Trout.
Yeah. Some Hector thinks they will get Tatis Jr.
I was thinking about Tatis. I just don't see the Yankees doing that, though. Don't see that happening. Below says, yes, I expect we move pitching for a big bat. Okay. I just don't know how far the Yankees would go in moving most of their other prospects to get a big acquisition. Like, they already give up some mid-ranked prospects. How far would they have to go? We know they don't want to give up Lombard, but they definitely need another right-handed hitting bat, catcher if possible, bullpen. Yeah, they might be working on something, guys. We never know. Never know.
Yeah, anything can happen now.
Yep, but we have about 4 hours and 18 minutes left.
Yep, guys, put your predictions in the chat too.
Yep.
Let's see.
Hector says Joe Adell. Joe Adell already got traded to the Guardians.
Yep.
Yep. Still trying to update any news to see.
Let's see here.
Oh,
what's up, Bill? Yeah, go ahead.
We just got breaking news from Jeff Passan here.
Okay.
The Toronto Blue Jays are acquiring utility man Josh Smith from the Texas Rangers.
Okay, Josh Smith, was he a Yankee before?
He was a Yankee prospect, yep.
Yeah. That's
so Blue Jays get Josh Smith.
Yep. There you go. Thank you, Evan.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. Blue Jays making moves here, but Josh Smith is like he's a Swiss Army knife guy, like Jose Cabby. That I think he'll be like the Jose Cabby type of player for the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays, the Blue Jays are a surprising team to me because they traded Guzman and then they get a guy like Sariano to. I don't understand what they're trying to do here. Are they buying, selling? But I think they're buying and selling at the same time. But you could have kept Guzman and still got Sariano for that rotation to pad up that rotation. But I mean, I don't know what they're trying to do. But getting a guy like Sariano, I think 2 years under control is big for them. But I do like this Josh Smith move, a small move, utility man. So he'll bring defense and probably they're going to play him all over the place. So
I'm trying to see if Gosman was a free agent at the end of the season.
yeah.
I mean, even before, like we were talking about, even before the season started, we were saying how teams would prefer guys with control because after the season, there's no guarantee of another season. So it says here that Gosman is scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after the season.
Yeah. So that's why maybe. Yeah.
Yep. That makes sense.
Are you surprised, Evan, that there's not that other big move yet?
I'm a little bit surprised, but also deals still have to be worked in order to happen. We're still waiting on. There are a lot of things that go into this. As you know, of course, there are a lot of different things that go into a trade happening.
Yeah.
So I'm not totally surprised that a huge move hasn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
And just waiting to see.
So, Joe, welcome back. The Blue Jays just got former Yankee Josh Smith from the Rangers, utility man.
Oh, really?
Yep. Just
They did.
I think
Blue Jays, I guess, for the future.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh well. Can we see the name Yankees someplace? Are they awake? Are they sleeping? Are
Yankees, the Yankees
are they doing patty cake with little girls? I mean, what's going on here?
Oh God.
Like
guys, Johnny Salami, thank you for the big update. Only 12 likes away from 50. Let's do this. Come on. Everybody in the chat, hit the like and subscribe button right now. Right now. This is huge.
Yep.
This is huge, guys. They've been on for over 3.5 hours. More to come. Our other client, Corey Hart, is joining at 2 p.m., guys. Come on. This is something special that is happening here right on NY Yankee Mania. Joe Bengoya, the head man of the show, he's building something special here, guys. Guys, come on. Let's make this happen. 50 likes. Once we get to 50 likes, let's make it more. Let's make it big. Let's blow out the other streams today out with the numbers. Come on, we can do this. Let's do this. Come on, keep it going. There you go.
Once we get to 50 likes, I'm going to up it to 75.
You don't get this. You guys don't get this anywhere else except here.
Yep, exactly.
And
we have one guest per hour
live right now, but this is the main one. This is the big stream. We're doing something big. Our guests and clients are on here, so we got to keep this going, guys. Make this like I said, we're doing something special here for you guys. All 6 hours for the trade deadline, or 10 to 6 for the trade deadline. So we got to keep this going. Come on.
4:13 left, baby. 4 hours and 13 minutes.
So we got we're bringing on Corey Hart for you guys, and then 3 o'clock we're bringing you guys a double action with Logan Morrison and Kevin Mensch, who will be joining together at 3, and then you got Kari Carpenter at 4, and let's see. My team and I are working on some more surprises potentially later on today. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Charles, thank you. Please hit the like and subscribe button, just like Charles just said here. Yeah, guys, we're looking for more news here. Obviously, the latest news was Evan just brought up Josh Smith to the Blue Jays from the Rangers. I think that thing will be for players to be named later or catch, most likely.
Where do you think Josh Smith will play on that team? Do you think they have something in mind to trade an infielder?
Be like a Cabby type of guy, play everywhere.
You know who's not having a good year that I wouldn't mind plucking away is Clement.
Oh yeah,
but I mean, he's not exactly having the greatest of year.
That'll be a good move.
Josh Hart, our guy Josh Hart from the Knicks. He's expecting the Yankees to do some moves here. He's getting he's tweeting away. Come on, hopefully a big day for the Yankees, and let's see what happens.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. I mean, you know, we might as well just go to while we're on the air. We could do a little tiddlywinks. Let's play Battleship. You sunk my battleship. The Braves have checked in on Jacob deGrom.
Yep.
The Rangers are listening to everyone.
Yeah.
Unknown what the chances are, according to John.
Oh,
I think Aaron Judge is going to the Giants. Heyman.
Hey guys, I got more info on this trade. Evan, ready for this?
Yep.
Oh,
the Blue Jays are acquiring Josh Smith and right-hander Josh Stefan from the Rangers for left-handed pitcher Adam Macko.
Oh, Adam Macro, I've seen him pitch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Breaking news: the Yankees have a deal in place to acquire nobody. Yo, mighty funny.
What's up, mighty funny?
Boo.
Yeah.
That deserves it. That's a no-no, bozo. That's a no-no, bozo. That's that comment. Anyway, hopefully in the next 4 hours we should be
Wait, Joe, do you still have a feeling in your arm that the Yankees will do an outside of the box move or no?
I did this morning. Right now it's calm. I got to do the little hucklebuck over here. Let's go.
Oh, guys, don't forget, later tonight, weather permitting, you can catch the Yankee game against the Cardinals live on here with Evan and the Chef Nick and Evan will be calling the game tonight. They do it. Both of them do a great job. They're like the dynamic duo. So tune in tonight. If the game still holds on, you'll be hearing the Yankees game from Chef Nick and Evan. Please tune in tonight.
Yeah, then we want over 100 likes altogether for the day, baby.
1,000 likes all over the place.
Yeah, really.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, if the Yankees get somebody really big, you got to tell your friends and family, I don't care if they're not baseball fans, to subscribe.
Yep.
That's the deal.
Definitely.
The Yankees are accepting the running sausages from the Brewers.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
They should get Dash from Trenton Thunder.
Yeah. Hey, yes. There you go.
How about Mr. and Mrs. Met?
Oh.
Nah.
Maybe Mrs. Met.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
The Diamondbacks are pursuing Casey Mize from Detroit.
Who?
Casey Mize from Detroit, the pitcher.
No, who's chasing him?
Diamondbacks.
Oh, the Doom and the Caduceus. Did you, Nitin? Did you have lunch today?
Nope.
No.
I had 2 meetings to take care of.
Yeah, you took care of it, all right.
And then I'm gonna have lunch a little bit later. I just had some snacks. That's it. But
oh, that's good. How about you, Ebony? Did you have breakfast at least?
I did have some cereal. Yes.
Frosted Flakes?
No, Cheerios.
Cheerio, my good man.
Nice.
Yep. It's great when
Glory
you put, some
hard.
fruit. You put some banana or strawberries in cereal. It's very good.
You ever
Oh,
tried to put cream on there?
strawberries and bananas in there?
Usually just bananas, yeah. What was that, Joe?
Put whipped cream in there too. It's good.
Oh, no.
They are trading a player to be named later for a player to be named later.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're mighty funny, man. You are mighty funny. Who wins the race out of those mascots? Nitan.
The Yankees are trading for me, actually.
No,
To be their new owner and GM.
Oh God,
So,
that's even worse.
It looks like Cashman needs help from us.
They're gonna all walk up and go, "How you doing, my good man? How you doing, my good man?"
They need a good talent
Oh,
evaluator.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. Got to get rid of the batting coach.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what? I would think, like I said, there's 4 hours. There's 4 hours and 5 minutes left. You got to figure. Remember,
Wait,
Nathan,
Joe.
I told you that is a possibility. The Yankees weren't going to do anything.
Yeah, but Joe, there's someone tweeted as a joke on Twitter. You're gonna like this one. The Yankees. They said the Yankees are acquiring Sal Fasano to come back to be catcher.
Who?
Sal Fasano. Remember him?
Oh, of course I remember him. How about Gary Sanchez?
Yeah.
They
That
have
wouldn't
to
be bad.
fire Cashman. Oh, who is this? Hector Melendez. How you doing, Hector?
Please
Welcome, like and subscribe, Hector. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
We're just trying to have a little fun while there's no news coming on. So, Nitin's going to take out the accordion now. He's going to play us a couple of Indian tunes.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Nitin, let's go. Let's hear a nice Indian song.
Wow.
Tunuk Tunuk Tun.
That's what Cashman's doing in there. I made money. I make money.
Hey.
I don't make no trades. Oh boy.
Cashman is gonna do something hopefully soon. I do have a feeling something's gonna happen. I just.
I have a feeling.
Yep.
6 minutes away from action time.
I have a fun question for you guys.
Go ahead.
In 2024, at that deadline, I know it was kind of broad for the Yankees, but like, who would you like to have seen them get in 2024 that would hopefully have maybe pushed them to a World Series championship that year?
Good question.
Wait, the someone that the Yankees acquired in 2024?
Yeah, like around the league, I know there were options available. Like some guys were available, but like position-wise, it doesn't have to be specific players, but in some certain positions, who would have you liked to see them get as far as like positions went for that season?
Oh, maybe pitching. More pitching.
I would say bullpen, and probably rotation a little bit too.
Because I think we already had the offensive capabilities to obviously. So I think they should have improved on the bullpen more, like you said, and get another rotation guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because the offense was already there. So.
Right. It wouldn't have taken so many moves just to get to that World Series to win, because obviously Soto, Judge, Garrett Cole.
Basically, Soto carried us to the World Series that year. Soto.
And Stanton.
Stanton, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think Soto's thinking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
I should have stayed all night. I should have stayed all night. Here's my serial optimist. Captain Crunch will not get soggy. Frosted Flakes will be great. Lucky Charms will be magically delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Mighty funny. You are funny today.
Bringing it today, yep.
Nice money.
Oh man.
When when he comes up, you can
Oh, they'll throw you down?
Yeah.
Throw you down. Throw you down.
Oh no.
Breaking news.
I want to. Here's another rumor. I don't know if you guys heard that the Yankees had scouts to this at the San Francisco Giants game. They were scouting Elliot Ramos, the right-handed bat.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. He would be a good addition, outfielder wise. And Evan, I think that's the one you were referring to before when you were asking about the outfield. I think he could be an option too.
You think that would knock off Shula Schumann?
Yes, most likely. And then
Yeah.
potentially Trent Grisham too. I don't know. Let's see.
According to Jason, the Mets aren't expected to trade Luis Torres.
But they think highly of him. A great defensive catcher, obviously.
So it looks like Tyler Stevenson.
Well, let's see. Tyler Stevenson, he got emotional yesterday during his post-game interview on the field.
Wow.
You know, it's funny. His first career game with the Reds, he hit a home run, and then yesterday, potentially his last game with the Reds, he hit a home run yesterday.
Yep.
That's
Well, he had the 2 pieces of bread, but what was inside?
Hey.
Dun, 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 dun.
Do you guys think Garcia will be in the lineup tonight?
I hope so.
There will be some Yankees in the lineup, I think. You were going to say something, Natan?
No, Bill brought up Varsho from Toronto. He's available, but he's a left-handed hitter.
Our star of the show is just about ready.
So you can.
Okie dokie. Corey Hard, if you are ready, we will bring you up. I think he is. He's smiling. There we go. Cool. All right, everybody. Our next former All-Star player is coming up and joining us and going to give his takes on the trade deadline day and everything that goes on clubhouse-wise and all kinds of good stuff. He's been with us before. We had a great conversation, and we're so happy to bring him back. Let's bring him up. And there he is, the one and only Corey Hart. How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, good. You have Joe and Evan here, Corey. You look a little different from the last time we saw you. What's new here?
I'm getting old. Does that count?
No, I think it's the facial hair. I don't think you had that the last time.
Oh, that's just being lazy.
It looks okay. Now, Corey, thank you for taking time from your busy day to be with us.
No worries, man.
And so a day like today, when everything was going well and all of this, what's the feeling in the clubhouse or on the team, or do you guys discuss it, or what goes on a trade deadline final day?
No, I mean that's talked about. I mean, I think everybody's because it's always that unknown, and it's kind of tricky because I've been on both sides of it. I think my first competitive year, I guess it was like 2007. We were like that, kind of on the fence, of making the playoffs, and we were kind of unsure if we wanted to get anybody because we were such a close team, but we didn't get. Obviously, we didn't end up getting anybody, and then we didn't make the playoffs that year. And then the next year was the year we got CC. So you kind of see both sides of it, that the impact it can have, but it's tricky with different. Every organization's a little different.
Yeah, I'm sure. But are you on edge? I mean, do you just go about your business or what?
Yeah, I think as a younger player, you definitely are on edge because you feel like you're there and you don't want them to make big splash and bring somebody that's maybe your position, or think of Milwaukee, for instance. They have some young arms right now that they're doing well, and if you were to get a big arm, one of those guys is either sent to the bullpen or sent to AAA. So I think it's one of those, as a team you want to get better, but some guys are on that seat where you're kind of unsure if there is a splash what your role may be.
Oh. Well, and since you came on, there are 2 deals that are being finalized. The Tampa Bay Rays are getting Liam Hicks from the Miami Marlins, and Robbie Ray looks to be going to the Padres. So
Nice.
Tampa, Liam Hicks in a trade with the Miami Marlins. Sources are telling ESPN, and they just put up MLB just put up a trade with Robbie Ray. So a lot of guys are coming off the board. And Corey, does anything right now surprise you? And do you think the last like 3 hours of this trade deadline, do you see it to be a craziness, or do you think it'll be calm?
I don't know. I think every year is different. This year seems to be a little slow, but I mean, I'm sure there's deals right now that they're kind of getting worked out right now. So I'm sure more names will be coming before too long. But I don't know. It seems like I don't know if because the Scooble thing took a while, maybe that kind of slowed things down. But you never know. I mean, a lot of like you said, the Brewers, teams like the Brewers, like it's hard for them to want to get rid of their big prospects because that's why they're successful every year because their prospects are always ready and waiting for their opportunity, and that's why they win a lot of games. So it's hard for them to make those trades. So I think I'm sure a few teams are like that don't want to make that big splash to kind of struggle in the maybe struggle in the future without having some of those guys. So I don't know. Hopefully, Milwaukee or some of those teams that are in that mid market make a few splashes, but I totally understand when they don't.
Milwaukee, your former team, they're always in the mix. They always have that. It just seems like, Corey, sometimes they're just missing that one little thing that you can't put your finger on it as a fan, or as just thinking about the team. There's always that one little thing. Do you feel the same thing, or did you feel the teams you played on, always had the big chance?
No, I think the team. I guess the best team I was on was that 2011 team, and I think we were as good as anybody. We ran into the Cardinals in the NLCS, and they were the hottest team in baseball. But I thought if we got through them, we won the World Series too. But I think Milwaukee they've been there. I think they've had plenty of chances, and I think they can't. Like I know you look at like if they didn't get Scooble, but if Detroit was asking for, Henderson or maybe one of their other younger guys, like you could argue that Henderson's been better than Scooble the last 2 months. So it's hard. I don't know. I can't. I'm definitely with them and not trying to trade some of their huge assets because it could affect their future. And again, they're always in a position. They are, maybe one bat or one extra arm away. But when you have Mizorowski and Harrison coming back, I mean, you have great opportunity to do good things if they stay healthy or if they can get healthy.
Wow. Evan?
Definitely. Corey, thanks for joining us. First time we've met, so nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you, man.
Congrats on a great career with the Brewers. See right here, 276 overall average, two-time All-Star 2008, 2010, 520 plus home run seasons. Definitely a great career. What was it like playing with guys like Ryan Braun, Nigel Morgan as well, and of course, that whole Brewers team that you were on? And also, what do you think the Brewers need to do at this deadline to help improve their chances of competing for the World Series?
I mean, I think, I was playing with all-star caliber guys like, Bronny and Prince. And I mean, I was with CC, who's obviously in the Hall of Fame, Hoffman in the Hall of Fame, Kendall, Jason Kendall, Mike Harriman, guys who are just studs. And then, of course, JJ Hardy was one of my best friends. So, I was around quality dudes the whole time. And that actually made it easier because we were kind of friends in the minor league. So you kind of come up with your buddies and not a whole lot changes. I mean, you kind of see them succeed. And you're like, well, if you succeeded in Double-A together, we can succeed here. So that part was, I guess, it was an easier transition. And Milwaukee always did a good job of adding the veterans around us to help us kind of along the way. But I mean, as far as Milwaukee this year, I mean, I think if they can get, not that it's available, but if they could add a power bat. But I mean, you look at their minor league system, they have, I think Fisher's he might lead the minor leagues in home runs, and Burke is pretty pretty close behind him. So I mean, you have two dudes that are going to be 30+ homer guys in the future that I can see that if they're not there this year, they'll be there in the future. And so it's there. It's just a matter of getting that experience for those guys.
My question, it is funny you mentioned the minor leagues. Corey, take us and the fans through what is it like to play every day in the minor leagues, and then obviously the big jump to the majors. But what's a typical day for a minor league player? What exactly goes on, and if how do you go? You do go from one field to the other with the bus. Is it just bus rides no matter what? Because a lot of people have asked me, where does it go from here? How does the players survive in the minors?
Well, I mean, the minor leagues are definitely different than when I was in the minor leagues. There's definitely a lot more money. When I was in the minor leagues, it was a struggle. We had no money. But now the teams, they pay for room and board for those guys, so they get their part of it paid for. The salaries are a lot better than they used to be. But in the minor leagues it's pretty similar to the major leagues, as in, like you prepare the same way. I mean, if those guys are playing at 7, they're there at 2:00, 2:30. So I mean, your day is still long. You still prepare like you would in the big leagues. Obviously, the big leagues have more scouting involved and more, like, I guess you have more things that you can work with. They have more bigger weight rooms, bigger things like that. But the minor league ballparks have gotten a lot better lately. And I mean, as far as travel, I mean, they do minor leagues now. They have every Monday off. So usually you're either home for 6 days or you're on the road for 6 days, and you have that off day to either stay home or travel back or travel to somewhere. So it's actually gotten it's a lot more easier for those guys. But I mean, you still got to perform. You still have to go out there and do what you need to do to showcase to get to the big leagues. But to me, the biggest difference between the big leagues and the minor leagues is just once you get to the big leagues, everybody's chasing you, right? You're always chasing that next spot. Then if you're trying to compare yourself to if I was an outfielder, but maybe the outfielder that was ahead of me that I need to compete with, I need to be better than that guy. But once you get to the big leagues, everybody's trying to take your spot. So that pressure of staying is a real thing. I mean, it's not necessarily that the audiences are so big and your stadiums are kind of overwhelming, but it's just more of like you kind of get to the point where if I struggle at all, my spot might not be here anymore. So it's that inner trying to force yourself to not look down. If I don't play well, I'm not going to have a job. So just kind of fight those demons a little bit. But I think the minor league guys now are so prepared. I mean, the stadiums, the computer rooms, the gyms are so much better than the past that those guys, once they get to the big league, especially Milwaukee, they're prepared. They're pretty prepared. So I think that's why the Brewers system is so good.
Well, yeah. Does it bother the players that not all, I don't say all the parks, but a lot of the parks are like halfway empty, if not a few people in there? How does that play in your equation, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I was pretty fortunate. So when I was in Milwaukee, we were always in that top 5, top 6 attendance. I mean, we packed it. Those guys, Milwaukee fans are amazing. They packed it in really well. So I was fortunate to play in those places. So I know going to certain places was kind of a bummer sometimes because you're so used to having that crowd and that atmosphere is so electrifying. So if you were to go somewhere, maybe like in Oakland or a Miami that's way less than half, it's kind of it's not as nearly as exciting, but like you still have the job to do, and you know that the TV's on, so people are watching. And if we're in Miami and the Brewer fan base is as good as anybody, so they're going to be watching. So you always have that, like, I got to play for my fan base, my family. So that doesn't, I guess you don't like think too much about it. But even when I was in like Pittsburgh for the year or Seattle for the year, we were both playoff teams or playoff caliber teams. So the fans are still. I never experienced like a home fan base that wasn't super into that team. So I couldn't really speak for playing for some of these teams that the fans aren't showing up. So I was pretty fortunate to have fans, when I was in there the whole time.
I have
Evan?
one for you,
Yeah.
Corey. What do you think is the biggest difference nowadays between the dynamic between obviously the front office and the manager, and obviously the players too? Like, how does that relationship go into effect? And at the trade deadline, is there really a like a personal relationship that goes into trading a player, and is there an affection for the player themselves at that point?
No, I think it's probably based on the person, based on like those kind of interrelationships. I know when I was playing, I was super close with Eddie Cedar and Del Swaim. They were kind of our we had a hitting coach, and Eddie was our third base coach. He started as first base coach, but you know those two were so close with the players that kind of I know they fought for guys. So I know certain coaches and certain managers will fight to not bring guys on for because they want they believe in that player. They have that relationship, but they want a certain guy to battle with versus bringing somebody on to kind of change that dynamic. So and I'm sure the GM the same way. I know like Bronny when I was there was super tight with Antanasio, like the owner. So I'm sure you have circumstances where players are close to GMs or close to the owners that maybe they can add their 2 cents a little bit. But I think at the end of the day, it's just if coaches want a player, they're going to fight for it, and hopefully it works out. Because if your coaches are fighting for you, that the players all know it, and that's the kind of coaches that the players all love to have.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, and again, it all depends. How did you manage on the road when you came to New York? What was the atmosphere? Obviously you were able to play against the Yankees and the Mets. Can you tell the fans what is the difference? Is there a difference, in your opinion? Is there more? Hey, we want to beat this team more than we want to beat the other team. Was it like something personal inside that say, man, I would really love to beat that team?
Not really. I think when I was early in my career when we played New York, it was that like you were kind of in awe just because the team they had was so good. I mean, you're playing Jeter and A-Rod, so it's like they were intimidating, I guess, a little more. So they were more fun to face because they were kind of that historic team. So I think growing up as a baseball fan, the Yankees were just one of those teams, kind of like the Dodgers, that and the Red Sox, that you're just like you love to go to those places and play those teams just because of the history there. So I think as a baseball fan growing up, I loved playing the Yankees. The Mets were I didn't have a problem playing them, but if I could go to New York to play one of the two teams, I wanted to be in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. It really is a different feel when you go to Yankee Stadium than any other park. I mean, aside from your Milwaukee park, what kind of a feel? I mean, did you go to Monument Park? Did you do all the things you wanted to do? Just to give a Yankee fan perspective, when you walk on that field, what do you feel?
Well, I know you guys love the Yankees, so it was exciting. I mean, I think it was more of I was lucky enough to play in the old Yankee Stadium, so that one was really cool just because of the history and just being a part of something that was so historic. And I love old players, so just the guys that were there, so I was able to go to kind of experience that. But the same, I would say the same thing goes with like Fenway, like just being there, those old places, you get goosebumps. I mean, the fans are different. Like I guess like Boston and New York, the fan bases are so good, so you're playing in front of huge crowds. The atmosphere is so high, so that reminded me of like a Milwaukee. The Dodger Stadium is a historical place too, but I didn't get the same feeling there. So I would much rather have been at Fenway or Yankee Stadium than a place like LA. But that's just because I just like the fan bases are so good there.
Evan?
I'm going to ask, which pitcher matchup did you have your most success against, and which pitcher did you have your toughest matchup against?
I mean, most success. I don't even know. I mean, I know. I'm sure there's. I mean, probably like Wandy Rodriguez, which you he's just an older left-handed pitcher that I faced quite a bit. He came up with the Astros. I know he was pretty successful, but for some reason, like when we were playing against him, the Astros were kind of down for a while. So, for whatever reason, there was just a lot of success there. But it's funny. Probably the guy I hated facing the most was a guy named Jeff Karstens, which it's not a name that pops out to anybody that you're going to struggle against. But, he was one of those right-handed guys that threw 88 to 91 and threw 3 or 4 different breaking balls. And for whatever reason, I couldn't see the ball off him. So I was always not excited to face him, but I was laughing. So my last at bat off the guy, I think I was 2 for 21 or something off him. And we were facing him in Miller Park, or the old Miller Park now. And I hit a home run off him. But so I was excited because I hit a home run. I'm like, finally got the guy. And before I even rounded third, the trainers were on the field, and he blew his arm out. I'm like, great. So the only reason I hit the guy is because he popped something when he threw the ball. So, but no, it's just, I think it's all different. I mean, I had success off of Wainwright, and I hit Clemens okay. Certain guys that you were super excited to face, but I think when you talked about guys that when they struggle, it's always different. Some guys you see great, and some guys you had no chance against for some reason.
And who is the most difficult, you think, in your era
to face?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I faced most of those guys. I think, realistically, like my least favorite, or I liked facing everybody, but the least success, the one I was facing, like Felix Fernandez, that was a tough matchup for a while.
Oh, wow.
He had that 4 or 5 year span where he was so good, and he was tough. Because I think Wainwright was great, Kershaw was great, but I faced those guys. I feel like I faced those guys so much that they weren't, it wasn't terrible.
Talk to us a little bit about the atmosphere being in a pennant race in Milwaukee. Is it? I mean, everybody's into it. Is it a different feel? A little bit about the excitement of getting into the playoffs with the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, I think we were lucky, like me and the guys that I came up with, that we were, as soon as we got there, we got competitive really fast. So, the team had struggled for 20 plus years, and then all of a sudden, our first year together was 06 when like me, Prince, and those guys. Then Bronny came up in 07, and we almost made the team. We almost made the playoffs in 07, so we were actually above 500 for the first time in 20 plus years. And all of a sudden, we made the playoffs in 8. We could have made. We went playoffs in 8. We took a downward kind of spiral in 9 to 10 when we brought in we had a manager shift. We brought in Kinmaka, and that kind of went downward, and then they brought in Renicky, and all of a sudden we were one of the best teams in the league again. So I think our fans were, whether we were trying to figure it out or we figured it out, they were always there. So that was one thing that I learned to really appreciate being a Brewer, was the fans. I mean, regardless if you're battling to get out of the cellar or you're the best team there, they're there. They applaud you. They appreciate the effort. So that was fun. It was pretty easy to play there because I was kind of a blue collar kid growing up. So being around a bunch of blue collar fan base was pretty exciting for me. And I loved going out and doing meet and greets and just talking to those people, just because they were a bunch of hardworking people that just loved baseball. And I definitely felt like I could have hung out with a lot of those guys and on the side and had fun.
Wow. Love that. That the feel must be like really good. I have a question. I'm not sure. I'm sure you have an opinion on it, but Devin Williams, when he gave up that home run to Pete Alonso, and then in the offseason got traded to the Yankees, how do you feel he would have done? Did you think his career with the Brewers was gone at that point, or do you think if he would have stayed there, it might have been worse, or you think it would have been a calming influence for him? How do you think the fans would have taken it?
I think they would have supported him. I think that's one thing I said. Milwaukee, the fan base are so good about understanding the value of like their players and realizing that he had a stretch there. He was the best reliever in baseball for 3 years, and you're not always gonna be amazing, but if they look past one, I guess, glitch and realize that if he would have came back, if they would have supported him, he would have been one of the best relievers again. So I think I understand the way the mid market shift. I mean, Milwaukee does such a good job of bringing in guys. They get rid of their stars. At some point when they kind of price tag out, but they've always done such a good job of bringing in really good guys, and they kind of take places. So Milwaukee's so smart at doing that kind of stuff. So I think Devin would have came back, and the fans would have still loved him, and he would have done great. But I understand why they do certain things, because that's why they're successful over here, because they're able to bring in prospects and plug in right away. And their pitching clinic they got over there, man, those guys turn guys around so fast, and mediocre pitchers get really good really fast when they deal with the Brewers system.
Evan, we have a couple of questions from from an email here, but if you have a question, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a question from Mighty Funny in the chat. He wants to ask, how important are batting coaches in the major leagues?
I think they're important for sure. But I think there's some better than others. Like I had when I was in Milwaukee, I had a handful of guys, and I know that things are a little different now. The analytics are way important now. When I was there, they weren't so much. But I thought the batting coaches that were just consistent, they were good with scouting. They were always in the cage. They were always available to help, basically whatever you wanted to do. So I think more so, just their value is so high because they're willing to stay late and show up early, come in on off days. Like, if you're struggling at all and you want a hitting coach to come in at 10 o'clock and hit on the field, they will. So, I mean, I think hitting coaches are valued just because they're willing to do whatever it takes for you to get better. So, I mean, I went through stretches where, I had hitting coaches and, other coaches there with me early, late, just trying to figure things out. And they're always, like if you're a good teammate, like one of those guys that they root for, they'll do anything they can to help you out.
Okay. Teresa in the chat here, she asked, what was your favorite moment on the field?
Probably I had two. So my favorite moment was 2008, just making the playoffs that first year. I mean, we were tied with the Mets that year, so we went into the last game of the season basically having to win. So we ended up winning the game. That was when CC had that crazy run of he had, but we won the game, and the Mets game was still like in the seventh inning. So we won and celebrated. Worst case, we had to go to New York for I guess like a tiebreaker game. But they put the screen on, the big screen on. They had the Mets game on, so we were all drinking on the field and hanging out, and all the fans stayed, and it was kind of a little cool experience because my wife and my kids were down there on the field with us, and we're all kind of celebrating, realizing, worst case we got that extra game, but best case scenario, I think the Marlins were playing the Mets, and the Marlins ended up beating those guys. So that was fun. That was a fun experience for us. And then when Hoffman got a 600 save, I was part of that. So that was really cool just to kind of see. They kind of carried him off the field, and seeing some of our old coaches cry just because the historical value of it was pretty cool to watch.
You have a question from Bob Rizzo. He says, your favorite player growing up?
My favorite player growing up was probably Cal Ripken. I was a tall shortstop in high school, so I thought I was going to be the next Cal Ripken, realizing that I didn't move nearly as fast or quick as he did. So, but he was somebody I idolized growing up, so I kind of watched him a lot.
Oh, wow. Okay. There's one more from Kevin. Kevin asks, did you ever have aspirations of playing for the New York Yankees?
Not necessarily. I mean, I would not have minded at all playing for the Yankees. I was never like that. I can't play for certain teams. I was a baseball fan, so I enjoyed going everywhere, and I thought every fan base was unique. And that's definitely a fan base that would have been fun to play for. I mean, there's definitely fan bases that I would prefer not to go to, but the Yankees would have been a fun one to be a part of.
Well, you used to inside out the ball with the doubles. I used to always enjoy watching you hit. I had always said, and I told you this in the last interview, I was always hoping that the Yankees would have traded for you because they needed more contact hitting, like actually they do now. How you feeling? Could you sit up right now? We could take.
No, it's terrible. No, we just did the alumni game, and it was so funny because, well, of course I don't move very well anymore, but I was 1 for 2 with a base hit, but both my contacts were straight to third base. Just trying to wait on, so used to seeing the ball quick. Obviously we're older now, so the ball's not nearly as fast, and couldn't wait on the ball to save my life. So my inside out swing is no mas, no more.
You mean you can't keep up with the challenge of Jose Canseco that he could hit a 12
No,
ball harder?
I think I could compete in a home run derby with him, but in actual, so we were actually playing a game, just that distance, and I need like little more practice, but I think I could sneak in there with a derby and challenge anybody my that age range.
You brought up a good point. The home run derby. I know a lot of people, they want to flex the muscles, they want to do it. Can that really throw a ball player off for a while, because you swing so hard and then you got to bring it to a different level? Does it bother anybody, do you think?
I think certain swings it can. I think you look at like maybe like a Freddie Freeman. He has such a plan that's not part of his. That's just not part of his warm-ups. I mean, when he takes batting practice, he's not trying to hit the ball at the park. So he might have to adjust his swing to be more pull side. But when I did it, it wasn't that big a deal because I was inside out. But most hitters, you have that 1 round, maybe 2 rounds where you just try to get the ball as far as you can. So I think we all kind of do it anyway, whether we're supposed to or not. So I feel like most guys can handle it. Some guys, obviously, it's such a different swing that it can be hard to go back to find that swing. But no, I think most guys get away with it and be okay with it.
Evan, you have another question? Because I have one. I have another one after. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have one, and then I do see one from the chat as well. My first one is, do you think like players like you nowadays, do you think coaches or people in the front office that determining from analytics are trying to change players' swings and like their uppercut swings due to like analytics nowadays?
Yeah, I think they went really analytics. I think some teams are kind of backing off a little bit. I think you look at even look at Milwaukee, for instance, I feel like they do a little different than a lot of teams do. I think they were kind of big homer swing strikeout type team a few years ago. In the last 2 or 3 years, they've definitely been more contact, more fundamental baseball, which is great to see because that's kind of how we came up watching. But I think you still have those teams that strikeouts don't matter, which as an ex-player is kind of annoying. I think I almost got released for striking out like 120 times one year, and 120 is low these days. So I think I appreciate what the Brewers are doing. I know that the Rays do it too. So I think that's starting to come back. But I mean, it's kind of hard to beat some of the science that these guys have is so valuable. But I definitely like shorter, compact contact swings. And if you hit it good enough, ball's gonna carry anyway.
And then the one that I see from the chat is, what was the worst ballpark in the majors that you've played in?
I mean, I played a lot, so I don't like. So playing in the Central, you play at Wrigley Field a lot, which I know it's gotten a little better, but when you go from Miller Park to now it's American, the names changed a little bit, but
Family Field, right?
Yeah, I always still call it Miller Park just because that's all.
Yeah,
that's where I'm gonna die with. But I don't know. I wasn't a huge Wrigley fan. The surface wasn't like level. I remember playing some of the games early in center field. I mean, I couldn't even see like the batter's feet. So when the ball was low, it was really hard to see contact. So you'd hear contact and you couldn't really see it right away because you literally lost sight of the ball. But that one was just because, I was a Brewer fan versus being a Cub fan because the fans were always exciting over there. But probably Oakland. Oakland might be the worst place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, crazy because the surface was actually okay, but the field, I mean, same thing. There wasn't a lot of fans. It's just, if you want to take batting practice, you had to go in the middle, like center field. They had a cage set up that was kind of terrible. So just the oldness, and it just wasn't great for players. So, and the clubhouse was, you don't walk through a huge tunnel. So I was at DH a few times trying to go get warm in the locker room was a nightmare because it was like, quarter-mile walk to get down to the field between innings every time I wanted to go up and take some swings and get loose.
And you had to run over the cockroaches.
Yeah, it was rough.
Oh, the rats.
Dude, that place was interesting.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely. But it has so much history, though. That was the thing. I mean, with the A's winning 3 championships and all that good stuff.
Well, you can go back and look, man. When they were really good, they packed that place in crazy. So that would have been a cool place to be when they were good. I mean, like, or to play if you're a visiting team in those years where they were really good, that would have been kind of a fun place to go because I'm sure they were loud and Oakland they can get a little excited, so that could have been interesting.
Back in those days, the drums in the outfield used to drive me nuts. That and the Cleveland Indians guy, the guy, boom, 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 boom. He just kept doing that. I was like, I had to take the voice off the TV. I couldn't take it anymore. That voice was like, I mean, that was just, forget it. But I mean, listen, the bottom line is baseball is a soothing sport. It's such a great sport. It's probably the best if you're going through a hard time or something. And I think, Corey, you'd understand. There's no other sport that there's no other thing that if you're going through something, you just want to sit down, you could watch a baseball game, and you could just feel the tranquility of it. You're not going to sit down and watch a football game. The last thing you need to see is guys killing each other. You know what I mean? So I think baseball is it's the soothing game. It's if you're having a bad you're having a bad day or something, a tragedy. I know a lot of people, and I've gotten a lot of people to agree with this, but I think baseball is just the greatest sport there is. I really do, and I would and I'm just happy to be part of it, and be a little part of Yankees but everything in general, because everybody in growing up, all they did was idolize so many people. And then you realize what I covered was in the locker rooms, and everybody's human. Everybody is everybody's the same. Who's going to make more money than somebody else? But money's not everything. It's the human part of everything. You say, oh my God, they do the same thing as us. They pay taxes. They do that. And growing up, that was real important to me to really see what it's all about, to be around players, like yourself, and it's a great experience. There's nothing like it. Nothing like it.
I think like you were saying, so the movie Fever Pitch, I'm sure you've seen it. With Jimmy Fallon, the baseball movie.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, people always ask me about baseball, and I always refer to the scene towards the end of that movie where they're eating at the restaurant. The Red Sox had lost the first game.
Right.
They see Johnny Damon and somebody else eating at the restaurant. They're kind of hanging out and kind of cutting up. They get all pissed off, and then they realize like, oh, they're normal people. Like they have an exciting job, but at the end of the day, they're just they're trying their best, and at the end of the day, then if it didn't work out, they're still human. They still they're gonna eat and hang out, and it's not gonna ruin their life. They'll be depressed for a little bit, and then try to figure it out the next day. So I think that's one of my favorite scenes in any movie, just because I can relate to it so much. Because you care so much, but you have to have that switch where turn it off, then come back the next day and turn it back on.
Your Evan, I'm going to have my last question. You have any other questions? By all means, go ahead.
Just a little bit about this year's deadline. Are there any moves that you've seen that surprise you? Are there any teams that, in your opinion, need to make some more moves to contend? In your opinion?
I haven't paid super attention to it. I mean, I've kind of watched to see if the Brewers were going to make any moves because I was kind of interested just in obviously Milwaukee because I follow Milwaukee like crazy, but just because they have such a good farm system, I was kind of surprised that they didn't trade one of their shortstops. They have Jesus Mate, who's the top prospect, but Cooper Pratt's been extremely good. So they have other top shortstops that are in the top 100. So I thought they have plenty of pieces, but at the end of the day, they are always in the top in the National League because they have such a good farm system. So I was that's not a nice surprise, but just intrigued just to kind of see if they were going to do anything. But I don't know if you saw that. Did Rushman go to the Red Sox, or did that not go through?
Not yet.
I saw it on some websites. So if that one goes through, that's a surprise just because you're trading. He's really good, and the trading in a division like that would be you don't see that too much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Yankees were hot on the trail, but they didn't like the medical reports.
Oh, really?
So
I get it. For sure.
And it disrupts. I don't know. Yankees, I guess, because they've had so many injuries, they're being very cautious. I can't blame them for that. That without a doubt, I can't blame them. And who do you see? I mean, I'm sure it's going to be obvious, but what do you see in the World Series this year?
I mean, I'd love for a Brewer Yankee series, but so the Dodgers are always going to be tough, and they definitely put themselves in a position to have as much depth as anybody because they get hurt just like everybody else, but they definitely stack it so they can overcome a lot of that. So hopefully the Brewers beat them this year, and the Brewers get to go to Yankee Stadium and play that series.
Well, your mouth to God's ears, and like this, promise to come up if we have a Yankee Brewers World Series.
Well, 100%, that would be great.
No, that without a doubt. No, really, really appreciate the time, Corey. That was so nice of you to return. We love the interviews, and definitely you always have a spot here anytime you want to come. By the way, is anything you want? You have if you have any promotion with anything, please be free. Don't hesitate if you want to say something about anything. Please go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not promoting anything. I'm a lonely farmer with kids that are in college. So
how are they doing? How's
they're
the
good.
family?
They're busy. My son's he'll be a junior in college this year. He's a pitcher, so we're gone about 1 week a month to go watch him play and kind of hang out with him. So between our farm and our travels right now, we're locked down. So hopefully when things settle down, I can start promoting something. I just gotta find a hobby.
Well, best of luck. Definitely. And I actually just graduated college, so I don't know what that is like. And best of luck to your son playing baseball in college, definitely for sure.
Yeah, thanks. So he's doing good. So hopefully, I know his dream is to get drafted one of these days. So he's got a few more years for that to happen. So we'll see.
Well, if he comes to the Yankees, can you get us a few tickets or at least a press pass?
Yeah, of course. They all love to hang out with you guys.
Well, we're looking forward to it. But what's his full name? So we'll look for it.
No, it's a small school. It's University of Texarkana at Texas A&M. So it's like a small NAIA school right now. So they're big. They're getting bigger. I mean, it's like one of the fastest growing schools in Texas. So I think next year they'll be D2, and then so he's got 2 years to figure it out.
One thing we have from Mighty Funny here, I believe Corey helped build a little league field in his hometown. Props for that.
Oh yeah. We put a building up for those guys. I grew up in Kentucky, so the weather is pretty rough in the winter. So basically baseball was only during baseball season. So me and my wife, we built a hitting facility for those guys. And
That's
of course,
awesome.
we did that, and they've been in the World Series like 3 times. So we like to think we're part of that a little bit.
That's awesome, Corey. I mean, kudos to you and your wife and family. That's great. Hey, listen, anything you can help the kids or whatever, but that's great. And thank you, Mighty Funny, for reminding us. Shame on me for not remembering that. But with everything going on, but we do thank you so much, Corey. We thank Nitin Sports Team for bringing you back, and during the playoffs, World Series, we'd love, we definitely love to have you back. If you get a chance, we would love to, and let us know how your son's progressing. We would love to hear it.
No, we'll do. Yeah, and reach out anytime you guys need a voice. I'm bored most of the time.
Well, don't we may take you up on that on a nice play-by-play. How about Yankees Brewers? You come up on a play-by. We do the Yankee games. We do the play-by-play. Actually, Evan is one of the key announcers. I do many games. But if you feel like doing a play-by-play, the Yankees playing the Brewers, I'd love to have you.
Yeah, I can stutter my way through a game, so we'll see how it goes.
All right. Oh, yeah, I can just see it now. Come on, let's go. No, just kidding. But no, that's great, Corey. Thank you. God bless you, your family, and stay healthy. And we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Have a great one. Thank you so much. Take care. That was Corey Hart, everyone. Thank you so much, Evan. Good questions. It was fun having him over again, and really, really down to earth guy. Wow, really, really nice. But you know what? All of the guys and gals that Nitin and his sports team bring up, they're always very pleasurable. They really are.
They are great. Yep, everybody really is.
And then we're going to have another one. So Joe Sherman is cooking the Yankees right now, saying they didn't do enough. Dum. Jason says the Red Sox just got Rushman.
Okay.
Well, we figured that was going to happen.
Yep.
So apparently their doctors thought better than the Yankees doctors.
That's okay.
I'm not too weaked up about that, to be honest with you. What I am happy about is they said that the roster spot looks like Max Schumann's going down.
Yes.
So that's it. Acquiring Adley Rushman in a trade with the Orioles. Let's see what they're giving up. Will they give up Anthony? Will they give up maybe the first baseman that's been hurt?
Yeah.
What do you think? It's got to be one of those.
Maybe Marcelo Meyer.
Maya, yeah. I'm so tired of prospect ugly cash. Yeah.
Yep.
Here it is. The Red Sox are acquiring 3-time All-Star in a trade with the Orioles, sources tell ESPN. We have 3 hours and 13 minutes for the Yankees to do something.
Let's go Yankees! Come on.
I would have never. I honestly, Evan, if somebody would have said the Yankees were going to do nothing today, I think they would have said. I would have said you're out of your mind. But little by little, there's only 3 hours left. Only 3 hours left, people.
Definitely.
Addition by subtraction, at least we got rid of Duvall and Bird. That's true.
Yep.
Cashman is trading for Ham Porter.
There was a trade with the Dodgers and the Royals. The Dodgers got Chris Bubich from Kansas City.
Just what the Dodgers need, more pitching.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to, in turn, trade somebody else. I don't know. It's a little weird. It really is a little weird. I cannot. I'm speechless right now, Evan. I thought for sure, at least by now, there'd be one trade by the Yankees, and absolutely nothing.
I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, a little bit surprised that they haven't really made any other moves as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Nathan. Were you down? You know what? I was doing things and whatever. Oh, you went down. Okay.
Hey, Sean, welcome back.
Yeah, there you go. We also, let's see. Oh, we have another guest here. We also have Kevin Mensch is back, is here with us. So we're gonna bring him up. Kevin, if you're ready, you give me the thumbs up, we'll bring you up. There we go. All right. Here we go. And here he is, the one and only former player in a Major League Baseball. He was with us before. We had a great interview with Kevin Mensch. Kevin, how you doing? Welcome back to the show. How are you feeling? And tell us all the good stuff.
I'm good right now. It's about 107 degrees here right now in Texas. So it's yeah, and there's there's no wind at all, and so it is it's a balmy Texas summer day.
Oh wow! Oh my God, 107. I thought 83 was bad. No, just
yeah. Well, no, we went home a couple weeks ago, and it was when you guys were having a heat wave, so it was about 100 when we were back in Delaware, and then left. And I think it was in the 80s when everybody went to the beach. So we missed all of it. Yep.
Definitely. Well, Kevin, you're here with Joe and Evan. And again, thank you so much for coming up with us on a busy, crazy trade deadline day. And we want to get your reaction, first of all, as a former player and as a very, very good, solid hitter. What goes through the minds, in your mind or anybody's mind, on that trade deadline day? Are you concerned you're going to get dealt, or somebody comes up to you and say, "Hey, Kevin, I really don't want to leave here, but the rumors are all over the place." Take us through what goes in a locker room in a clubhouse, and then once that time is over, does somebody exhale or what?
Yeah, you definitely do exhale once the deadline is through. You definitely have that moment of okay. Every year you always hear about trades. You could be moved, and I think it's a lot like any other conversation with you have with people. When you don't hear anything, that's usually when it happens, right? It comes out of nowhere. So I mean, there are some people in the clubhouse that know more than others, but really, I mean, it's one of those things where if it happens, it happens. But it's tough because you basically have to. So today's a trade deadline. You get a phone call. Hey, you've been traded. Get to wherever you are. If you're at home, get to the ballpark. Get your stuff. Go get on a flight and be at the ballpark. So you don't usually get a chance to say bye to your teammates. Usually, how it happens. I saw somebody the other day. I think was it from Atlanta that got traded, or was it Milwaukee? Middle of the game, got taken out middle of the game. So I mean, that stuff happens as well. So it can be a lot for sure, especially if you kind of ingrained yourself into a community and everything else, and pack up and just leave and not get a chance to say really bye to anybody. So it can be a lot. I remember when I got traded, got to Milwaukee, and it was a lot because I hadn't known anything else but the Rangers. So I sat down with Jeff Cirillo and he talked about it. He goes, yeah, it's basically a mentality you have to have where you basically have to forget everything and move on. And some people, it's a little bit more difficult than it is with others.
Yeah, I can imagine. Evan, you have a question?
Yes, Kevin, nice to meet you. First of all, welcome to the
yes, sir.
Thanks for joining. So of course you definitely have a lot of experience playing. Who was your favorite team to play for, and was there any significant deadline additions that made you guys as a team better in any of the teams that you played with?
I mean, I had Mr. Hicks when he owned the Rangers. When I was there, took the best care of us. I mean, he bought a plane. That's when he owned the Stars and the Rangers. So he bought a plane, fixed up a nice small plane for us. Took very good care of us. I mean, still live here, and my roots are here now. So it was really tough to get to being traded from here, and a lot went into it. So they always say the death nail is don't ever buy a house where you're playing. because that's usually the death nail.
Yeah, right.
unless you're on like a multi-year deal or something, don't buy a house.
Gotcha.
So, but yes, Mr. Hicks took the bet. I mean, I played with, the Lerners are a good family in Washington, and then the Antanasios in Milwaukee as well are, a great family. And then Rogers owned the Blue Jays. So, but Mr. Hicks, when he was here, I think it was, there's so many athletes here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, not just baseball. You've got hockey, football, and basketball. So we run into guys left and right. So, I mean, this is where everybody really wants to be. And I like playing outside too. I don't mind the heat. I don't mind playing in it, because your body is, adjusted to all of it. I'm not a fan of turf. I don't think my body would have lasted as long playing on turf. I mean, I go stand out there now for charity events and stuff, and I go home and my back hurts from all this turf and everything. I don't know how guys are able to do it.
Wow. Well, just like that, the magic that we could do here on NY Yankee Mania. We have, I think, a friend of yours that's on the bottom here too, another former player. And if he's ready and gives me a thumbs up, I'd like to bring him up too. We got double indemnity. Oh boy, here we go. Get ready for this, everyone. The one and the only, another returnee on NY Yankee Mania. Very, very good left hand. We have the right-handed hitter and we have the left-handed hitter right here. So take your pick, guys. And here he comes, Logan Morrison. How you doing? Welcome to Trade Deadline Day with Joe and Evan and Kevin Mensch.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Kevin. How are you?
I'm good, Logan. How are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. I don't think we ever actually officially met. Might have played against you early on in my career. But I do remember those Texas teams where they could bang.
Yeah, that was fun doing that. Everybody wanted to say nobody wanted to come here and pitch in this heat, but guys figured it out. I don't know why they didn't want to, but it is what it is.
I love, and we did it perfect. You have the left-handed hitter on the left side and the right-handed hitter on the right side, and the two kind of pros on the top and the bottom. So there we go. No, that's great, guys. Both of you, thank you so much, man. We have mashes here. The Yankees need bats, guys. What are you doing there? Let's get you to the Bronx.
No, those days are gone. You don't want me there.
You look like you're 25 years old. Give me a break. And you look like you're 28, 29. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that Toby Keith song rings true. I'm not as good as I once was. I'm good once I ever was. I'd be good for one game and then I'd be on the shelf.
Yeah, I don't have it. I played in the Hall of Fame Classic this year in Cooperstown a couple months back in May, and the two starting pitchers were Charlie Morton and Edwin Jackson. So they're throwing. I mean, and we got guys like myself. Let me see. Todd Zeal was another guy. It was an older guy that was there. We had Lou Croy. We had a whole bunch of guys there, the older guys, and man, I actually got a hit off Edwin Jackson, but I thought my bat was going to break, but that's about it. I can hit a softball and a golf ball. That's about it these days.
Yeah, those things. Yeah, Charlie, I bet is throwing about 90 still, and a hammer. That curveball is probably still moving pretty good.
Yeah, well, it was a monsoon as well, so we're more concerned with them just being able to hold on to the ball. So
yeah, please don't hit me.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we were hoping it wasn't going to happen because it was a mud pit for sure.
I'll tell you, Evan, I don't know if you saw Logan play ball or Kevin, but let me tell you something. The home runs that when Logan hit them, goodbye, good luck. Yeah. I think one of them is still flying that I remember seeing that he hit. Oh my God, Jesus. Do you remember that one? I really thought it went 500 feet.
Well, are we talking at Yankee Stadium?
Yes.
Yeah, that was in the third deck off Pineda. That was pretty cool.
Oh my God!
Yeah, Logan, you were a beast.
I wanted to wring your neck, but it's okay.
You always hit well off the
like, what is he doing? No. Yeah. And Kevin, what I remember about Kevin, those darn doubles. You hit those doubles all the time. You were killing me.
I did. I mean, being a Philly guy, I always hate New York teams. So I always tried to make sure that I did as best as I could when I was up there. I mean, I didn't hit the long home runs, but I'd scrape them over there, right field, left field over there, Yankee Stadium. But
I
yeah,
know.
I always try and do that against those teams. I think I carry over from football season, being an Eagles fan, right? So I guess being Giants and everything. So trying to go up there to New York and deal with all that. So, but I'm used to it. Growing up, dealing with all the fans, the heckling and everything else. I love it. I mean, that's just a part of the game. I love that part, especially the bleacher creatures out there in right field.
Jeez. Oh yeah. Guys, I'm not sure we're checking out on this, but we're seeing again the Cubs are in the mix for Reed Detmers from I guess from the Angels going to the Cubs. We're trying to get word on that. And newly acquired Jose Soriano that went from the Angels to Toronto. There's more trade interest of possibly flipping him. So that's that's some news that's coming out.
So they are having a fire sale then, huh?
It looks like it. Oh, well, the Angels. I think the Jays are building up. I mean, obviously for next year, I think if there is a next year, but we'll get into that in a few minutes. But are you guys surprised that with all the hoopla that was going on with the New York team, especially the Yankees, so far? I mean, they did make a nice trade for Garcia. Are you guys surprised with 3 hours left that they still haven't made a couple of the moves that they really need to make to possibly get into that, to get in more to the playoffs and down the road? What are you guys thinking? What do you think they're going to pounce at the end, or they're going to be quiet?
I love the expectations of New York fans. I love the fire that New York fans have. Gone are the days of George Steinbrenner. Those days they're just gone. They're not going to happen anymore. So if it costs them what they think is too much of a prospect, they're not going to do it. If it's too much money, they're not going to do it. They're more interested, just like every other team except for the Dodgers, it seems, on being competitive in the long term than they are winning right now. And what I mean by that is the Dodgers are going for World Series now, and other teams seem to be, we want to be relevant, we want to be competitive, we want to be in the playoffs. But listen, if that move is going to affect us in the future in a negative way, and we only have a chance to win a World Series, we're not guaranteed to win a World Series, we're not going to do it. And you know how that goes. You're never guaranteed to win a World Series. So those moves just don't get made anymore, in my opinion.
You're right. And Kevin, what about your feelings?
I mean, you always hear a lot of what the media does is they're trying to stir everything up, right? They're trying to get interest. That's, they write these stories, hey, we're going to go do this, just because they're trying to get clicks, right? That's the biggest thing, trying to get clicks. These guys, the teams know, but like Logan said, is it worth your minor league system giving it up for potentially the rest of this year? And that's it. You don't know what's going to happen beyond this year. So is it really going to be worth it? You could have guys after the trade deadline, right? They have to clear waivers. If somebody's not, you never know what could happen with it. But I mean, if it's getting this close, somebody would leak something. But if you're not hearing anything now, what do we have? 2.5 hours? 2 hours left? 3 hours?
About three.
3 hours exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, if it's really worth it, is they gonna risk? I don't know how good Yankees minor league system is. I know the Dodgers have one of the best, and they got what they coughed up for Skubal. I know it pissed off 29 other teams from doing that, but it's like Dave Roberts said. We're not doing anything that all these other teams couldn't do. We just have the capital and the draft capital and the money to do it.
Yeah, and you're right. Now, another deal that was completed a little while ago, surprising the person going back to the Orioles, which is Contreras back to the Navarez. I'm sorry, going back to the Red Sox, the Orioles. So I'm a little, it's catcher for catcher. And to be honest with you, I don't know. If you look at both of them on paper, of course, Rutschman is a better all-around player, but Navarez wasn't a bad behind the plate, and where Rutschman is not even in the top 5 or 10. So that's kind of an odd trade. I think there was nothing wrong with the Red Sox. Why would they want to bring in a guy to learn a 13, 14-man pitching staff all over again with a month left. I don't know, guys. Can you weigh in on that? I mean, maybe I'm making too much of it, but it doesn't sound. I mean, why would you want to do that?
Yeah. So I think that there's a lot of variables that I don't know about, but it could be Adley is left-handed, right?
He's a
Hitter,
switch hitter.
switch hitter. So there could be some balance in the lineup situations there. It could be the catcher that they had wasn't gelling with the pitchers. I don't know these things. I do know what you're saying, though. I mean, you have a 14-game winning streak. You kind of want to keep things pretty similar between the battery. So yeah, it's one of those things where I think like the teams would know best. And shoot, like everybody's giving Breslow a hard time at the beginning of the year because of how bad they were doing, and all the quotes he was kind of coming off insensitive and arrogant. But it seems that the Red Sox are right where they need to be now.
Yeah.
I have one for Logan. Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Logan, for joining. I remember you as a player. Definitely 2017, you had that great season with the Rays. Definitely beat the Yankees up a good amount. So that was cool to see, but also congrats to that. When it comes to like the Rays development system, they get Freddie Peralta, they get Liam Hicks. How do they sort of transform these guys to become better than they were previously? And what's it just about their minor league system that can translate to the MLB prospect level?
Well, look, they're gonna show Freddie the numbers, and they're gonna be like, "Look, guy, this is what you hit. This is what they hit against you when you throw these pitches in these situations or on these spots." And they're very good at communicating those certain things instead of the player going out there and saying, "Well, this worked. I don't know why it's not working now." Or maybe it's just a thing of like getting ahead, throwing strikes, putting emphasis on that. You give the player one thing to think about, to get better at, and then it improves his overall performance. They're really good about doing those things. As far as the player development goes, I think what they do best is they keep things consistent, right? They keep guys in their roles as long as they can. Kevin Cash has been there forever, and it works all the way down. So you hear the same messaging, you hear the same voices. There's not a lot of change in that. Not too many chefs in the kitchen, that type of thing. And they're able to, again, getting the player to know what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are. And, you know, if as a hitter, if I know my weakness is this certain area of the plate, I'm looking for a different area of the plate. And I'm always going to stick to that. That's going to be my approach type thing. And the pitcher, although they are very good over the course of a season, you're going to be able to do enough damage in your strength to have a productive season.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah. No, it's insane. It really is. Is it surprising you guys that Tampa Bay is this good?
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, not necessarily, because I mean, in the beginning, back when they were before the, they were actually, when they weren't very good, back, in the early 2000s, really. And then, they started picking up the draft capital, right? I think it started with Evan Longoria and that group. And then they just progressed and they started building it up to now maintain, to be able, especially in that AL East division. I mean, between the Yankees and Toronto and Boston, and to be able to hang with them with what they're doing. So they're doing it right from the bottom up. They just drafted a local kid here, number 2 overall, Grady Emerson. Good, he's a good, really, really good player. And like I said, they're building it through that. So seems like they're not wasting a lot of that draft capital on chasing something when they know that they have something that's sustainable, right? You see a lot of these teams, they'll trade to make a run, and then what? Then they kind of fade off for a while. And then what you have to do, then you got to rebuild that minor league system. But it seems like they are consistently building that and putting in the pieces that they need to help fill that void. And maybe, if they need to, go get something that they know is going to be, sustainable. Like you said, the Dodgers go get Skubal. Are they going to be able to sign him after this offseason? I don't know. That's a lot of money that they're going to be, and especially with the CBA and everything coming up. I don't know. So there's a lot that goes into it. And it's like Logan said, we're position players. We're not kind of privy to a lot of that information that the pitchers and catchers deal with. We just kind of just go with the flow. And then if we hear something, that's it.
Yeah, I think like what we if we were on one of those teams, the Boston or the Orioles, would get back to that past point, we would only hear that from the pitchers bitching about them, trading their guy, their battery guy, or we would hear like, "Good, I'm glad he's gone," that kind of stuff. We wouldn't know much about the camaraderie between the pitcher and the catcher until something like that happens.
Wow. Okay. Well, we have another, looks like, breaking trade here. Another bullpen piece going to the Pirates, and Luke Weaver from the Mets. Our own Jason is breaking that. That's actually right above here. That's our guy's brother up here. So, what do you think about that there?
Well, that's interesting. Very interesting. I heard reports that the Pirates were always interested in Weaver. I think he could excel definitely with Pittsburgh, them being more competitive this year. Weaver has been great this year. I think an under 3 RA for the Mets. Definitely Pirates improving their bullpen, and they're definitely on a good stretch to make a run here.
Yeah, the Pirates are really making noise.
I mean, there was somebody was talking about Paul Skeens going somewhere. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you hear. That people just throw it out because it just gives them clickbait, and then all of a sudden, then people start talking about other things. So you never really can know. And I think as players, we don't really get tied into any of the trade stuff unless somebody brings it up to us. We have enough to worry about that we don't need to worry about, what could possibly happen.
Kevin, I have a question here from Teresa, and she says, both of you actually, for both of you to answer. When you guys go into when you know you either got traded or let's say hypothetically get released, how does that work? Does the manager call you call you into the office? How do you guys find out about that? If you get traded, let's say in the night, how does that all occur? Do you just go in the manager's office and you sit and you talk about it, or that's her question. She says, "Thank you if you can answer it."
It's not coming from your manager or anybody else. It's coming from your agent. Your agent's going to call you and say, "Hey, you've been dealt." When I was traded, we had an off day, and on both times that I was traded. So that's all it was. Hey, you go pack your stuff. You need to get your stuff and go. And that's what I told him. And I got traded from when I was in Oklahoma City. I got traded to Toronto. It was like 2 a.m. I had to go back and get my stuff, and then be at the airport, and then fly right out. So I mean, it's not one of those things where you got time to really to do anything and grab anything. You just got to get what you have and go.
Logan, how
Yeah.
about you?
Yeah, I was traded both times in the offseason. The first time I was from Marlins to the Mariners. This might not come as any surprise, but I found out that trade on Twitter. Not going to get into those details, but then the other trade I did find out from the Mariners. They called me, the assistant GM and GM called me to tell me that I was being traded to the Rays, and then the Rays ended up calling me. So. And then as far as getting released, it's usually when I got released during COVID from the Brewers, and the general manager called me at the house, and then because of all the COVID restrictions and things like that, they had me not go into the clubhouse and just kind of sent me all my stuff I needed.
Wow, wow, that's interesting, because I mean they paint you. Like she was saying, they paint you a picture where you go into it's a tough job for the manager to say, "Hey, you've been traded," or we're letting you go, or something like that. And it's always fascinating to see how that all develops, because it's not an easy job to do that.
No, well, it was different when I was playing. We didn't have social media at that point. So I know Logan's talking about, finding out through social media at some point that you've been traded. I mean, that's kind of, it's a slap in the face, really, that this is getting leaked out, and that's part of the problem with baseball, is that nobody wants to be honest with you, to call and tell you that, hey, this is possible, even if it's a possibility that you're going to go somewhere, and then all of a sudden, like Logan said, he's looking on Twitter, and then I just got traded.
Well, and Kevin can relate to this too. It's like, oh, don't take it personal. It's just business. Well, no offense, bud, but I've spent way more hours in this game than you ever will, and it is personal. So thanks for letting me know. Like we wouldn't be where we're at if it wasn't personal. I don't care what anybody wants to tell you.
Yeah.
It's personal.
Yeah. Yep. It's you just don't trust anybody. That's the thing. So you find the guys that have played that are in front offices now that that are GM. Chris Young was a GM here. Those are guys that are going to be that have played and understand what guys deal with. So those are the guys that you respect to be able to come to you. They would come to you and tell you, look, hey, this is what we're planning on doing, because they know they've been through it. Just like the managers that you see, these teams that have success at the major league level are usually with managers that have played at that level, because they understand the day ins and day outs of what guys go through. So, I mean, if you just watching that stuff, just look at this sustainability. Granted, there are anomalies, guys that never played there, but that can do it. But for the majority of the time, it's guys that have been there and understand it.
Wow.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
It's very interesting to hear exactly how the lowdown is, and how all that works, and that's really fascinating. It really, really is.
Well, like you guys, I got this one hit home for you, but I heard this the other day that people were getting on Boone for always having the players back, and Volpe's having a tough go of it, right? But he's like my guy, and blah blah blah. One, what do you want Boone to say in the media? The media's already hard enough on Volpe. You want him to throw him under the bus and say he's not performing well enough? No, he's not going to do that, because again, he's been there and done that. He knows how hard it is. He knows how hard the kid's working to try to get better. It's not anything that he's ever going to change, I wouldn't think. Is there times when he might call a player out for a single action that he might do that he doesn't like? Sure. But as far as something like that goes, where he's struggling and the kid's working hard for him, he's never going to throw him underneath the bus.
Right.
Yeah, well, that was my next question, you guys. Do you think it's fair, the fair assessment of fire Boone, fire this, fire that, I know that he's not managing 100%, but nobody wants to hear this. Everybody's like, oh no, Boone put this in. No, Boone has dealt the team, and he's got to go with it. Then it's analytics. And he's got to go with that. If he goes off of analytics, and God forbid it doesn't go right, he's gonna hear about it. And the only way he doesn't hear about it is if he sticks with what the analytics tell him. So if they turn around and they say, well, Kevin Mench's coming up in the 8th inning, and they say a left-handed pitcher will do better against the right-handed, they're going to do that. And the same thing with Logan. If they see somebody, they're going to turn around and say, oh no, Tom Gordon can get him out. Well, what about a lefty? A lefty on lefty. We forgot about those days. I think
very few times in the game now do they go against the book. Maybe if they got a hot starting pitcher, they'll leave him in, something like that, and he's been around, they'll leave him in a little longer than they might usually. I think on the other side of it, though, they will see me versus a lefty, if I am doing well against them that year, or if I'm doing well against them in the last couple of weeks. When I got my opportunities, they might leave me in there and not pinch hit for me. I think that's more of a gut thing from a manager that they might tend to do, versus leaving the pitcher in and or not going right on right, left on left with the pitcher.
Yeah, and I just think it's so unfair. Now, does Boone make mistakes? Of course, everybody's going to make a mistake. But let me tell you guys, I'm sure you've seen a manager down the line, or heard about Billy Martin or a Gene Mark or Sparky Anderson. Do you really think they would put up with all of this?
No.
Could you imagine? I mean, if you guys, you're still young, you're young enough. Really not. Earl Weaver. You think Earl Weaver is going to take what Boone has to go through? From what I've seen from what Boone goes through, is when he goes to the office, he's got a stack of paper like this, and he's got to go through every one of them. I wouldn't want to do that. What are you hiring me for? All right, I'm making a few $1 million. Okay. So I'll have to do it. I have no choice. But I mean, there's no Billy Martin would take a look at that and say, yeah, okay, and flip it off the table, and that'll be the end of that. But I mean, I just like to see the managers manage, and let's see who's got the even keel. But forget about the analytics. What happened to the scouts?
Gone.
Why can't we have scouts? What was wrong in those days? What was wrong with those days?
It's cheaper, and they feel like it's more of a, we know what we're gonna get, we know what guy's gonna hit, we know what guys we're looking for, just all by a spreadsheet. That's all. They're just looking at numbers.
Yeah, but Logan, I don't know. Brewers are acquiring Dustin May and JoJo Romero from the Cardinals, according to Ken Rosenthal. By the way, I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine.
But you know, it's just crazy. You know, you're saying it might be cheaper. I don't know, because you hire analytics. I think they make more money than a scout.
Oh no, yeah, I don't know if it's cheaper. I think it's a system overhaul that's going to be expensive up front, but you see the dividends pay off with the ability to develop players from within, and then you're not having to go get that many free agents, and you keep replacing them a la the Rays. Like, they research and development they spend is way more than they spend on their payroll, or if not, if even, you know what I mean? Like, they're spending way more than that department than they are on the payroll. So I think that it's a give and take with the money there, but they realize that they can be relevant, competitive, make more money because they are relevant and competitive by spending it in the research and development, signing one player long term, making him the face of the team. If you notice, that's what they do with Longoria, what they do with Kevin Kiermaier, what they try to do with Wander Franco. And then they kind of let the rest be role players fill in and trade them when they get too expensive, and refill this farm system. The one problem I have with that is just, you know, you look at the Rays and how great they've been for how long, but they have yet to get over the hump. And I just feel like, man, like you didn't feel like you had the team back when you had Blake Snell in that COVID year, and you took the Dodgers to Game 6. And imagine if, you know, Garrett Cole was a free agent that year. Imagine if they would have just gotten him, or whatever it might have been. You know, like made a trade at the deadline for a big starting pitcher. You know, you might have won a World Series, and that to me is like the ultimate goal. It should be, as a organization. So okay, so I had to give away some top prospects, but I won a World Series ring, and now I'm going to be not as good for the next 2-3 years. I think the fans would agree. I'd rather have that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, I think Moneyball is the one that kind of set the standard for it. You know, the A's back in the early 2000s when I was playing, that's when Moneyball really started off. And then, but if you look at it, they haven't been to they got swept in the ALCS in 2004. But other than that, they've just been a mediocre, team with that whole analytical side of baseball. And I'm an old school guy. Analytics, I feel, is destroying the game itself. It has its value to an extent, but when you and then everything's about launch angle, exit velocity, this and that. You don't get bonus points for distance on your home runs. You hit the ball over the fence. Where's all the bunting anymore? Hitting runs. Doing the small stuff. But if you look at the teams that do that, they're the ones that they're ones that can win ball games, right? You're not going to go out. I mean, what was the year? Oh, was it 2022 Phillies Astros? Where, I mean, they go out and bang out 15 hits and they get no hit the next night. I mean, baseball should not be that much of a swing as from one day to the next. I mean, what is going on with how things are? I mean, you've got guys in the 9-hole hitting a $150, trying to hitting 35 home runs and everything else. I mean, I would rather a guy hit 260, 270, bang the ball around the ballpark, and win games. But I mean, that's just not what these analytics guys are done. I mean, these are guys that probably never made it past Little League, but there's the numbers say this, right? Logan knows you can't get a feel for somebody just by a spreadsheet, right? If I want to sit down with somebody and find out exactly, send a scout. Hey, what kind of person are they? Are they going to be a good mix for this clubhouse? Right? Is that going to be? Do we want them around? Is that somebody we can build around? Because when I was playing, we had guys. I had 04, 05, and 06, 04, 05. Brian Jordan and Eric Young were with us. Guys,
Right.
clubhouse guys that were going to get in your ass, but they knew they were getting people on the same page. You don't see that anymore. You don't see glue guys anymore, unless it's a team that's been considered like Dave Roberts has got built in LA. They've got glue guys that are there, and they bring in pieces that they need, but you don't see that a lot.
Yeah, I think just the generations have gotten softer and softer as far as that department goes. I do believe that there is more to it than just a spreadsheet. I'll also say that the counterpoint on that is, Kevin, like when I first broke in 2010, the average fastball was 93. Now it's probably up to like 96, somewhere in there. And so there's just going to be more swing and miss in the game. So what they've gone to is, when you do make contact, make it hurt, because you're not going to make contact that often. Very rarely do you string 3 singles together and get a run across. Now, yes, bunting, things like that. And if you look at it, the Rays who are very analytical, very research developed this year, I think this is one of those things that if you pay attention to the movie Moneyball, it's like, where can I find the value in a player that nobody else sees the value in? Well, back then it was walks on base percentage, right? Well, now everybody sees that value. So now what is it? Speed and bunting, because nobody knows how to field a bunt anymore because they don't practice anymore. So now it'll switch to, okay, we have to learn how to field these bunts again. We have to defend against this. Then that guy that doesn't really know how to hit as well and is getting on base by bunting and raising his average because he's fast, then they'll take that away again, and then it'll be a circular thing like that.
Wow. Yeah, no. I just think that if they take this all out, baseball would be so much more fun, so much more competitive, and the managers will manage.
I think the ball needs to move more. There needs to be more contact in the game. I think Kevin's alluding to that, but it's just like it's hard to move that ball. They're spinning it so good, and it's coming in so much harder. It's like it's hard to move that ball. You got to find one pitch, one spot, kind of thing.
See what I've noticed now is guys don't pitch anymore. They go out and just throw. Let me see how hard I can throw it. Nobody cares how hard you threw ball for, right? Guys don't go out and hit anymore. They just swing the bat. Guys, there are still guys. I mean, but just look at the numbers. There's no way the team averages should be in the 210s, 220s, right? I mean, what are you teaching? And I know now that when I was playing, we had one hitting coach. Now there's like 5 or 6 guys. So there's so many guys that are involved in every Our hitting coach at the time, if there would have been other guys in there, Rudy would have beaten the living snot out of him.
Yeah.
With that. So you see that. I mean, you go major league pitchers, catchers set up on the outside. How does a guy miss up and in by 18, 20 inches? How do you miss that far? Because you're just trying to throw the ball as hard as possible, as opposed to actually pitching. What was the last 30-game winner? Danny McClain back in 68 or something. So, and now you're going to have 15 wins, but it's going to be a guy in the bullpen because pitchers don't go more than 5 innings. So I saw somebody the other day was like 11 or 12-0, or finally got a loss. And is he a starter? No, he's in the bullpen. Really? So your Cy Young winner is going to come out of the bullpen with 120 innings?
So, and to your point to that too, is that like they're not worried. The pitchers, they're trying to nibble as well as throw as hard as they don't want to miss middle, but they're also like they know they got 6 pitches at a bat to throw 3 strikes, and they get rewarded. I know, like when I first came out too, is like if they didn't hit the glove or that spot, even though it might have been a strike and they had to go across their body catch it, it was called a ball. Well, that ain't happening now. Now it's a strike. So there's a lot of factors into it, a lot of variables.
Yeah, that's another thing I think Evan and I would like to ask you is this. What do you think of the ABS?
Listen, I think as a hitter overall, because of how hard these guys are throwing and where they can, the ones that do have the ability to do this, they are close to unhittable if you get an umpire that is off the plate consistently. So I like the fact that you have to miss over the plate. Now I think the harder these guys throw and with the higher strike zone, I mean, that's just, you're going to get to a point where these guys are throwing 105, and if they hit their spot, you're not hitting it. You're just not going to hit it. It's just too quick. The up and in fastball is going to be too hard to get to.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Did you guys like?
Now, you know that the box on the plate is about 6 inches in front of home plate when you see it on TV. That's not over
Yeah.
the plate. So the ball, so what you guys see is not what it visually is. And the radar guns have changed too. There's no guys aren't. No one still has thrown the hardest fastball ever by
Yeah.
far. That one he threw. You know, they always put him up against guys. You know, guys throwing 100 and 400. Guys aren't throwing that hard. But like I said, it's all about. They're just trying to. They're trying to just make these. You know. ESPN guy hit a 480-foot home run. Okay, they lost 17-1, but he still hit it really far.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they're trying to do. They're selling this. That's what they're selling to people. These guys are throwing this hard. Yes, I mean, granted, I haven't seen 95, and 75 looks like 105 right now to me. But seeing that and everything else, you're going. It's hard. It's hard for me to watch these days the way the game is played because of how I was brought up. When they had, why do we even have leagues? It's just Major League Baseball. There's no National League and no American League. Just get rid of that because DH. Go back if you're going to do that. Go back. Let hitters or pitchers hit. I was fun. I like that. I grew up National League Baseball. I love it.
I think the way it is now, if that's the way to keep it, all right, cool. But like realign the divisions. Like, why is it that like the Angels and the Dodgers don't play against each other all the time? Like, save the travel, save the money on that. Like, spend it on the players. Like, make it easier on them instead of going across country all the time or whatever it is. Like, keep it local, keep it regional. I don't know. Keep those in your division. Keep California teams in the same division. Why do they have to be separated like that? Like, if there is no difference in the leagues, in the rules, why does it matter?
Yeah. They've talked about expansion, right? They've talked about expansion, 2 more teams, and then I've seen the possible realignments, which you're talking about, Logan, where you have you've got if they put a team in Charlotte, you'll have them, Atlanta, and then the 2 Florida teams. So you're right doing it. But I mean, baseball's making more money than it ever has.
Oh, it's
so
not an issue about money. Yeah.
But I understand what you're saying. But at the same time, those rivalries, right? Because Yankees, Mets. Dodgers, Angels, or in any sport, those are the big rivalries they have. But to keep that, but you're right, you've got teams, like Houston and Texas, put them in a central and move other teams around. But you never know what they're going to do. It all depends. If I know a lot of people aren't happy with Manfred, so it's a hard take for a lot of people.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting if he's going to stay on. When they possibly go to a lockout, because I think we all agree that there will be call it a strike, call it a lockout, call it whatever. There's not going to they are definite. When we crown a new champion or whoever the champion is, the next few days are going to be doom and gloom.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to clarify one thing for people. You're not going to call it a strike or call it a lockout like you mentioned like that. There is a clear and distinct difference here, and I do believe the players ultimately really do want to play. It's the owners who will say, "Okay, we're going to put pressure on the players by locking them out. Look, all the fans are back on our side because the Dodgers aren't being fair. They're winning all the time. This is unfair. So we are going to put more pressure on the players by locking them out because we want a fair system." No, you want a salary cap to control the players' salaries. That's ultimately what you want. And then we're going to try to pressure the players even more by locking them out. A strike would be us not liking what our conditions are, and we're going to strike and not show up to work. Ultimately, what's going to happen, in my opinion, is that there's not going to be a salary cap. The owners are going to bluff with the lockout. And by April 14th, baseball will be playing again because the owners are going to be losing billions as the players will be losing millions.
Yeah. And that's what you're right. The big key is that the salary cap. I mean, you look at the other sports that have them. Baseball tried it, right? And they were, the Yankees were paying the luxury tax to the lesser spending teams. Back when Montreal was around, right? That was what it was. The butt went down, but the problem was the owners weren't spending it on players. They were pocketing the money. So if you look at the other sports that have done that, right? Football does it, and then hockey does it. There's a lot more parity in those leagues now. Right now, it becomes more of a chess match. We got to figure out, all right, what pieces can we stick in? And now you have competitive teams almost from that are all over the teams that you would not even think of. The Angels' amount of money that they spent. How are they not a competitive team? What's going on? But you look at even how the draft is set up in hockey, right? The expansion teams get get to pick from other teams. And, you know, Vegas, the year they came in, they end up in the Stanley Cup final because they're actually a competitive team. That's what me as fans want. They just want competitiveness, right? They're tired of getting their teeth kicked in. Some of these teams that just can't win baseball games. I mean, you know, look at Detroit. They had done it. Now all of a sudden they got rid of their piece that they had. Now what are they going to do, right? What are these fans going to do? Are they going to be able to pick up? And you'll see if they can, with losing Scooble, what moves they're going to make. Is this going to set them back 3-4 years? We don't know.
Guys, we're getting I don't know if it's just speculation on MLB, but they're saying Yankees are making a huge trade. But the Red Sox now just acquired Zach Neto and Franklin Arias, for Franklin Arias. So Zach Neto is going to the Red Sox.
It's a good trade for them.
Yeah, that is a good trade. He was a little down this year, but then again, it might rejuvenate him to go to Fenway Park, and he's probably going to hit those doubles off the wall. But they had I don't know if this is people on the network proposing this, because now it's going wacko. Everybody's saying they use trades, saying the Yankees just are going to announce a big trade with Colorado, where they're going to get where Volpe is going to be involved. I don't know how true this is.
Are they going to get the catcher Goodman?
Yes. Well, supposedly, I don't know how true this is.
It's not confirmed yet. Not confirmed. Nope.
Not confirmed.
Yet. Nope.
Well, I like Goodman. Goodman is going to be a good player for you guys, I think, because if you look at his home and road splits, his road splits are much better than they are at home for some crazy reason. But usually the Rockies players have better home splits.
He's had a good season this year, and last year he also hit I think 280 last year as well. So he has had a couple of good years with the Rockies.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is just speculation from MLB Network, because and they're getting a lot of rise from it because people in the chat are going nuts right now. But
yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it. That's what they want to do. They're just trying to drum up chatter with it. But like,
they want to keep the viewers going.
So what's happened with Colorado? Since they were in the World Series in, what was that, 06?
Right. Yeah.
What in the world? What has happened? Is that front office? I mean, they've been through more managers, more players.
Nobody wants to play there. Nobody wants to pitch there. Would you, if you were a pitcher, would you?
Well, you don't have a choice though. I mean, all their guys that were in the World Series pitching for them were throwaways, or they were free agent signs that had nowhere else to go, or they were homegrown when they were in the World Series. So I don't know if it was an anomaly. I think the hardest thing about playing in Colorado would probably be the recovery. There's less oxygen up there, and you're playing you're playing for 5 hours a night, 4.5 hours a night with the long games. So I think that's the biggest issue, staying healthy. And when you have injuries, it's hard to compete for 162. I couldn't speak to what's going on since then. But what you were saying, Kevin, about wanting clickbait and creating like some buzz, I think if you look at the salary cap in the NBA and what they've done with the second apron, it has really, really hindered the free agent market in the NBA. And it's, except for this year, because of LeBron, who's 42 years old and took way less than he should have or could have, it's really put the free agent market and like nobody cares. There's nobody talking about the NBA in the offseason now. So I think that's a kind of a downfall to that. And football is a little different too, because there's so many injuries and things. It's hard to get to free agency, and they want to sign extensions. Right. But I mean, I'm obviously a player, and I would be very, very surprised if we sign
they're not
salary cap. Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
no, it's not going to happen. The problem was the year they did that to hockey. You remember the year it was Yager was in New York making like $17 million a year. Remember that? And then all of a sudden they set the ceiling, and he went down to like $3 million. Yeah, and they just cut their legs out because they had nothing to stand on.
Yeah,
I think it was right after Fear left with us.
And I think too, if you look at it, like some of these guys, and I'm not a huge hockey guy, but I would go to a couple of games and I look and see what they're, dude. Some of these stars are making just $7 million a year. It's insane.
Yeah.
And I'm saying just, but dude, like they're one of the faces of the league. And in any other league, they're making 20, 30.
Yeah.
It's so different, the salary cap with the NHL compared to NBA and of course MLB. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, no question. The only thing that so far is on the Yankee side is Brian Hoke is reporting that they're still very, very much in talks with the Cincinnati Reds for Tyler Stevenson.
Okay.
That I believe because Brian is very, very good at what he does.
I like Brian.
Yeah, and I think that I think that's a nice move for the Yankees. I don't like this thing of bringing in a superstar catcher with 1 month to go and learning 13 different pitches and trying to know your new teammates and your new stadium and the batting. To me, hey, listen, years ago, I know he was at the end of his career, and I covered the Yankees at that point too. Ivan Rodriguez came to the Yankees. He had a terrible 1.5 months because, I mean, everything was strange to him. All he knew was the Texas Rangers. And and it's like, okay, it was nice, but to get him, I don't know. I thought that was a little crazy at that point. So to go get somebody now, I think is, but you get a nice piece because they love pitching no matter what to Austin Wells. So you get a nice piece, somebody that can inside the ball, out the ball, hit the ball to right field, all of that. See, that's why I would have liked Luis Torrens. He would have been perfect for the back. Yeah, they shouldn't have traded him in the first place, but that's besides the point. But you don't need a superstar. You need to win a championship. Obviously, you need good pitching and good defense, and you need some hitting. That's the way teams were built.
Yeah, you guys got a superstar. I think you're right. You just need to get good quality players around. Your biggest issue, I believe, is your defense, right? You guys just make some boneheaded plays.
You got that right.
I think that's collectively around the league. I mean, watching some of these, the base running. What is practiced anymore? But the problem is, it starts at the youth levels. It doesn't just start at the major league level. I mean, watching guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Logan, can you imagine if you're a rookie, right, in 10, and you're sliding into third base, and your cell phone comes out of your pocket? Are you walking into the dugout, or are you just walking straight to the clubhouse and packing your shit and leaving?
I'm just going to stuff myself in the locker because somebody else is going to do it for me.
Exactly. But that's what this game has become. I mean, we've got bases the size of a pizza box. Have you stood on one? Have you seen these?
I haven't seen them, but
oh my gosh, I was in a celebrity softball game in AA here at the field here at Frisco, and I stood on it. Usually your feet can hang over, and I'm thinking, this is a pizza box that I'm actually standing on. This is unbelievable. I mean, what they're trying to make, these rules and everything else. No more shift. Learn to hit the ball the other way. That's what I mean. Then they got just give it time before they have the safety base at the major league level.
yeah, it's going to happen at first base sooner than later. I do think you have something that you nailed. So it's like the travel ball culture that's going on is so toxic because it's all about the numbers, not about developing the actual baseball player. I remember when I was in the minor leagues, or like, man, I know I can hit this pitching at the big league level. Yeah, you probably could have, but I wasn't a complete base runner, a complete baseball player yet, and I would have been embarrassed on national TV. And it seems more and more that that's the type of thing that's happening, making an out at third base all the time, with the third out at third base all the time, with the 3-hole hitter up. It's like, dude, you don't do that. You just know you don't do that. And guys are just like, oh, that's, like, oops, I made a mistake. No, dude, you really messed up. Like, this is what costs you games. This is what's the difference between finishing, third in your division and being in the head of your division. And like another thing that they don't do or teach at this level, and I believe I've learned that, like, I was never fast, but I had really good instincts on the bases. And I knew that when this guy was going back on the ball a little bit, he wasn't behind it. I could take the extra base when it was a shallow fly ball, things like that. Or, tagging up from third base on a subpar arm at first base when it's a foul ball, and people being like, wow, I can't believe you did it. Well, dude, Hey, you just know the guy's arm all around the bases, especially in your own division. That's just like secondhand knowledge. You don't even need to like have somebody tell you these things. And I don't see any of it now. I don't know if they're scared to make mistakes, even though I just said about the out at third. I don't think they are scared to make mistakes, or they just don't care. I'm not sure.
Okay, Logan, here's a question. Logan, how did you know that then as a player? How did you know that guy didn't have a good arm or anything else?
Playing against them so much or playing with them, like, like,
But
yeah, like
watching
the game. Yeah, watching the game. Yeah.
You weren't in the clubhouse on your iPad in the dugout doing stuff, looking at stuff. You learn by watching the game, by what was going on in front of you, right? Knowing, oh, we could take the advantage, right? We could take that. Like you said, there's no baseball instinct. They're all robotic. What do they say?
Yeah.
It's paralysis by analysis. These guys, they think too much and they don't want to. They're afraid to make the mistake of doing that. But and also too, there's no accountability. Right. If that would have happened, like I said, if I'm playing my rookie year or something, my cell phone comes out of my pocket, I can guarantee you that Pudge, Raffy, or Alex is standing at the top step about to knock my head off.
Yeah.
Because of that. That's the stuff. It seems to be there's no accountability from any of these players for any of this stuff anymore.
Yeah, and you would say like, oh, well, you would hear about it if they did, like, or you wouldn't hear about it if they did. Yeah, you would. Nothing stays in the clubhouse anymore. Like it's not your. I remember, and it's probably the tail end of it, but like the clubhouse was the players' like area, it was sanctuary. It was like, and now I don't believe that's the. I think whether or not it's the coaches in there, they report right up to the front office, or they have bugs in there. I don't know, but it's always, everything always gets out. And I think maybe the one place that's still left is like the cage, your hitting coach, because the hitting coach can't because he wants to have your trust and will keep things to himself. And maybe it's the pitching coach for the pitchers. I don't know, but there's few and far between now.
Yeah, there's no safe spot to be in. Even when kangaroo court and stuff that we would do, right? Everybody's there. We would even go when I was playing in Texas. We would walk around and make sure our people weren't bugged. We would tap their badges. You're not bugged or anything because you're afraid. You couldn't trust anybody. The only people you could trust are your teammates, and that was, I don't even know if they can do that anymore.
Yeah, I was with an organization, and it was a doubleheader, and it was like the second to last day of the season. We'd been eliminated, and all these new faces are in the clubhouse, and they're doing end of year meetings and shit in between the games, and I go to the assistant GM. I'm like, dude, I mean, I know that like it doesn't really matter now, but it still does. Like you want to like always set like a leadership role or like a example for these guys that like, yeah, even though we're out, we're still trying our best. It doesn't look like you're trying your best right now. Yeah. It looks like you're just trying to wrap it up.
Yep.
That's crazy. I'll tell you, Damon from the chat here brought something interesting up here. Are the Yankees just waiting? He's saying like the Yankees have just acquired, waiting for Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, and Cody Bellinger, Clark Schmidt, and Carlos Rendon. If they get these guys back healthy, can they compete for a championship? Do you think?
I mean, I don't see why not. I just said earlier, the days of the Yankees being the World Series favorites year in and year out are over because you don't have George at the helm anymore, who is willing to do anything and everything to win. When you're worried about a salary cap and a luxury tax, you're not going to be there every year. I think here's what I get really fired up about with the Yankees fans is like, and I'm not saying all of them, but I will say that I have heard this before from some of them, that they are crying foul and it's not fair what the Dodgers are doing. And I'm like, guys, you did that. You just stopped doing it. You were the Dodgers, but now it's not your team, so now you're upset. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Yankees are one of the most profitable organizations, even with the payroll. They just don't want to go above the luxury tax.
Yeah, and they're making money hand over fist.
Oh, yeah.
And they're on the verge of getting a $3 billion deal with a major corporation that's going to take away paying for the stadium every April and a few other things. So they're setting themselves up for, But listen, nobody's going to feel sorry for the Yankee payroll. That's for darn sure. We know that. But I mean, did they actually sit down and just think that, hey, listen, we'll get one guy, we'll get Garcia, but hopefully they're waiting for Judge Stanton, Cody Bellinger, and those guys to come back, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the conversation. I think the conversation is we want to add to our team, we want to get our team better, but how do we do that in a financially smart way, fiscal way? And they probably don't have many ideas on that end.
Well, guys, I do have a little surprise for you before we get before we'll let you go, because we could talk for the next 10 hours, and I'm going to bring up the surprise right now. There he is.
What up, guys?
What's up?
Logan, Kevin, thank you guys for joining. Evan and Joe. We've been my team and I booked them a full studded panel starting this morning with Bip Roberts, and then a whole bunch of players are coming on, and it's great. It's been great for them. So I just, also we brought on Corey Hart for them too before you guys. So yep, a lot of things are happening today, and I just want to say
Condor.
Yep, I just want to say thank you guys for joining Joe and Evan also. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No,
that was fun.
Yeah, we appreciate it, and you're always welcome on this show. No invite. You just say, hey, we want to go on here. You're more than welcome. And
yeah, we also brought on we also brought on Danny Espinoza for them today too. So he was on, yeah. So I got the whole crew for them.
Nice.
All the hitters that the Yankees need right now.
Yeah,
and we can't have them.
When we finalized this panel for the show, I told them this is a better lineup than the Yankees right now.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? Are you serious?
I have a feeling after day one, it'd look a lot like the Yankees hurt players.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'll play for no money. Just give me $0. I'll still play. I don't care.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's what you say now. But then when you're flying to all the cities and this and that, you're gonna say, hey, you know what? I could use a couple of mil.
I have a CD interest rate. Why does it matter?
I know.
How you been, Logan and Kev? How you been? What's new?
Everything's been good. Playing golf, pickleball, enjoying my kids grow up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice. Same here. It's 100 and some odd degrees. So wait for it to cool off. The charity golf starts picking up now. So
Yeah, that's true.
No,
you guys like bowling?
Nah, I'm not a big bowler.
I just try and throw it as hard as I can.
I actually bowled a perfect game one time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw it. It's awesome. I came close a few times. I had 11 strikes in a row, but actually I started with the 9 spare and then I got the 11. So I can't really say I almost did it. But that must
be a cold weather activity that you guys like to do up there.
Oh,
it's
pretty much all year round.
Yeah. I used to bowl close to 65 games a week.
Oh.
And then I ripped my thumb up, and honestly, when I had to stay out 6 months, I went sooner because I was going crazy. I needed to bowl. Of course, I opened it up more, and when I came back, guys, I never threw the ball the same twice ever again. I had to relearn, and that was it. But I was on my way. I mean, I was young. I had a really good average. I couldn't really tell you because it wasn't official because I was young, but I loved it, and they wanted me on the men's league, but I was under 18 years old. And then just normally, at 30, 40, 45 years old, I kept bowling, but I would have loved to have done, what Evan does and all of that. So, but it's a nice, relaxed sport. It really is. But
hey guys, we have another trade here. It says the Cubs acquire right-handed reliever Ryan Severson from the Angels.
Yeah, Angels are getting rid of everybody.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Looks like it.
Is there anybody that they want to keep?
He's a hard-throwing right-handed pitcher.
Nathan, is that Zach Neto trade official yet? Zach
It is
Neto?
official. It's
Oh,
official.
it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you call the Cubs are beefing up their pitching. So
So Trout's not going to go anywhere, though, is he?
oh, I don't think Trout's going. He wants to stay. I heard, but they're
Yeah.
afraid.
Really?
Yeah.
Wonder why? Why the Phillies are wanting him, but it's too much money.
Yeah. Plus, I don't think they just added. Obviously, they got Harper, and then they got now that, and then also obviously they just paid Kyle Schwarber. And then now if they get Trout, they're gonna be hamstrung with another long-term contract. So
I think that what happened there is that Trout would have gone. The Phillies just wanted the Angels to eat the money, and the Angels won't do it probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's. I do know on MLB Network, Joel Sherman has been grilling the Yankees and grilling everybody why they aren't doing anything. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. But it could be because these guys are hurt. I'm baffled. I was kidding around saying watch they don't do anything, but I mean we've got 2 hours and 5 minutes to go, and so far there's no evidence of anything.
Well, one
So
move
it's
is
gonna
not
be-
enough. One move is not enough, but they need to make like at least 3 or 4 trades. So
Yep. The thing
Oh,
is,
yeah.
like, the prices are just going to increase now with the deadline almost being over. A lot of teams are going to want to try to get acquiring these guys that are still available for trades, so it's going to be hard now. We'll see, though.
We'll see what happens. We still got a little bit of time, I guess. Yankees have made some moves though. They brought down Max Schumann and Ryan Garcia, of course, was added. I'm sure he'll be in tonight's lineup. And Kevin Castro, I think, was also brought up. So
and then Luis Garcia met the media just now with
Right.
the Yankees, and then he's excited to be there. And I think he's going to wear number 26. And the last Yankee to wear 26 was
El Duque.
El Duque, but recently it was DJ LeMahieu. So
DJ, yeah.
DJ, yep.
Yeah. So, well, guys, thank you so much for taking some time here, and we'd love to have you back during the, of course, the playoff hunt, and we can, we'd love to. You guys are always welcome here. I mean, we don't have to. You anytime, guys. You guys are fixture here. We love having you on. You guys are really good, even though you did beat the Yankees quite a bit. And I won't hold that against you. I promise.
Well, appreciate having us. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
yes.
Real quick, I know Kevin is a Philly guy, Philly sports guy, and also Logan. You mentioned LeBron. Kevin, how excited are you guys both with LeBron going to Philly?
I mean, I'm not a basketball guy, but I mean, the thing is, it's if Embiid can stay healthy.
I think I was going to say that. I think it all depends on Embiid's health.
Yeah.
But they've got between Hedgecomb, the rookie they've got,
Yep.
and then with Maxey
Yep.
and Jaylen Brown. I mean, that's probably that 3 right there, and then whatever you mix in. So I mean, but that's why you play the season, right? Everything looks good on paper. So who knows? Maybe Embiid will have some miracle and his knees won't bother him all year.
Yeah, maybe all of a sudden.
Got to stay healthy.
Yes, exactly.
I think LeBron will be that magic touch for Embiid. You never know.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to get going. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Have a great one and a great rest of your summer. God bless you and your families.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
You take care. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you guys are
All right. That was Logan Morrison and Kevin Mensch. Thank you, Nathan.
Yep. By the way, shout out to you guys. You guys are doing an amazing job. Obviously, glad that my team and I could bring some of our baseball clients and players for you guys for this big show. You guys are killing it. Obviously, with Johnny, Sean, and Charles did a great job at Bit Roberts, and Jason and Evan and Joe doing a great job with the Danny Espinoza, Corey Hart, and now just Kevin Mensch and then Logan Morrison. Guys, don't stay tuned. We got one more coming up, and then my team and I are working on more surprises, hopefully. But let's see what happens. But
We got one more coming.
Like I said, you guys are doing a great job. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
We got Chef Nick is going to be coming up soon.
Yep, Chef Nick is coming.
Nice.
Johnny Salami might be coming back. So guys, stay tuned. And like I said, glad that we can help you guys out with our clients and players that we work with, and a lot more.
Nitin, I have a question for you. There's no evidence in those proposed trades yet. Now, the Red Sox do not have Nito yet.
They don't have Nito. These are all. By the way, Sean.
Those are all speculation
Yeah,
stuff.
there's all speculation trades, guys. Everybody in the chat. Those are all speculation trades. That has not happened yet.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to just confirm with you, because you usually say it when it's official.
Yeah, so it's not official yet, guys. They're just bringing up potential trades that could happen in the next few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't know if are the Yanks going to add anybody by bringing up Castro.
I think their goal is to add Lombard up there pretty soon. I think.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying that.
Yeah,
I really believe that. So I don't know. This has been a long day. I got to tell you, it's a little frustrating.
Yeah, I just got an update though from John Morosi. He said the Yankees are not considering Ben Rice as a regular catcher. He said Rice has the ability to catch, of course, but has not started a game behind the plate. So obviously,
that makes sense.
They have to get it. It's got to be somebody like Stevenson. They got to get somebody. Come on.
Either Hunter Goodman or Stevenson at this point. I mean,
maybe the guy from the Cardinals, Ivan.
If that surprise trade that I've been saying, they're going to wait to the end. The Braves have checked in on Jacob.
They got to make multiple moves, Joe. I mean, this is not 2 moves is not enough for them.
I mean, what would you say as like a surprise trade, Joe? Like in your mind, like what's like a surprise? Like
Mike
same
Trout.
level as like
Mike Trout.
That's not going to happen.
I know it's not going to happen, but you never listen. You never know. And you listen. I thought maybe they'd go after a JoJo Romero or Dustin May, and they didn't do that either.
Yeah, I brought up Mike Trout earlier as a surprise, but another one is Joe. Another one, and Evan, and everyone in the chat. Another one is George Springer.
George Springer's another one. We haven't heard that name at all today. So I don't know. I mean, we got exactly 2 hours to go, guys. It's starting to get scary. I mean, we've been in all day. We're waiting for and speaking about maybe giving us some good news is my old pal from afar. We are very, very happy to have Mr. Howie Carpin back with us. Howie, welcome.
What's up, boys?
Hey,
I don't know. You may have to take over the show, Howie. I'm drained. We've been on since 10 a.m. and we're waiting for the Yankees to do something. I think we have a long wait. Hey, first of all, how are you? How are the grandkids? How's your wife? How are the kids? Let's get that first.
Everything's good, thank you.
And you?
Nice.
I'm fine. I'm not hanging on the edge of my seat here.
Well, since I've been on basically since 8 a.m. With YouTube Live, and then it came on at we started at 10 all the way through. We had some activities in the morning, and then then everybody else took over, but not the Yankees. So I don't know. But first of all, Howie, we have Evan with us. He's our play-by-play man. One of our play-by-play. He's going to be calling the Yankee game tonight. And so thank you, Howie, for coming on. I really appreciate it. Howie, what do you think in these next 2 hours? Are the Yankees going to get anything done?
Yeah, I have a feeling you're going to see Tyler Stevenson here. I look, Austin Wells has had a terrible year offensively, but it's not out of the question that he can improve his numbers in the final 2 months. Now, you don't want to sit on that, of course, but, teams are going to be holding up the Yankees for their prospect. Look what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman. They gave up a lot. I mean, 3 top 5 prospects. If one of those guys clicks, that trade could blow up in Boston's face. But right now, it looks pretty good on paper for the Red Sox. Hunter Goodman is not available from Colorado. He's an offensive catcher, solely. He doesn't give you any defense. The Yankees' strength is their pitching right now. They need to improve their offense. They picked up a bat in Louis Garcia, although he's left-handed. It's going to be interesting to see how they use him. I have a feeling he's going to be DHing against the righties, certainly, and put Goldschmidt on the bench, at least to start. And then they'll worry about when they get their guys back at this point. But Garcia swings a nice bat. He's got a lot of bat speed, terrific against right-handed pitchers. Has not been that great against the lefties. But they needed to add. If they're getting any kind of offense these last 2 months, they'd be in first place already with the way their pitching has been outstanding.
Yes.
So they know they're hoping to get their bats back. I'll tell you, I wouldn't count on Giancarlo Stanton anymore. If I'm then at the end of the year, I'd buy him out the rest of his contract. It's enough. I respect the guy. He's a stand-up guy. But he's just been a total albatross on this roster since he's been here. And it's enough. It's time to move on. You hope maybe you get something out of him at the rest of the year. But again, he kind of like clogs the roster. You have a number of DH candidates on that team now where guys really don't have a spot except for DH. So, they're going to have to make some big decisions when they do get their guys back. I don't think they're done yet. I think there's still a couple of moves out there they'll make.
Wow. Okay. Well, last year they did it while they were playing, and Jose was taken out of the Tampa lineup, and then all of a sudden, the last hour, oh my God, the floodgates happened. So now they traded like 2 or 3 of the guys they got at the trade deadline, but they had to do it.
Yeah, because they stunk.
Yeah, they were
awful,
completely awful, completely. Yep. Are you surprised that they sent down Max Schumann?
No, they needed to make room, and he had options, so he was the odd man out. He did a nice job when he was here, but again, he only functioned against left-handed pitchers, so they needed to make some room, and I guess he was just the odd man out.
Question: 6 o'clock. Will Anthony Volpe be on this team?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Okay. How many days before George Lombard Jr. comes up?
You may see him by the end of the week.
Yes, I know it. I know we're on the same page. This guy, Howie. They got to break. They got to do it.
Well, you can't expect him to come in here and be a savior.
No, we know that.
He's gonna. From what the scouts are saying, he's gonna give you very solid defense at the position. So, with McMahon and him on the left side, that helps Max Fried a whole lot because he has a lot of balls go to that side of the field. Ryan Weathers also a lefty who gets ground balls to the left side. His defense, is stellar from what they're saying. Obviously, we haven't seen him, in person, and he seems to get off slow each time he moves up a level of play.
Yes.
So the fans can't expect him to come here and knock the lights out right away, but he could provide a spark and a boost that they really need.
And in the infield, of course. They just were saying on the network now that the Astros feel confident that they're going to get a left fielder.
Well, the Astros picked up O'Neal Cruz from the Pirates.
No, that was
just a rumor.
Yeah, those were rumors. We would have had Goodman and somebody else already.
Yeah, I saw that. I knew that was a rumor.
Yeah,
that was a ridiculous trade. I'll tell you one thing: the Yankees better not trade Jason Dominguez. I'm telling you right now, that would be a big mistake. Big mistake.
There are a lot of people that want him out of here.
I know. Well, they're giving up on him already. He's 23 years old. The Yankees haven't exactly put him in a position to succeed. They put him at spots that he was unfamiliar with when they brought him up. I don't know what they don't want to try him in center field. You didn't hear in the minors that he had flaws in center field defensively from the scouts. I didn't hear a whole lot of that.
I didn't either.
And he just seems to be a little ways away from really breaking out offensively. He's got enough. If you look at his track record the last 2 months, he hasn't gone many games where he's taken the column. He's gotten at least one hit in each of those games. And this is a kid also you don't realize this kid homered off Scooble. He can hit quality pitching once he learns a little more. So
And
you got to
Verlander.
be a little patient. You can't just give up on this guy, because he's had a little trouble, since he's been playing all the time. He's been okay in right field. You're going to blame him the other night for him playing Wrigley Field for the second time in his career, that he doesn't know the bounces off the wall. He tried to cut the ball off. He made a mistake. He got too close. Yeah, it cost him a run. So everyone's down on the kid. I mean, wake up and watch what open your eyes a little bit and project. This kid's got talent. He's fast. He's got a lot of speed. He steals bases. He scores a lot of runs when he gets on base. You got to be a little patient with these guys.
I know. I listen. I don't want to trade Spencer Jones or the other guy.
So many people expect instant coffee. Not everyone is Bobby Witt Jr. when they come up to the majors.
I agree. Evan?
Yeah. So if Lombard does come up at the end of the week and McMahon is still at third base, would you replace Caballero at second for Jazz Chisholm?
Would I replace Caballero? I mean, Caballero would be a utility guy in that regard. Chisholm's still their second baseman. I don't think they're trading him right now. I think he'll still be with the team.
So you don't think that, even if they don't make any moves for Jazz, you think that he'll still be the full-time second baseman, even if Caballero is not playing full-time shortstop?
No, they use Caballero as a utility guy. They may play him at third against lefties to take McMahon out of the
Maybe like a
lineup.
matchup type thing.
Yeah. I mean, his strength is, being able to move around the infield. He did okay as a starting shortstop, but he's not a starting shortstop on a championship team. I'm sorry to say. He's a nice player. He gives you a lot of spirit, a lot of spark. He upsets the opposition, which you don't mind when he's on your team. When he's on the other team, you may not like that. But, his strength is as a utility guy where you can move him around. Obviously, if he's not in the game, he'd pinch run, for certain slower guys. That's where they could make use of him. I'm not a big Chisholm guy myself. I mean, to me, he's up and down. Someday, he gives up a lot of at-bats. Yeah, he'll provide you with a home run every now and then. He doesn't really get a lot of big hits that are not homers, and he's susceptible to left-hand pitching. He drives you a little crazy with some of the things he does. So I don't even know if they're going to re-sign him after the year. Maybe they give him the qualifying offer, and maybe they end up moving Volpe to second base and try him out there. Maybe they can get something out of him.
And also, the Luis Garcia move, I like that move because it showed that the Yankees are operating in the fact that they don't believe Stanton might be back for the whole entire season, maybe not even the postseason if they get that far. So I do like that move because of that. Now, in your opinion, or based off stuff you've heard, we don't know if there's going to be a season next year because of the lockout and all that. So if a player is under control for the 2027 season and they're making a certain amount of money, do you think if this is if there's no season next year, do you think that player will still be under control in the following season in 2028, or do you think that just won't be a factor at all?
I couldn't answer at this point. Okay. That's something they'll have to work out depending on what the new CBA entails. I don't expect them to give up an entire season. That would be literally suicide. You'd really be killed. You guys are too young, maybe. Joe knows this. What happened in '94 nearly killed the sport. And it took a lot to get it back. When they had to cancel the World Series, that was a bad look for the entire sport. And it took them a long time to get back on their feet. I don't think they can afford to blow off a whole season. I can see them missing some games maybe early on, but I don't see them blowing off the whole season. And then some things are going to have to be determined. If a salary cap is implemented, what do you do with the teams like the Dodgers now who have this high salary for their team? You're going to have to maybe grandfather in certain things with some of the contracts that are out there. The Mets have the Soto contract. That's huge, and their payroll is high. So there's a lot to be sorted out here, legalese, and I'm not really versed on the financial commitments. I'm not sure if these players will even get paid if they don't play any games or do they get paid while the lockout is on? They don't remember what happened the last time.
No.
So, there's a lot of things to be sorted out. The free agency, the qualifying offer, all that kind of stuff will have to be determined down the road.
Howie, a couple of moves here. Luke Weaver now to the Pirates. And the Astros are finalizing, like I said, the left fielder, Dalton Varsho from the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, he's usually a center fielder, but they'll play him in left.
In left, I think that's a
the
good
kid
deal.
they got back, the kid the Mets got back from the Pirates, if it's the guy, Sammy Stafura, is a very impressive prospect, 21-year-old shortstop who is putting up tremendous minor league numbers this year, especially the last month. He's slashing like 1.3. His OPS is 1.305. The last month, he has 14 homers in 18 games and 35 runs batted in. At any level, that's impressive. I know it's minor league numbers. He's only 21 years old. They were lacking shortstops in their organization, so I think they got a very smart return for Weaver because they could afford to ask a high price since he's under control next season, and he's had a great year this year. He was garbage with the Yankees last year. You saw him. He was so hittable. It was pathetic. And
Second half of the year,
his credit, he turned it around. His fastball was so flat last year. He wasn't getting anybody out. And I wasn't surprised the Yankees didn't re-sign him. Now he's flourished with the Mets here. He's probably going to be the Pirate closer. They don't have a closer right now, so he'll take over the closer role. But the kid the Mets got back, I think they got a very good return on that trade.
Howie, they're saying on MLB Network what you were saying about the Rushman trade. They said, what are the Red Sox thinking? They gave up a load full of people. That was a terrible trade. What are they thinking?
Yeah, they gave up a kid who was, I think, one or two, the top prospect in the sport. Now, that doesn't mean anything. That could turn out to be a bust, like Francisco Alvarez was the top prospect in the sport like 4 years ago, and he hasn't panned out. But it is risky. When you trade 3 top 5 prospects, if only one of them works out, then you're really giving up a lot for a catcher who's coming off a wrist injury. You don't know how effective he'll be this season. I'm sure that, and then after next season, he's a free agent. So it's a risky deal by the Red Sox that could blow up in their face down the road.
Well, yeah, I hear the lineup is out. Anybody? Evan, do you have it?
So
I'm trying to get it.
my phone
Yankee
died. I have
lineup?
to look it up real quick. I
Yeah,
can get that.
I'm trying to get
I can
it
get
right
that.
now. Hold on.
Howie, really quick, do you think how much better do you think the Rays are going to be with Liam Hicks and Freddie Peralta?
Well, Peralta will be better because he has a better infield defense, but he has a problem putting hitters away, and that's why he only would go 5 innings. Now, they have the bullpen to back him up. The Mets did too, but the Rays have always had a good bullpen. I think they'll, I don't know how effective he'll be for them, but it's a good move. They need another starter. McClanahan got hurt from what I heard, so that he could be out of the picture. Hicks is a hitter. He's not known for his defense. He was mostly DHing for the Marlins. So they pick up another left-hand bat, which they kind of needed to back up Caminero and and the guys they have in the lineup now. The Rays are going for it. They're a very good team at home. They're very difficult to beat at the Trop. The Yankees are going to play them at the Yankees are thankful they're done with their games in Tampa this year and Fenway. So they got kind of fortunate there. 2 places they had trouble winning. Even though they swept the Red Sox earlier in the year, they got blasted in the last series. So they're going to play the Red Sox and Rays at home. They've got to rack up, really take advantage of those home games against their 2 contenders. So, Hicks makes them a little better lineup. We'll see. Moving to the American League, facing a couple different pitchers. I saw him over the weekend. They scored the Marlins-Mets game series, 4-game series. He's got a nice stick. He's got some power, but he could be pitched to.
First of all, I want to bring up Nitin from Nitin Sports Rush. If there he is. And we do have the lineup. So is anybody Nitin, you want to give the lineup?
I have the lineup, yep. Let me So batting leadoff is Trent Grisham. Second Ben Rice, and then third, making his Yankee debut, Luis Garcia, the junior, playing first base. Left field is Spencer Jones. Right field, Jason Dominguez. Second baseman, Chaz Chisholm. Third base, Ryan McMahon. Shortstop, Cabby. Catcher is Wells. And then you got Cam on the mound tonight. So
Yeah, they're stacking the lefties in a row.
yeah.
Yeah, they are.
It
And
looks like the Cardinals, I guess they're pitching a right-hander today. I guess.
Yeah. Yes. McGreevy.
Oh,
I
McGreevy.
would think so. I still don't like Grissom leading off. I'm sorry, I
You
don't
and me
like.
both. I don't like him on the team.
Yeah.
No. Him and Jazz, I don't like them on the team.
Overrated.
You know, everybody. Oh, but he gets clutch hits. Well, you know what I say to that, Howie? When you come up 655 times, you better get a hit once in a while.
He has too many holes as a hitter. He can be pitched to, and I hate the way he catches fly balls. Drives me crazy. So nonchalant. You know, he's already dropped a couple this year. He's going to drops one in a big spot. Fans are not going to forgive that. You know, it's a bad look for the young players in the outfield.
Yeah.
You know, so certain things you got to do as a veteran. You're a role model. You got to show young players, you know, the way to do the right things. You know, I'm not questioning his character. I'm just questioning his play on the field, and making nonchalantly catching a fly ball to me drives me crazy because I was an outfielder when I played, and you know I always used two hands. If you noticed, after Aaron Judge made that error in the World Series, the next year he started using two hands. You know, on the routine fly balls. So he made sure not to catch any. Look, there's times where you have to one-hand the ball in the outfield to make a nice play. You have to do that. But on those routine fly balls, he nonchalantly catches a ball. That makes my skin crawl. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Speaking of Trent Grisham, do you think is it still a possibility he gets traded today or no?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's a market for him. Just like the offseason.
Yeah.
They overestimated that there was a market, and they made the mistake of giving him the qualifying offer. There was no market for him. He wasn't getting a big contract. You know, a lot of people didn't believe he was for real last year. And you look at the year he's having this year, it's not that great. You know, it's certainly not approaching what he did last year. So, you know, this is a guy I don't think they'll re-sign. They'll let him walk, and they'll move on. They're hoping Spencer Jones can take over center field. I still have my doubts about Spencer Jones. I know he's hit some homers. He has a lot of holes as a hitter. And when they get the book on him, when he goes through the league, he's going to have to make adjustments. And so I hope he can make those adjustments for his own good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. And I want to switch gears. I want to get your thoughts on this from the Philly side. Obviously, they got Luis Ariz today, and but obviously he's going to bring that thumb to the offense. And he's a singles guy. Obviously, he gets high on average on base, and he has a high average this year. No one's doubting his offense, but apparently now. I want to get your thoughts on their defense alignment now, which it's kind of concerning because now you're going to have, apparently they're saying Alec Bohm will play first, Bryson Scott will go to third, obviously Luis Ariz second base, and now you're going to have Harper in outfield. But what do you think about now their defense alignment now?
Well, that's the way to go to get him in the lineup. You know, it's risky. He's played better on defense at first. He wasn't that great at second. And now you got Trey Turner, who's had, you know, defensive struggles at shortstop. You know, I don't know about Stott. Stott's played some third. So, look, they're rolling the dice. Harper, who's the team player, volunteered to move to the outfield. That's why they made that deal. I would like the Yankees to get a rise.
Yeah.
You know, the Yankees still lack a legitimate leadoff man. It seems like they haven't had one since Chuck Knobloch. I mean, you know, the top of their every game now, they go 1, 2, 3, top of the first. It's really pathetic that they really don't generate anything except for that game where Spencer Jones hit the 3-run homer against the White Sox. They ended up losing that game too. They don't generate in the early innings, you know, any offense. And as great as this pitching's been, that's going to put pressure on the pitching, you know, to where they feel like they can't make a mistake. So far, they've gotten away with it. But this offense better start improving. And sometimes, you know, the continuity doesn't exist there. It's a different lineup every day. Different leadoff man, different third. These guys want to know where they're batting when they come to the ballpark. These ball players are creatures of habit. They want to know, I come to the ballpark, I know where I'm hitting. When they put Anthony Volpe at 5, I mean, then he thinks he has to hit home runs and drive in runs. It's a mental thing a lot where you're in the lineup. And I don't think the Yankees really, subscribe to the fact that mentally you're thinking, I hit 4th, I have to hit home runs, things like that. They don't subscribe to these things. Their analytics tell them otherwise. They tend to fall into the quicksand of the analytics, where they make these really, head scratching decisions with what they do on the field at times. It drives me crazy. You look at the Mets 2 years ago, in 2024, when they made that run.
Mm-hmm.
You knew their top 4. It was Lindor, Nimmo, Alonso was 4.
Yeah.
JD Martinez maybe was 3. It was every day. Every day they knew that was their top 4. What's the Yankees' top 4? Ben Rice leads off, he bats second, bats 4. There's no continuity, and I think that's partly hurt this offense, even though you can blame it a lot on the injuries.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. And I'm so tired of Trent Grisham leading off. Either he's so predictable. Either goes to 3-2, and then it's a ground ball to second,
right,
a strikeout, or a pop up. There's nothing in between.
Right. They value his on base percentage, which isn't that great anyway. And then he gets on and he gets pinned to the base. Get a guy on who can steal and upset the pitcher and make the pitcher make mistakes. These opposing pitchers are too comfortable.
Yeah.
When the Yankees started to steal some bases, things started to turn around a little when they got Caballero at the end of last year, because they had a real stolen base threat. They never took advantage of the stolen base until last year. Finally, they're starting to get some speed and athleticism back into the lineup, but they tend to still play for the long ball, and you're not going to get the long ball against the better pitchers. That's how you beat the better pitchers. You got to kind of manufacture. Now, you tell people, you talk to people and say, well, maybe they should play some small ball, and then you hear, oh, well, they're not built that way. Well, maybe it's the wrong way to be built, and that's why you're coming up short in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I'll tell you the truth. I don't think the Red Sox improved catching-wise. I'm sorry. They got a sexy name, but that doesn't mean that they got better at catching. Everybody's going hoopla with the Red Sox. Guys, he hasn't played 5 games in a row in God knows how long, and he's not even the top 10 in the backstop. I mean, guys, could we tone it down a notch? They're not. I think what they gave up was a lot more than what they got. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, but they've gone on this run without a lot of production from their catchers.
Right.
They're a red hot team right now until they come off this run. Right now they're surging. They're playing with a lot of confidence. They got good pitching. Their defense is solid. They're a dangerous team right now, even after they make this trade. So you're going to have to slow them down. The Yankees have a big series with them at the end of the month, 4 games, because 1 game was rained out earlier in the year. They got a day-night doubleheader on that Saturday, the 29th, and then a 4-game set with them. And I think Tampa's in before them for 3. So that's a huge 7-game homestand they got coming up at the end of the year. You wanted to see what happened when that 15-game winning streak ended, and they haven't really slowed up. That's usually when you start to slow down, when you get a long winning streak, you come off that streak, and you start to slow up a little bit. They've continued to surge. They're a dangerous team right now. Someone's going to have to slow them down. They swept the Dodgers. They 6 out of 7 on this West Coast swing. Everything seems to be going their way. They're going to be very dangerous, and the Yankees are going to have to play good ball, hold them off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have an hour and 33 minutes left, guys. Yeah. Are the Yankees going to make some headlines?
Well, Howie didn't mention Tyler Stevenson. I would love to have a guy like Tyler Stevenson. Like people said, I mean, like Joe said earlier, you don't need to have a sexy name behind the plate. All you need is like a catcher that can play defense and then hit the ball and put the runners in play and like that. You don't really need a big name there. So Tyler Stevenson, he's a hard worker. I like what he brings to the game and at the catching position and obviously and yet I can tell yesterday from his post game video. I don't know if you saw this, Howie, but yesterday from his post game interview on the field, he got a little emotional because like knowing that it could be his potential last game with the Reds. And the one cool thing about this kid or this guy or player, when he got to the Reds, his first career game with the Reds, he hit a home run, and yesterday he hit a home run. Yesterday, potentially being his last game with the Reds, so that's a cool story. But hopefully, in the next hour or so, the Yankees can pull off something with Tyler Stevenson. I think he would be a good pickup for the Yankees, Howie.
Yeah, and there's another guy out there who I'm surprised no one's even bringing up that would fit their need. His name is Danny Jansen.
Oh,
on the Rangers, he would come cheap. You know, nobody. He hasn't even been talked about. Now I don't know if he's hurt or not. I don't think so. I didn't hear that he was, but he murdered the Yankees whenever he played them, and he's a right-handed bat and a pretty solid defensive catcher. So that would be a nice get if Texas is willing to deal him. Reportedly, the Rangers are selling, so I don't know. Maybe they've kept quiet about it, but his name hasn't popped up anywhere. I'd like to see him come on board for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it is a good. I know you're going to think this is crazy, but maybe the Yankees at 5 o'clock they're going on with their 1 hour every year on Yes, and every time they do that, they usually make a trade or two, and they wait right till they get to Yes. It's weird. So I mean, is it possible that of the 5 o'clock hour we're going to see some movement?
Well, knowing Brian Cashman, he's working the phones. He's not going to let this go by easy. So, he's not stupid, despite the fans being down on him a lot. He's not a dope. He's working the phones. Look, you're not going to give up a Lombard for a rental. Things like that. They're asking some heights. They're asking a lot. Look at the Red Sox gave up for Rushman. The Yankees are not going to make that kind of move. They were in on Rushman. Who knows what they asked the Yankees for? So, give it a chance. Give it till 6 before we make any conclusions.
No, listen. I heard it was LaGrande they were wanting. The Yankees said no. They would give up Elmo Rodriguez though.
Elmo Rodriguez, yep.
Right.
There's so many
they got from the Red Sox for Narvaez, and Narvaez is now gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
there you go.
There are so many trade proposals out there. It's like a lot of the trade proposals out there are not even realistic. Half of them aren't even what is expected the Yankees to even do.
Right.
I mean, we haven't even heard Dominguez get traded, Spencer Jones, Lombard. Like these guys weren't even included in conversations. Every time they were mentioned, Cashman would be like, "No, we're not going to deal with these guys. We're not even going to inquire on any more of your players that want, Lombard or anyone like that because we're not going to trade them away." But it just seems like now maybe the Yankees will go after something cheaper. But the thing is, it might get more expensive now for players to be dealt at this point with only an hour and a half left.
They may be asking the Yankees for their outfielders, and the Yankees may be a little nervous that Aaron Judge may not come back. He hasn't started working out. We're what, August 3rd?
Yeah.
There's not even an indication that he's ready to start baseball activity. If he doesn't get going in a couple of weeks, you may have to scratch his season. I mean, he's got to get going. He's got to play at least maybe 3 weeks before the playoffs to even be effective once the postseason comes. So I'm sure they're a little nervous about that they haven't got any real timeline on his return. So they're kind of walking a tightrope here with what they can do. So,
do you think Aaron Judge is coming back?
I hope so, but again, you got to be a little nervous that you haven't heard anything about a timeline. I mean, it's been since late May he hasn't played. So now we're in August already. They're not saying he's doing any baseball activity. They have to do more imaging. And that's a serious injury that he suffered, that fractured rib. That affects your swing, your throws and all. He may not even be able to play the outfield when he comes back. He may have to be your everyday DH when he comes back in the lineup. So he may not even that may be a reason why they're hanging on to the outfielders and not giving them up.
Yeah, I think it's saved Dominguez and Spencer Jones, or one or the other. Howie, I want you to. We have Chef Nick came up. Wanted to also say hello to you. So Howie, Chef Nick, Howie, Chef Nick.
Hey, buddy.
Howie, Chef Nick. This has been like the most silent intro I've ever done since I've been up here. But I'm not going to cause a ruckus. I just want to say, hey, Howie, how are you? I was going to ask you if you needed an order for dinner because I was going to cook for you right now, baby. Welcome, Howie. Good to see you. Big fan.
I'm sure your food is terrific. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Absolutely. I just wanted to say also to everyone on this channel, great job. Bang out job as always too, from start to finish. There's a lot more to go, a lot more to do, and of course, we still have an hour and a half left. But also, we do have our play-by-play with me and Evan tonight too to cap this off. But first things first, Howie, again, welcome. A big fan of you, and of course, I definitely last time you were on, I heard a lot what you had to say. I agreed upon a lot of topics and stuff like that. So it was like hearing before I came on, I heard like more of that. But thank you very much for being on, and thank you for your insight as always. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the kind words. And I know Joe a long time, so he knows, and Nathan is a friend. They know they can get me on anytime they want.
Joe's okay.
You see the respect I get? My God.
Speaking of tonight, this is a big homestand for the Yankees. 9 games. You're playing the Cardinals, Braves, and Mariners. They haven't exactly lit it up at Yankee Stadium lately. They got to get going here at home. They come off a great road trip where they didn't hit. They still win 6 of 10 against 3 playoff teams. You got to have, excuse the English, a kick-ass homestand here and really set yourself up for the rest of the month. They got a lot of home games coming up in this month. I think it's 19 home games or something like that. Not many more. They've done well on the road against good teams. They buried that narrative that they can't beat teams over 500. They're beating teams over 500. They got a little unlucky last week. Obviously, their extra innings record is pitiful. And there's a reason for that because it's mostly been because of the offense. They can't produce. When you're at home and you get that runner at second, that should be almost an automatic win. You really need to. I just had a blackout in my house again. Oh boy.
That's the last time that happened. Is it us?
I hope it's not the show.
No.
My light and my TV.
Might be a bulldog. I don't know.
I hope it's just the surge. But anyway, they need to rack up this homestand.
Yeah. I lost power. Speaking of power, I lost power earlier today because it was like raining bad over here.
Yeah.
So I lost power for a little bit. So
the weather's been lousy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's absolutely insane. My God. But that's true. It did happen to Howie the last time. I'm starting to get a complex here.
I think I know what happened. Joe.
Oh, there it goes. Let there be light.
Yes.
I turned off my power strip by accident. That was my fault because I got it here on the floor.
You just don't want to watch the Yankees tonight. You're going to listen to us.
Yeah. Better off.
Hey guys, I just want to give a big shout out to the chat today. All the chat was interactive for the whole show, and you guys did a great job with our other players and guests that we brought on for you guys, and the panel did a fantastic job, and obviously my team and I gave you guys a full studded panel, including Vitaly Karpin, and also later tonight continue hitting the like and subscribe button, and then what was that? Oh.
Snails on the chalkboard.
But tonight, Evan and Chef Nick will be calling the Yankee game tonight on this channel. So stay tuned for that. Tune in, show them support, and hit the like and subscribe button. This has been a fun show today. A lot of action. Hopefully, the Yankees can make some more moves the next hour or so. But it's been fun overall, though. A lot of action we got from different teams, and we got to dissect, analyze, and you guys, like I said, you guys did a great job with all the players that we brought on for you guys today. So
thank you, Nathan. Well, I just came on. These guys are the rock stars right here. So you get Joe.
Well, we're very close to our goal of 50 likes, and we're very, very close to 1,000 views. So thank you, everyone. If the Yankees make a move here, we could possibly break our record from the last time. So I'm looking forward to that. And of course, having Howie on here doesn't hurt at all. So Howie, thank you so much.
You haven't asked me about what they've done so far already. Besides
I'm not saying for you to leave. I'm just saying thank you for being here.
They may have picked up an interesting little prospect in that Camilo Doval trade. This 18-year-old outfielder named Louis Cruz.
Yeah.
Very young. He's got a lot of speed. Doesn't show a lot of power yet, but he's only 18. The catcher they got is nothing real special. I'm sure they just wanted to restock their minor leagues with a couple of catchers. Elian Alfonso, I think is his name, something like that. Nothing very special. Left-handed hitting catcher, 26 years old, I think. But this Louis Cruz is an interesting prospect. He's shown he's already a really solid defender in the outfield, and he has an above-average arm. So, only 18 years old, obviously a lot of upside there. So, we'll see. We'll see what. Sometimes you get lucky. You catch lightning in a bottle with some of these prospects.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Real quick. Who do you, so far for now, who do you think is the winners and the losers right now with the deadline?
But I have to put the Phillies in there. I mean, they got Brooks Raley. They picked up Louis Arise. They filled two needs. They're rolling the dice by shifting their team around a little bit, but it may work out. I think it's got a chance to work out. I tell you, I'm surprised they're so down on Alec Boehm. Alec Boehm is a clutch hitter. He hits like over 300 with runners in scoring position. He's had some personal problems off the field that has affected his play on the field. But the guy's he could be a dangerous at bat. They still have a dangerous team, although Schwarber has slowed up a lot since the All-Star break. What does he have? 34 homers now, 35? He had 33 at the break. He's only hit like 2 home runs in late July. So that's a little bit of a head scratcher. So he could get hot again. I've always been a Bryce Harper guy. I thought the Yankees made a big mistake. When they didn't sign Harper, when they were shuffling their team around. They had A-Rod retire. Mark Teixeira retired in 2016. They were setting it up for Bryce Harper as a free agent. He wanted to be here. And then they went for Stanton after 2017. I thought that was a big mistake that they didn't bring Harper here. I've always been a Harper guy. He's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. So, they still have a pretty good team. They may make another move. They may need a center fielder. They're playing Carl Crawford's kid out there. He's okay defensively. Doesn't really give you a whole lot of offense. But they could be a dangerous team with their starters, Zach Wheeler, Chris Sanchez. They have some players there. And I think I'd have to say the Phillies maybe were one of the winners.
Howie, I have a question for you. It's actually a 2-part question. The first one is, why do you think Brian Cashman is holding on near and dearly to the prospects, and he rarely uses them, or they look down on certain people, so they collect them? I always said, like, it seems like the Yankees are collecting prospects like you're collecting Pokemon cards. So it's like once you catch them all, eventually you got to sell them. You got to have value for them to pretty much to trade in for another card. So it almost seems like the Yankees, when they're holding on, no, we don't want to give this guy up. But what are the chances, again, with track record for the past several thousand years, being exaggerated, what are the chances of them, let's just say, calling up a Bryce Cunningham, calling up a Ben Hess in that? I'm just throwing it out there hypothetically. It could be anyone else. So why not throw them in a deal? And obviously, look, right now, this is going to be my 2-part question, where I know there's a lot of people, a lot of GMs that probably don't like Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman has certain partners like the Pirates, the Rockies, and for just to do trade business with. But do you think, like everyone else, like let's just say Padres, of course, we've done trades with them, but anyone else, like let's just say, I don't know, Boston. Do you think it's like they're going to try to take advantage and fleece Brian Cashman, where it's like, no, we want Spencer Jones, we want Jason Dominguez, we want Lombard, and so forth for, I don't know, this catcher? I mean, like, so why is it like, is it just because Brian Cashman just feels like he wants to keep certain people, or is it just he wants to collect future prospects for a future trade? This is where it sort of gets like, I don't know, a little confusing. It's like, all right, well, in order to get someone good, you have to give up, some prospects, top prospects. And look, look at the Skubal deal. I mean, or even like the Red Sox deal too. Of course, I'm not really high on Adley Rutschman, but we could have done better. What do you think? Why do you think that is?
Well, for the most part, at the trade deadline, they're mostly looking at rentals. So you're not going to give up top prospects for rentals. Now, Garcia, they have under control for next year. When they got Bednar, they knew he was under control for this season. So they're usually looking for rentals. In the offseason, he'll use his top guys to make a significant move. I think I agree. I could see why, you believe that he tends to hold on to certain people, but again, I just think it's because that they're focusing on rentals mostly at the trade deadline. They're usually at a point where their team is pretty solid, except for certain areas. Now, look, they got crippled by injury this year.
Yeah.
No one knew Aaron Judge is going to go out for more than half the season. And then Cody Bellinger gets hurt to where he's gone until maybe September. So, things change along the way. Now, everyone was talking about getting Mason Miller. I didn't think the Padres are going to trade Mason Miller. That was going to take a big price to get him. Was that really the Yankees' need,
No.
to get a closer of that magnitude? You can try to get him in the offseason when they may be more susceptible to trading him. At this point in the season, Bednar's been okay. You want to certainly, enhance the depth of your late inning guys. Now, this guy Chavihi, has turned out to be a pretty good find from Colorado. He's got a nice arm.
Yeah.
He's got command. We'll see. Bullpens are a crapshoot every year. Look at Luke Weaver. Last year he was garbage. This year he's great. So you don't know what you're going to get from year to year from certain guys. So you just try and piece it together. I think to answer your question, it's mostly because they're dealing for rentals at this point of the season. I can see them using a top prospect or two in the offseason to fill a need. Now, if Bednar doesn't re-sign, they're going to need a closer. And I can see them going after Mason Miller in the offseason.
Good points. Love it. Thank you. I have another question, if that's okay.
Sure, of course. Fire away.
So even let's just say with the Dodgers, they're doing their thing. People are making jokes: the richer get rich, and then the poor get poor. Well, that's baseball, Karen. But even so too, it's like, well, the Dodgers are doing their thing. I'm not complaining. It's not. You can't really say it's not fair. Obviously, with the things that they're doing, I don't know if it's eventually they're going to uncover this, and it's going to be like a whole Ponzi scheme. But even so, I'm exaggerating. No, but even so, even with the Dodgers getting Skubal too, he's a rental. Do you think the Dodgers are just, and Skubal too? I think probably because he's going to a big contender, World Series contender, and winner and contender. Do you think that's mostly a prime example of someone being a rental? And also, there's definitely on both sides mutual, where it's an extension signing, a new signing for, and they never wait till the off season. Dodgers are always mid season; they'll get you in right away. But something like that, can that be an exception for a rental play, where it's if you know that you're going to stay here because of the Dodgers atmosphere and environment too? Is that something mutual, where it's okay, Skubal's here, he's going to help us out, and Skubal is going to definitely re-sign with us? Something along those lines.
Well, the Dodgers are looking to make history. No National League team has won 3 in a row ever, and they're on the verge of doing something very special. I also think they believe that Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow are brittle. They get hurt too easily. Even if they come back, there's no guarantee they're going to finish the season. The other thing people don't, talk about the Dodgers, they've been winners for a long time now. How many divisions have they won in a row? From what, 2019, 2018 to now? And they still replenish their farm system with good scouting. They haven't neglected the scouts. That's what David Stearns has really messed up with the Mets. He got rid of a lot of good scouts that the Mets had, really good baseball people. He cleaned them out and started to rely too much on the analytics, and it's blown up in his face. The good teams mix the analytics with good old-fashioned baseball scouting and old-school baseball. The Rays do it well. That's why the Rays are always up there. It's every year you look at them, they're not going to be that good. And here they are in first place, 19 games over 500. You know, they have a good scouting system. They mix it well with the analytics. The analytics can be beneficial, but you can't. What I say is, you get caught in the quicksand of the analytics, you're going to be in trouble. The Dodgers don't do that. They keep replenishing their farm system, even though they don't get the high draft picks. Now that they do have cornered the market on the Japanese players, at this point, but still they're bringing in good farm products to where they can make moves. Why are they doing that? Because they have good scouts and good baseball people up and down their organization. I'd like to see the Yankees have pretty good baseball people too. Their farm system's not terrible. They've had some, the last few years, it's been a lot better than it was maybe 10 years ago. But that's how the Dodgers do it. They have good baseball people up and down their organization, and they have money to spend. So they utilize their resources in a well manner that makes them winners.
What do you think? Just to bounce back. By the way, great question there, Chef Nick. Good questions always.
Oh, thank you, Evan. Good answer.
Thank you. But Howie, why do you think? Because we've seen the Yankees do the same thing, the same process every single season, and we look at the team now, and even though the players are different, pretty much they play the same way because they pretty much rely on the same numbers and data for all the information that they use. Why is Brian Cashman and the organization so prone on using the same stats for every single season that they're evaluating players on? Why can't they just change it? Why do they have to look at the same stuff to evaluate the players that they acquire? Why can't they just change it up and look at different things?
Well, I've been wanting them to change it up for a while now, but if you're the Yankees, you look at your results over the last few years. How many times have they missed the playoffs? Not many. So they certainly believe that something's working there. Look, we get spoiled. We want them to win the championship. We don't want them to be a team that just makes the playoffs every year. Yeah, it's nice you make the playoffs, but you got to go deep at some point. Now, they did 2 years ago, but they weren't ready to beat the Dodgers in that World Series. They had their flaws. So, maybe they look at the team that, look, we're competitive every year. Sometimes the Yankees think they're the smartest in the room, and that's a little bit of a drawback to how they run their team. So I can only theorize why they continue to do it this way. They've missed the playoffs twice in the last 20-something years or whatever. Not many times, certainly. So they feel like they're competitive every year, and they have the resources, to put good teams on the field. Look, but they didn't expect these injuries that occurred this year. Nobody can. Certainly, Aaron Judge now missing another big portion of the season. It happened 3 years ago, cost them the playoffs when he hurt his toe. This year, it may cost them a good run in the postseason because their pitching is championship level. Their pitching is World Series, level right now. The starters are terrific. Their bullpen's okay. It's not terrible, but it could use some extra arms there to enhance the depth. So that's the only thing I can answer for your question is that, hey, we're competitive every year. We make the playoffs every year. We're either in the wild card or we win the division. And now you got 3 wild card teams in both leagues, so it gives you more of an opportunity to get in the postseason. They just haven't clicked in the postseason. They've come up short. Last year, their pitching kind of deserted them against Toronto. Schlittler pitched a great game to win that series against Boston, which, don't forget, they lost the first game against the Red Sox. They had to win the next 2. So, they feel that they're competitive every year, and maybe this is why they're not veering off what they're doing right now.
So we have a trade here, guys. Evan brought it up, Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor to the Cubs for Jefferson Rojas, Rojas is the Cubs' number 2 prospect. So,
wow.
There you go.
Wow. Thanks, Evan. Well, Nathan and Evan, thank you. Evan, thank you.
No problem.
Either one.
Howie, what do you think?
That's awesome. Wow.
The Mets have made some smart moves here.
Yeah.
These are 2 rentals. I mean, both guys are free agents. The Cubs are going for it. I mean, they traded Jamison Tyone, but they picked up Kevin Gausman.
Yeah.
Which I found weird. But that to me that's almost like the same guy in a lot of ways. But Holmes is a good pickup for them if he's healthy. The Mets have done well converting him to a starter. I'm surprised the Yankees never really tried that. He had trouble with his command here coming in. There was no margin of error in the bullpen. As a starter, you get a little more margin of error where you can make a mistake or two. Holmes as a closer, you make a mistake and that'd be the ball game. So, Cubs pick up a solid starter if he comes back healthy. And Tyrone Taylor's a nice fourth outfielder to go along on that team. So, the Mets have done well in their return. They're shipping guys off that are free agents, and they're getting back some quality.
Yeah, and Jefferson Ross is number 2 on the Cubs system and 63rd overall. So
Yeah, what position?
Shortstop. He's a
yeah,
shortstop, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
so they
That's
picked
awesome.
up two. They picked up two highly rated shortstops in the minor leagues. The kid from Pittsburgh for Weaver, Sammy Stafford, I think his name is, and now this kid, because their minor leagues were lacking in shortstops. Ronnie Mauricio, I think they're going to give up on at some point. He's not the answer, and I'm sure they'd like to get rid of Lindor, and they needed somebody to back him up at some point. I don't know if that's going to happen in the offseason. He still has veto power, but I have a feeling they're going to try and move him during this winter and see if they can convince him to waive that no trade clause.
I definitely want to get Jason's take because this is very, very interesting what the Mets are doing. Of course, it's not a win now, but obviously what they're doing is like you said, Howie. They're getting trading away their the last year of their contract, and even with the Cubs, they're in a win now mentality. So it's like, all right, what the hell? Let's get the best of them. So getting a number 2 prospect, that's amazing. So I love what the Mets are doing. Absolutely, with stocking up just on prospects too, because why not? If they're gonna call it like it is, they're gonna do a rebuild. Why not? Why not just say it? Why not just say it out loud and start from here? So, but I mean, different direction. But we'll see how far the Mets take it. So,
you pick up 10, 12 top prospects. If one of them pans out, you're ahead of the game. If one of them becomes a solid major leaguer, look at Pete Crow Armstrong. When the Mets made that stupid deal for Baez. Now the kid's like an MVP candidate. He panned out. That turned into a super trade, for Chicago. He completely turned their team around. So, if you pick up the right guy and you catch lightning in a bottle and you get lucky, you could turn your team around in a hurry.
Guys, we have
Another
another
trade,
trade.
guys.
White Sox are getting Joey Bart from the Braves catcher.
The Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring Tyler Wells from the Orioles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, reliever.
Yep. And
The Rays improved a lot today.
Joey Bart's nothing special.
The Rays are going for it, man.
Never
they're Liam Hicks, man. That move just put the nail on the coffin. What an amazing move!
Out of nowhere too, out of the blue.
How did they just unbelievable? I wasn't expecting that. Liam Hicks to go to the Rays. Well, here we are. Here we are, first place Rays.
Can the Yankees do something like that? Maybe.
Probably not. We'll see. Well, we have an hour and change left, so we'll see, Evan. Still have plenty of time to go on the clock.
But don't forget, though, as 6 o'clock comes, they still got to wait till 6:30.
Liam Hicks would have been perfect for the Yankees, but
absolutely.
But he's a left-handed hitter, though.
I know.
He's not a defensive catcher. He's mostly a DH.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I just well, I'm sorry. I don't want to. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nathan. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I just want to get. I don't know if you guys asked Howie his take with Adley Rushman. Did you yet or no?
No.
Howie. Adley Rushman, of course, a lot of people are 50-50 on him. A lot of people are not that excited for him to be on the Yankees. I was partial, but I wasn't interested as a last resort. I get it, but for him to go to the Red Sox and for them to trade Narvaez, what's the upside of that for them to switch catchers to get Rushman instead of just keeping on to Narvaez? What do you think?
Narvaez went backward. He regressed. They didn't think he was that good. He had a lucky year last year, where he overachieved. Rushman was starting to show that he's getting back to form. The Yankees were in on Rushman. Who knows what they asked for, So the Red Sox gave up 3 top 5 prospects to get him, not to mention a bunch of other guys. So who knows what they asked the Yankees for, and the Yankees really didn't want to bite on it. Plus he's coming off a wrist injury. You don't know if he's going to even be effective the rest of the year. To me, they're picking him up for next season, as far as I'm concerned, when he could be a little more healthy. That wrist injury for a switch hitter, that's a risky proposition.
Yeah.
And I said this before, I I know Austin Wells has been awful. I mean, look, that's obvious. But his
Yeah.
track record shows he's not that bad a hitter. So if he gives you an average 2 months here where he maybe hits a couple of home runs and gets a couple of big hits, it's not so terrible. Defensively, he's been outstanding. The pitchers love throwing to him. And let's commend him for what he did yesterday. Did you see what he did? He honored Thurman Munson by wearing Thurman Munson's chest protector. The guy gets it, you know. He's a good kid. Yeah, he's been terrible. We know that. You can't deny that. And I'm shocked that he's been this bad offensively. But it doesn't mean he can't have a month or two here where at least he's major league average and he gives you maybe a couple of big home runs at the stadium with that left-hand swing.
So a follow-up question to that too with Wells. Okay, so obviously the cat's out of the bag. You know, well, it's been out of the bag for whatever. But like he's doing terrible, and with his track record, like you say, he can get better or be better. Okay, so how come? Let's just say with the hitting coach, James Ralston, and his two assistants, how come they haven't been doing the job to pretty much get Wells on the right track? It's always the same old Wells, and I say same old Wells because it's the same inconsistent Wells. So how come there's like really no people being on the same page with that?
Well, right now he lacks confidence. So that's a big part of your game mentally. I don't know what the hitting coach is doing with him. He's a sucker for that low and in pitch. You know, that ball that's down low and in. He's got to start to lay off that ball. And he used to hit to the opposite field on the ball outside. I think he gets a little, home run happy at Yankee Stadium where he's trying to pull everything. Right now, he's lacking a little confidence offensively. He goes up there and he has no confidence that he's going to be a hitter. Again, if he can get a couple of big hits to really get going here, it's not out of the question he could produce a little. He's not going to save his season, but he's certainly got time to make a contribution. That's all you're asking from him, to give you a couple of hits, not strike out, move a runner when there's a runner on second, nobody out, hit a grounder to second and move a runner, have a productive out. He's not even giving you that at this point. If you can get that out of him, it won't be that terrible. So, look, I believe in the kid a little more than a lot of people. I know I've seen 2 years ago, he had a couple of big hits against the Dodgers in the World Series. I think it's still there. They just got to try and get it out of him. As far as the coaches go, I don't know what their philosophy is throughout the minor leagues. They got into this launch angle thing for a couple of years, but thankfully they've gotten away from that. That's a terrible philosophy. That puts your hitter in a bad position for pitchers that could exploit that. They'll throw that ball upstairs and you'll be a dead duck on that high fastball, with that launch angle. That's only effective to a ball waist down. So I'm glad they've gotten away from that. Volpe went into that for a long time, and it hurt his offense, swinging up. So I don't know what their hitting philosophy is. I really don't understand it at times myself, when I watch them play. So, again, you have to see what happens the rest of the year. Thankfully, Wells is giving you defense. And, he had a big frame yesterday on that 3-0 pitch that saved that at-bat with Brent Hedrick against Nico Horner. That could have been ball 4 and a run and a tie game. So Wells framing that pitch helped Hedrick get back into the at-bat, ended up getting the out there, and they end up winning 2-1. So at least he's making contributions, defensively. If he can just give you a little bit offensively, it'll be a big boost compared to what he's been, the previous 4 months.
So, Howie, real quick, I just put the Yankees are working on another trade. What do you think about this guy right here, Ramos from the Giants?
Decent right-handed bat. Nothing that blows you away, but that would be a nice pickup. They don't have to give up too much.
Better than Shulman, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got power. He's got a little pop in his bat. He plays the outfield. So, yeah, that would be a decent pickup. At least get another righty in there off the bench, certainly.
Does he play like all outfield positions? Is he more of a right fielder, left fielder?
I'm not sure. I know he's playing left field for them. Okay. I'm not sure if he played any center field. I think he played the corners. I think he played left and right. I think he's got a good arm in the outfield from what I remember.
Okay.
He's an outfielder.
Yeah, so it's not official yet. They're still working on it, but I think he would be a good death piece. I think so. You can spell maybe Trent Grisham or whatever, whoever you can spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the spell.
Yeah.
Spell. I
The
like to
matchup wise
spell
too.
him
You have,
off the team.
you have Jones do a matchup thing with Ramos, put them in there for. That's
Yeah.
why you have to have a better balanced lineup with lefties and righties
Could
too.
be, yeah. Then you play Jones against the righties.
Yeah.
Well, we're in the final hour, guys.
Woo!
Let's go.
Remember-
One more hour.
Oh yeah.
Remember, you still have 20 minutes afterwards because it's got to go through the what do you call MLB officers.
Oh, there's MLB police officers. Oh no. Here we go. Security.
You know,
Hey, Jason.
Rushman's not-
From
Rushman's
each and every one of you, what do you think the Yankees are going to do in the next hour?
You know
Let's
what?
start with Howie.
Jason,
Rushman's not a done deal yet. He has to pass a physical.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Yeah.
And if he doesn't pass the physical, this deal is off. And he's got that wrist injury. So, that's still up in the air.
Oh, Jason,
was that
real
official?
quick, I got some Mets news for you. Ready? It says Dominican left-handed pitcher, and Howie, you can speak on this too if you want. Jeffrey Yan has been promoted by the Mets. The left-handed pitcher. He's I guess a remarkable story. He stepped away from baseball 5 years after signing with the Angels before returning in 2021.
What level is he at now?
I don't know.
They just promoted him to the B League roster just now.
Yeah, Jeffrey Yan.
What's his name? What's his name again?
Jeffrey Yan. He's a left-handed pitcher.
Reliever. Yep.
The Dominican. Jefry and then Yan.
Jeffrey Yarn. Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, never heard of him.
He used to be on the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about those Rockies guys. They tend to be pitching at cores all the time. Sometimes when you take them out of cores, they do a little better.
Yeah.
Ask Jake Bird.
Yeah, I was about to say Jake Bird.
He's horrible.
It's like, how do you do? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was like Bird doo.
Yeah.
He migrated himself.
Joe, very good question. In
Yeah.
regards to the final hour here. So what do you think is going to happen? Hypothetically, I'm not, of course, look, I've told you guys already, even in the off season, I'm going into this with no expectations. Whatever happens, happens. If I'm holding on hopes, and just crossing my fingers with a Hunter Goodman, I can't do that because you don't know what's going to happen. So I didn't know that we were going to get Garcia yesterday. Look, Garcia, great power bat, or above average good power bat. I don't want to make it seem like he's like Jose Canseco, but even to first baseman, I know it doesn't really make sense where you're going to put him. They'll probably shift him around in that area, but I know we have more need. And this move, to be honest, throwing this on the table right here, I guess to kick it off, one move is not going to do anything, obviously. Two moves is not going to do anything. We need to, and look, I don't know, this is like winning the lotto here. It's like maybe they need 3 moves within the hour to move the needle, as they say. So, I mean, it's right in front of us, right, Nathan? Everything's right in front of us,
Right in front of us.
like you and Boone say. No,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, right now. So let's kick it off. Like, what do you think? It's gonna happen from now until then?
Yeah, Howie, you can start it off too if you want.
Well, if they get their guys back, that's like adding guys.
Well, that's not now though. It's later on.
They're not getting
no,
Hunter
not
Goodman. This Hunter Goodman could be a product of Coors too. You don't know. I still think they may try to zoom in on Tyler Stevenson right now. I think that may be their focus that they're working on. They're trying to negotiate a deal. They want to bring in a right-handed catcher. And we'll see. I mean, they can't live with Ari Ramirez behind the plate. He's not effective. So we'll see if they could bring him in. I don't know if you were on before, Nick, when I mentioned Danny Jansen. I wonder if anybody's biting on Danny Jansen, bringing him in,
That's
to
interesting.
finish out the year. That'd be a nice get. This Heliot Ramos had a couple of years we hit 20 home runs back-to-back, but he was injured this year. He's only played 74 games. So he's only got 9 home runs, primarily a left fielder. He doesn't play center field.
Joel Sherman's reporting It looks like at the end of the trade deadline, Cashman's going to announce 2 trades.
Really? Oh, wow.
Basically, that's what he's saying. He's saying he knows how to close.
No, with no names.
That's
No.
a little weird because it would have been leaked out. No,
Yeah, it would have been announced.
Not necessarily.
no, like it's that secretive.
Could it be a big trade though? It could be a big trade. I don't know.
Sherman, he's usually on the button with certain things. He's been around a long time. He has good sources.
Yeah.
And they're
They
looking.
may not want to say any names to get your hopes up, and then they don't come off. So that's probably why this is a little secretive. Hopefully, it's something good.
They're also talking to the Pirates about Henry Davis, the catcher.
Catcher, yep.
They say he's decent. He's better than what they have.
Yes, decent. I love it.
He's a right-handed hitter.
Love being decent.
He's better than Ari Ramirez. So
Ali Sanchez.
I mean, Ari Sanchez. Yeah.
Ali Sanchez, yeah.
Yep.
Very nice.
Nothing
I think they
special.
could've-
Doesn't blow you away, but
No, I know. I'm just.
beggars can't be choosy. So
Yeah, it's true.
he's
We'll
probably
see.
gonna. I think they're going to pick up an arm. I have a feeling.
Interesting.
But why wait? Why is he going to wait for? I don't know.
Well, he's probably negotiating the terms.
Okay. Like
You
pending
don't know what
physical-
you take. People. A lot of these people make trades one-sided. Oh, let's get this guy. Let's get Mason Miller. Well, you got to give something back to get him. They don't take that into account. A lot of these general managers on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
Takes
true.
two to
Yeah.
tango. You gotta give back to get. So they're probably negotiating the terms if these deals are in the works.
Somebody just said on Twitter, it said, Yankees have agreed to a trade of Anthony Volpe to the Savannah Bananas.
Nice. Congratulations, kid.
Oh,
You just got a raise.
You can drop the ball and dance.
Vincent Chapman, the umpire.
Yes. These things on here, I mean, it's really funny.
Oh, Volpe, my little tie boy. All right. Anyway, back to baseball.
Oh yeah, that joke was good. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it.
But I think if anything, it will be probably maybe like a depth outfielder or bullpen help. I would say.
There's another trade here, guys. The Braves are trading outfielder Eli White to the Red Sox for right-handed pitcher Tyler Uberstein.
Oh, Eli White killed the Mets all the time.
Yeah. Well, he became expendable when they got Lane Thomas. So,
That's a good trade. Oh, good for Boston. Good for them doing their thing. Yeah, very good trade. Wow.
The Braves
Been a
made
lot
Lane
of
Thomas,
moves.
though. That was good for them.
A lot of moves.
Yeah, both sides.
A lot of moves are going to happen here in the next 1 hour here. Or next
Joe Sherman says they're moving forward to a Ramos deal,
Okay.
but it's pending medical review at least.
Okay. He's been injured this year.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at.
All right, Jeff Passan just said they're finalizing the deal with Ramos. Yep. Pending,
okay.
Yep.
That's a good get if he's healthy. That's a good get.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
We don't have
Not
to see
sexy,
Schumann
but-
anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. He can.
Oh yeah,
go make-
get Schumann
make
the hell out of
shoes.
here.
He could go make his wooden
that,
shoes.
That could make Ahmed Rosario expendable.
Yeah, that's true too.
Rosario was
like-
brought in to hit lefties. He's not hitting lefties.
So his
Yep.
he's under control until
approach
2030. He says.
Ramos.
Yeah.
He's only 26 years old.
Yeah. So he's
Yeah,
under.
he's good. I've seen
That'd be a nice get.
Yeah.
Yeah. You give them a right-handed bat off the bench, and maybe as part of a platoon in the outfield. And he's a decent outfielder.
Do they have any pitching that they can give up? The Giants?
They gave up Robbie Ray already.
They gave up Robbie Ray already. They're not trading Logan Webb.
They do have a left-hander named Carson Wissenhunt that they could trade.
Yeah.
I figured the Yankees was smart about they're going to make the trades when they're on yes. They did that with they waited for the last one with Garcia. They waited until they hit on yes. It's crazy.
Well, who do we should not give up a lot for Ramos. I mean, obviously, if it happens, but do you think it's him and like maybe another bullpen help or something, or I don't know. I mean, it could be anyone. Where it's obvious. I don't know. If it's just him. Let's just say, yeah. All right, I see it. Jeff passing gas is he said that too. All right, so Elliot Ramos. So it's only him. So who would we give up to for Ramos? It shouldn't be. Obviously,
this may be your top prospect type deal because he's a free agent after 2030. He's only arbitration eligible next year.
Yep.
And he's only 26 years old. So this could be a deal for this year and down the road.
Yeah, it's good that he's under control for a few more years. That's good.
Yeah.
Giancarlo Stanton took quite a few swings in the batting cage. Carlos Rendon in live batting practice today. G's been hitting a ton already, but it's good to see him in the outdoors, according to Aaron Boone.
Yeah, wonderful. He's taking a lot of swings. That doesn't
you
mean
open
his
the bag of
legs
chips
are
yet?
He's still got to run to first.
Yeah, I know, right?
I like the guy. I told these guys I respect the guy, but it's become an albatross. You know,
Yeah.
he clogs the roster. His presence has really hurt them in manipulating this roster at times. You know, it's not his fault. No one knew he was going to suffer all these lower body injuries. Let me tell you something. The Mets better hope Juan Soto's not on that track with these lower body injuries.
Yeah, I hope
know?
not. Yeah.
You better hope
Would
not.
anybody put Soto back?
Oh,
in your face. First by Danny Espinosa, now by Howie Carpenter. I feel saved.
So guys, the rumored prospect going back to the Giants from the Yankees, I'm hearing, is Henry Lorraine, the left-handed pitcher.
Charles Bronx Bomber.
Lane.
Yeah, Charles Bronx
I was
Bomber.
thinking someone in that aspect because the Yankees have a lot of
supposed to be
pitching
pretty
prospects.
good.
Yeah, he's
Left-hander.
Yeah, they're saying that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a rumored prospect in that deal.
He moved up the charts this year in the minors.
Yeah,
I got to shout him out. Charles Bronx Bomber. I saw that first. So, yeah, if they get Ramos, they're getting Lane. So, thank you, Charles, for that.
Thank you,
Obviously,
Charles.
thank you guys for breaking it.
There
too,
you
so.
go, Nick.
Yep. There you go.
But he's not a rental.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, man.
Under control, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're right, too, Howie, too. It makes sense, though. I mean, like what you said, 2030? The year 2030?
Yeah, that's when he's a free agent.
That's insane. Yeah, okay. I could see that. That's, just pretty much levels up with that.
Just like when we got Caballero, you're not going to be a free agent for the next 3 or 4 years.
That also could free them up maybe to trade, Spencer Jones in the offseason, one of their outfielders, since you have him under control. I was saying, Nathan, you weren't on at that time. I think they'd be making a big mistake if they trade Jason Dominguez. I really do. He's 23 years old, still developing. He's got a lot of talent, and when he gets it, he's going to be a big-time player. I really believe that. I know his defense is questionable at times. At least he's got a good arm in the outfield, and he can serve a little bit as a DH. He's got a lot of speed. I really think they'd be making a big mistake if they got rid of him. Now too many people, so obsessed with this stupid nickname of the Martian. The kid did not ask for that nickname. These fans bring that up all the time. Oh, he's the Martian. It's garbage. Please stop it. You're putting enough pressure on the kid. He didn't ask for no nickname, stupid nickname, please. But the kid has talent. He's got a lot of talent. He's only 23 years old. You can't give up on guys just because they don't come up here and they give you Bobby Witt type instant coffee. Please.
I love it, Howie. Oh, I love it. This is great. Oh, the Howie rant. Oh, damn it. I love it. Oh,
throwing them shots. Oh, yeah.
Those are shots fired, baby. Those are Howie shots fired. Oh, I love it.
Man,
it's official. Ramos to the Yankees for Lane, the left-handed.
Okay.
Wow.
Just that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're saying he's worse than
Lane was moving
Rosario.
up on the charts.
Wait, who's saying that?
He's worse than Rosario. Oh, that's a blessing.
Hey, Joe, who's saying that?
We're going backwards.
Oh, Arthur the Chess Man.
Oh,
Oh.
What was that?
With the cheese man, not chess man. He's a cheese man.
Oh, Cheese Man, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Hey, after you've been on the air since 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't know what I'm seeing right now.
You guys have chef hours today, man.
You're seeing ghosts like Sam Darnold.
Wait, Joe, who's saying who's worse than Rosario?
Arthur the Cheese Man.
Saying Ramos is worse than. Well, Ramos isn't going to be used all the time. Only be used
like,
systematically.
It's a be a platoon.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
better
play
than-
against the lefties.
I think Ramos is better than Joe Adele, in my opinion.
Joe Adele was just having a decent year, but he hasn't shown much before this anyway. He had all the promise in the world. So 42 minutes officially left, and then you have about 15 to 20 minutes after that.
I love Lane a lot, man. He's 22 years old, 6'7" lefty. He's number 5 on the Yankees prospect list.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Mark Feinstein is saying it now. Should
6'7".
really go on the Yankee channel.
In Arthur the Cheeseman's defense, yes, he's right about that. That's a little concerning too. You did see that. The last comment, if you want to bring that up,
In the
that is
clubhouse?
true. Yeah, they did say that. That was a little concerning, a little weird too. But why would they?
Oh wow. Yeah.
Nathan, do you know anything about Jefferson Rojas?
Jefferson Ross is, like I said, he's a talented shortstop. I think like I said, in order to get something good, you have to give up something good. So I think the Cubs gave up their top shortstop in their system. He's ranked number 2 for the reason. I think the Mets can build around him in the future. And the Mets are doing a great job of restocking their farm system with all these trades. And that was the Mets' goal coming into this trade deadline. Can they find the prospects for the future that can help the team down the line? And I think they did with these trades. And adding Jefferson Rojas is pretty good, especially for this trade, because Clay Holmes is good value. And then Tyrone Taylor is good value too. He's been his career has been like slow from the beginning, but he's been over the last few years, he's been turning out to be a good outfielder and good hitter. So so I think it's good value there for both teams, especially for the Mets. I think the Mets did a great job this trade deadline, focusing on getting prospects from each trade, and they did.
Yeah, Taylor's value will never be higher than it is now, so they certainly cashed in on it.
Yeah.
Rojas is 21 years old, so yeah, he's still developing. Pretty good numbers in the minors this year. Cubs have had a good minor league system too, underrated. So yeah, the Mets are stockpiling a couple of nice prospects. Obviously, look, they're still prospects until proven otherwise. But when the consensus on the scouts say a guy is pretty good, usually the guy turns out to be what the scouts say. And I was saying about the kid they got back from the Pirates, a shortstop. He looks like he may be a keeper. I mean, this kid he had 14 home runs in 1 month. Last month, 35 ribbies, 18 games. At any level, that's impressive. So, maybe they're doing the right things here, getting some certain guys back. I know they want to win next year. I don't know if that's going to come off as easily as they thought. But, we'll see. They can't be as bad as they were this year, that's for sure.
Evan, Marcel and Meyer to San Francisco.
Yep.
Good pickup by the Red Sox.
Eric Miller to Boston from San
Eric
Francisco.
Miller. Wow, Red Sox are going.
They're going crazy, man. They want to win. They're hungry. That's it. Plain and simple. They're hungry. They're not far behind us. And I don't know, man. They're hungry. This is very good for the Red Sox. I'm not hating, but this is very race 2. Rays and Red Sox. We were like the ping pong. You're like, hey, I'll make a move. It's like Rays make a move, Red Sox make a move. Hey, Yankees are here. Hey, we get Smelliot, Helliot, Ramos. There we go. But with the Red Sox, they've been doing. They're going for it, man. They're hungry. They want it. Good for them.
Because Chapman's a free agent. They probably won't re-sign him. And, hey, God bless them. They're making their move. They're red hot right now. They can't be hotter than right now. So hopefully that somebody slows them down. They won't play better than they're playing right now. Can they continue this? It's very difficult to keep up this pace the rest of the year.
Eric Miller. Eric Miller's a stud.
Yeah, he is. He's lights out.
Oh my god,
Oh my
that's
Especially in
insane.
the playoffs, you need bullpen in the
Yeah,
playoffs. You need that to come through.
And the Giants just got their replacement outfielder, Marcelo Mayer. Or no, he's an outfielder or infielder, I think.
He's
No.
mostly outfield.
He's an outfielder, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
He'll
outfield.
be the Harrison Beta replacement.
Oh.
Mr.
was crazy.
Bootman.
Yep.
He's wearing a boot again. Maybe we should get him. Him and his boots.
Anybody think there's going to be one more move or no?
Well, there's two, right? Cashman has two.
Waiting
He
on
said
one
he has
more.
to announce, so one more move. I mean, I don't know what his moves are right now, so I would like a catcher. That'd be great. Can we have a catcher if it's not going to be announced? I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. So if he's not announcing it, then what picks can we make? I don't know. I mean, if there's slim pickings right now too, it's like if Howie said they're not gonna get Hunter Goodman. That's definitely a hard no, right?
No.
Yeah. What about? And I brought this up too actually last night when we had a stream, a very good stream too, the pre-deadline stream. Ivan Herrera of the St. Louis Cardinals. He's a DH, but also a catcher. I want to take catcher first, but with him, he's 26 years old. He is good. He has offensive numbers. You know, obviously he's not like, you know, again, I have to point out Jose Canseco or stuff like that, but I believe he is a good catcher and he has control for the next couple of years, I believe. But with that, I mean, how about something like that if we can't really pull a big move, like a big catching move?
Not out of the question. He had a great series against the Mets earlier in the year.
Yes, he did. Yep.
But no, it's not out of the question. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals are in town too. So
yeah, that's true too. It could be just the same thing like Cabby last year when we were playing the Rays, and he just takes a little walk over, a little stroll to the other dugout. Who knows? Yeah, that's true too, Cowie. Okay.
Christian Vasquez is also another possibility.
Oh yeah, forgot about him.
Yeah, so did a lot of people.
Okay.
So it's not, you know, we're throwing out these names, but I'm sure that, you know, they're talking, they're trying.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's trying. Whether he pulls something off. Yeah, Ramos is a nice pickup. I'm telling you, that's a nice pickup. Now you enhanced your offense a little with Garcia Jr. and Ramos. You know, two nice bats that you add to your team. So, yeah, if they can get a right-handed catcher, then they've had a pretty good trade deadline.
Another little trade here. The Brewers got Antonio Senzatella from the Rockies.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Antonio Senzatella.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
From the Rockies.
The relief pitcher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Maybe he
everyone
could
thinks,
be like a long guy out of the bullpen for them.
everyone thinks the Dodgers are unbeatable. Now they got Skubal. I think the Brewers can knock them off. They really do.
Yeah, I agree.
They're tough. Yeah.
The Brewers are a very difficult team to play. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They had a rare, you know, mistake-filled game against the Mets a couple of weeks ago. That was an anomaly. The Brewers play very solid fundamental ball. They don't overwhelm you with stars, but they're very solid as a team, and their pitching is very, very good. You got Mizorowski who can dominate.
Yep.
They're cutting down his innings so he doesn't get too crazy. You know, they're taking him out of games where they have big leads. You know, he lost the other day. He had a rare off game, still struck out 10, I think. So he's a dominant pitcher. They got the kid Harrison, who they ended up from the Red Sox.
Yep.
They got a decent bullpen. They could give the Dodgers a run for their money. I wouldn't think the Dodgers are a lock here.
Here you go,
I love
guys.
their young
I have an update here. Yankees are still inquiring on right-handed hitters, pen help, and backup catchers.
Pen help and backup catchers.
Yeah. And another
So they
right-handed
don't-
bat. And
so they're
another-
They
working.
are going to make 4 trades before the deadline.
Yeah, most likely because right-handed hitters, they're still keeping tabs on right-handed hitters, pen help, and backup catchers.
Well, that the backup catcher will be a right-handed hitter. I would
Yep.
assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Denny
is
Jansen's,
you think so?
either Denny Jansen's, yeah, I do. Or yeah,
Danny Jansen. They haven't mentioned his name.
well, you know, Cashman, he always pulls something out of the hat.
See, the term backup catchers too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends who. That's the thing. It's like, if someone that had like 6 Tommy John surgeries on his face, I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
whether you like it or not, Wells is their starter. I mean, the pitchers love throwing to him. His defense, at least he's giving you defense back there. And again, as I mentioned, before, he framed that pitch yesterday that they didn't challenge, turned that at bat around, and they got out of a big inning there and ended up with a huge win. I had my doubts about this 10-game road trip. I was a little nervous, going in Philly, the White Sox, and spending a freaking week in Chicago against an improved White Sox team that played well at home, and the Cubs at Wrigley, and they win 6 out of 10. I mean, that's impressive. When you look back, I would have signed up for 6-4 in a heartbeat before the trip. So to get 6-4, now they got to follow that up with a good homestand and keep this momentum going against these teams coming in, the Cardinals, Braves, and Mariners. Braves are not unbeatable this year. The Braves have a lot of flaws. They can be taken. Ask the Mets. They played the Braves better than when they were a good team.
That's a fact.
Oh, wow.
That's a fact.
Mets weren't a good team, and they played the Braves tough. They couldn't play the Braves tough when they were a good team.
I know. It's the opposite.
Right?
It always is.
Well, they win 4 out of 6 at Citi Field this year.
Yeah. They won both home series against the Braves this year.
They never do that against the Braves.
I know. It's a miracle.
Hey guys, this is interesting. The Yankees are adding another player to the Ramos trade. They're including Jeff Kent's son.
They're including him?
Yep.
Maybe they get another player.
Caden Kent going to the San Francisco Giants, and guess what? The Giants drafted Barry Bonds' nephew, Peyton Bonds, and then now the youngsters are back together
On the same page. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Nice.
Wow.
You think that's a little too much?
For Ramos?
Yeah. I don't know. I think Henry Lane would have done it. I don't know. Nonetheless, like Joe, yeah, you're right. Maybe are we going to get like a player to be named or someone from single A? I don't know. But obviously, if it's just him.
Howie, do you like Jeff Kent's son?
Yeah, potential. I mean, he's an infielder. They had to give up to get. Again, you're getting a guy under control who's shown he can hit 20 homers in the major leagues, and he's only 26 years old. So, as you know, what Nick was mentioning before, he gave up, maybe a top prospect or two to get this guy. You got to give up something to get. So, at least they didn't get back a rental. They got a guy who they at least can control.
Yeah,
and maybe makes sense for them down the road.
He's the number 13 prospect in the Yankees farm system.
I saw that. Yeah,
that's
Yep. So give up 13 and 14 in the other day too, with giving up that pitcher for Garcia.
So 5. They gave number 5.
those guys they gave up for Garcia, nothing special.
No.
Ben Grable.
Oh, yeah, but definitely not.
Ben Grable,
No.
I love Ben Grable. I love Ben Grable.
He's all right.
In terms of Cruz and Bird. Cruz and Bird can go.
Seabird is not overpowering. He doesn't throw that hard. I mean,
Jake Bird.
I can't believe they were including Jake Bird as a prospect. He's no prospect. God, please. 30 years old.
No, but Howie, I think Ben Gabriel is the name to watch though down the line. I really like him. I think he's
we'll see. He's the 26th prospect in the national system already.
Yeah.
So he's a top 30 in the national system.
They're saying the Yankees are going to wait to the very end to bring out the lineup because somebody could get traded.
Oh, wow. Here we go, guys.
Uh-oh.
Judge Chisholm, please.
Ken Grissom, hopefully.
Yeah, yes. His mustache stays, but Grisham goes. Anyway.
I wish, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Sorry,
you guys want
against lefties, Ramos has an 835 OPS.
Yeah.
And he's batting 292.
It's sad that the two players that we got are already better than everybody else in the lineup.
Yes.
He's had 220 home run seasons already. He's only 26 years old.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think this is a good get for us, guys. I love it.
And if we're still talking about getting a backup catcher, that catcher still will be better than Austin Wells, even though he'll be considered a backup.
Good point, Evan. Sorry, Nathan,
But
go
Wells
ahead.
But Wells will still be important for knowing the pitchers and having that framing, like how we said.
You know what? I think in the next, here's my prediction, guys. I think it's either going to be Volpe or Chaz Chisholm on the way out, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'm guessing. That's my prediction. That's
No, absolutely, that'd be great.
We value your opinion. Yep,
I would value your opinion, of course. I don't know. I think they love them. I'm just not even exaggerating. I just think they're not going to get. I mentioned yesterday, if we get, let's just say in a trade, a catching, like a starting catcher, hence platoon, because I have to throw that out because the Yankees love that word. If we had gotten someone earlier on in the catching position, let's just say, Howie, you could chime in too. Let's just say, okay, hypothetical too. Let's just say we got someone and then we decided to trade Wells. Let's just say if we gotten Luis Ariz, let's just say, and we traded Jazz and Volpe, either or, whatever. Who do you think would be a good value? Obviously, it would be a much better value than them, but like a good value, would it be like a AA prospect or a single A prospect? All hypothetical. I'm saying if we got rid of like, let's just say Wells, Grisham is not going anywhere, obviously, because of his qualifying offer, but Jazz, Volpe, and even Wells. And again, it's nothing with, I want them to leave. I'm just saying, like, hypothetical, what do you think, what value would we get back from other teams with that, with them?
Well, I could see Chisholm going because he's a rental.
He's
So a team may take a chance on him. I think they get a backup bullpen arm with one of those guys. I don't see Volpe going. I may be wrong. I don't see Volpe going right now. I think they could still move him in the offseason if they really want to move him. Chisholm, I could see going as a rental. Yeah. I don't think they're that high on signing him or re-signing him. No. He drives you crazy at times. There's a lot of potential there, but he never lives up to it. To me, he gives up too many at bats. It looks like he just flails up there some at bats. And a little bit of a hot dog. I think that turns off certain people. So I could see him being moved. Maybe he does. They move him here. So we'll see. But I think they could get back a bullpen, a guy in the bullpen to add to their depth.
Okay.
The Nationals trading their all-star left-handed pitcher Foster Griffin to the Guardians.
Oh no! For who?
I don't know yet.
Oh, get out!
Yep.
Guardians got Joe Adele from the Angels.
Yeah.
They did. Yep.
I love
it. They need hitting too.
Was it like the future of the Nationals? Like, yeah. Why are they trading?
Who?
You said Griffin Foster, right?
Yeah, to the Guardians. Yep. From the
Why would they trade him? I guess you got to see the return, right? Man,
trade high. Yeah. Trade the value's up. So you trade them.
I guess you got to see the return. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe he's a free agent. I don't know.
I mean, Adley Rutschman, a guy who was always injured, went for 4 Boston prospects. And Rutschman was a, 2-time All-Star, 3-time All-Star?
And Carlos Narvaez, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's playing on a 1-year contract, Howie Foster Griffin.
1-year contract. Okay.
Yeah, so he's an unrestricted free agent after this year. So.
Yeah, he spent 3 years in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you got to see the return now for this. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got to see the return. Yeah, it has to be huge. It has to be big.
Yeah. Nationals are certainly giving up on the season.
Yeah.
So Kevin Castro's back on the club.
Ooh.
Kevin Castro?
He pitched pretty good.
Yeah, he was pretty good. We called him. Yeah. I'm gonna give him a chance. I'm not going to, throw shade on him. No, I'll see what he can do, this time up. Look, I mean, Sevilla, of course, you saw Sevilla during spring training. He was terrible, but obviously he's a different pitcher now. So I love what I'm seeing from him. So I would gladly have Sevilla up and stay here. So let's see what Castro can. Also, I trust more of the let's just even the coaching staff at AAA too, like Shelly Duncan. I love Shelly Duncan. So like even like the coaching staff there, I have more trust in them. So I think they can turn a pitcher around that really, you know, had a bad first impression or second impression for the Yankees when they did get called up. So we'll see what Kervin Castro can provide for us next time around. This time around.
So it's very obvious that they're giving Boone a lot of platoon options.
They love that word.
That's basically what's happening here.
I'm trying to find the return for Foster Griffin. I can't find it yet.
It's funny. A couple of years ago, they were 2 right-handed. Now they're 2 left-handed.
That's true. That's true.
Pretty much.
Oh God. Oh wow. So here, look at this rotation for the Guardians now. Gavin Williams, Parker Mystek, and then now Foster Griffin in the rotation.
I like that. Yeah, that's.
So I wonder. I'm trying to figure out the return for that one.
Yeah, they haven't said it yet.
They just showed it on MLB Network.
There's another trade that just happened just now.
Oh dear.
The Twins are acquiring Jeff Hoffman from the Blue Jays.
Oh wow!
Wow.
I like it.
That's a good move by the Twins. They're contending too. They want it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not that good.
Oh well, I mean,
Sorry, he's not. Ask Miguel Rojas.
I just.
Roasted.
What do you think about, let's just say, like with a change of scenery for Hoffman? Let's just say to the Twins,
You're rolling the dice a little bit.
Okay, all right.
They failed with the Phillies. They got rid of him.
Yeah.
You know, that's two Fs. Of course, the Blue Jays, the World Series. Not to mention IKF at third base. Doesn't know how to run the bases. I couldn't believe they were saying he's got such baseball IQ. How many times did he get picked off at first when he was on the Yankees? About 12.
As many times as Jazz Chisholm this year, right?
Oh, my God. He's got good baseball IQ. Baloney. A good runner would have scored there, and the Dodgers wouldn't be back-to-back winners. I was actually rooting for the Blue Jays. I didn't want to see the Dodgers win back-to-back. I wanted the Yankees to be the last team to win back-to-back. Get some solace out of the season. Ugh.
I love it, Howie. I want you to keep doing this from now on. Just roast everyone.
Give my opinion.
I love it. No, I love it. It's great.
Look, I mean, I've made some wrong opinions in my time. I didn't think Greg Maddux was that good when he came up. He ended up in the Hall of Fame. I have to admit, that was a mistake. But I've been right on certain people. Ben McDonald, remember him?
Yeah.
No,
I knew he was garbage. Todd
Old
Van
McDonald had that farm.
Todd Van Poppel.
Oh, you remember him?
Yeah, he was garbage too. I was right on that one.
Todd Van Poppel sounds like a
Sidney Ponson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Sidney Ponson, remember him? Ex-Yankee, but also ex.
You guys remember Sergio Mitre?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's in jail
got
now.
in trouble.
He's out of here.
He's in drugs.
Oh. Well, I think there's more than drugs, Joe. Yeah, believe it or not.
The Mets got a guy named Petre, who may be an interesting prospect. Canadian kid.
Emilian Petre. Yep.
Infielder, Emilian, yeah. He looks like a hitter. He doesn't have a lot of power, but he looks like a 300 hitter.
All right, guys, 20 minutes to go. Let's see what happens.
Trent Grissom looks like a hitter, but he's a bozo.
Petre's a shortstop, right?
Trent Grissom.
Yeah. Petre, yep. I wonder what this could mean for Lindor now. Could Lindor be traded in the offseason or possibly next year? We'll see what happens with that.
I think they may try and move him. I think they'll try. Although he may, if he stays healthy next year, he's going to have a bounce back year. He's only 32. He's not that old. I wanted the Yankees to get him when he was available.
So Brian Cashman at 6 o'clock, he's going to go live and tell his trades. Is that what he's going to do?
You got the Yes Network on there?
No, but I can put it on.
I am. Wait, I'm going to put it.
So I wonder if they have two more, at least two. Hopefully, they have two more moves up their sleeve. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll put on the Yes Network. Evan, the game's on the Yes Network, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Wednesday's the prime day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to get it.
Got Slitler tonight. Got to back him up.
Yeah.
Get him a win. He should have got a win the other day.
Yes.
Yes.
That was it. They got to improve their record in extra innings, especially at home. You can't afford to lose those games. That'll cost you the division.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of extra innings, Howie, what do you think about the ghost runner rule? Because I hate it. Always hated it.
I understand it, but I wish they'd play 3 real extra innings before you went to it. I don't like it in the 10th. But the game can drag when it gets to like 15, 16. I think 2014, I scored a Red Sox-Yankee game that went 19 innings. And the later innings were a real drag.
Was that the game that John Flaherty hit the game winner?
No, you think of the 2004 when with the Jeter game.
Oh yes, okay. But that
Yeah,
went deep in there.
No, the Yankees lost this one, 19 innings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was actually the first Red Sox Yankee game that year at the stadium.
Oh, gotcha.
That
Okay.
7-hour game. I think it set a record for the time of the game.
Wow.
That's, what was his name? Was Koji Urahara part of that team?
I'm not sure. Koji Urahara?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
A-Rod hit a home run off him, right?
so.
To get the go ahead run. I forgot what game, but I don't know if that's what you're talking
I
about.
think if you look up Baseball Reference, I think it was 2014. I remember that was my first game of the year that I scored. What a way to start the season, 19
Nice.
innings.
Congratulations.
They were coming. Yes was coming over to see if time of the game what the record was. It was like it was a game 22 innings in 62 against Detroit. A guy named Jake Reed had his one highlight of his career. He had a home run, the only home run of his career to win the game in Detroit.
Oh, wow.
22 innings. He was like a Mickey Mantle replacement when Mantle would get hurt sometimes.
Gotcha.
He'd play the outfield. Jake Reed.
So Ramirez is an all-star outfielder.
Mm-hmm. Ramos. Yep.
Ramos.
He was an all-star in 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nice player. It's not a bad pickup.
So Howie, to this Red Sox won 6-5, and Stephen Wright got the final. They got the final out of the knuckleballer.
Oh, you looked it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was time of the game? 7 hours and something?
6 hours, 49 minutes.
Yeah.
Insane. Wow.
And if you go to Retro Sheet, you'll see my name as the scorer.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Oh, nice.
They have the scorers listed after 2004, although they made some mistakes on the postseason games.
It says here, according to Ryan Garcia, the Yankees traded their entire bullpen depth in AAA. Don't have a catching room, and have to add 2 right-handed bats in an hour. Well, that was he did it 1 hour ago. So they got the one-handed bat. He's saying they have no pitching depth, a relief depth, and they still need a catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Can they do all of that in the next 20 minutes?
Well, 15 minutes.
No,
And 30 seconds. I have the Yes Network on, so you have the countdown. All right. This is gonna be really interesting. Yeah.
They'll probably pull something out of the hat, but I don't know. Schumann in 40 games, batting 194, 2 homers, 8 RBIs.
Awesome.
Well, at least they got a right-handed bat and
Yeah, but I still feel like I still think they're going to make 2 more moves, at least 2 more moves.
Well, this is what happened last. Remember, we were all on, and then all of a sudden, the Yankees just like boom, trade, another trade. It's crazy. It was insane.
They should stabilize the 8th inning man for the bullpen, because you can't have it be Cruz, Hedrick, or Blackburn. It has to be a specific option there, an upgrade.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good point, Evan. Yep.
That's why Adrian Moran would have been perfect.
Yeah.
But
So that dispute with Yankees offering Will Warren, then now they're disputing that? Like they're saying
Yeah,
that didn't
that
never
was
happen?
Yeah, that never happened.
So that never happened. Okay.
Yeah, they never offered Will Warren for Morejón.
Who, like the Athletic? Did they report that? Was that the paper that broke the news?
well, it was your favorite guy, Chef Nick,
Florence Bob Nightingale.
Yep.
He works. Do you know which newspaper he worked for, though? Like, does he work for a company?
I don't know. I gotta look at his thing, but
Okay.
he's the one who brought it up. So, so every time, whatever he so I don't know. Like people make a joke out of it when he says something, the opposite things happen.
Yep.
Evoldi would not be traded today.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Yeah, but Harry, that's cool. I just saw the retro sheet. Your name is on there. So
What year was that?
I think not 2014. It didn't say 2014, but it said. I'm trying to find the. It was around. Hold on.
Maybe 2015.
I'm trying to see the exact date. Oh yeah, 2015, April 10th. Around April 10th, 11 time, 2015.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that was memorable.
Talking Yanks is saying in the playoffs, the Yankees cannot start Anthony Volpe, Jose McMahon, and Wells. They will get smashed in the playoffs.
Who's saying that?
Talking Yanks.
Oh, John Boy.
John Boy.
Then who are you going to put in?
I don't know.
Unless you get people from the deadline. I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. It's you
We
have to
still
have
got a
back.
game tonight.
Yeah, I know, right?
Evan, you go play.
Thursday night on Triple A is going to be on, so you get to see George Lombard if he's not with the Yankees yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he may be up here by that point.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I'm thinking like towards the end of the week. That he'll probably be like whatever happens today or tonight or like whatever moves that Cashman makes. But I don't know. I'm thinking towards the end of the week. Or I did the offseason. I said Lombard would be up, obviously, if there's injuries or if someone's just not performing to their abilities because we're going to lose trust in them. So, look, I said that for September, so it could be earlier. I don't know. Just for some reason, I'm just thinking later in the week. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that game, the 19-inning game, is the longest home game in Yankee history.
Wow.
The 22-inning game in Detroit is the longest game.
Wow. Anybody going to watch Scooble pitch for the Dodgers tomorrow night?
Sure.
Yankees have a game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't miss it.
Yeah.
Watch Scooble throw a no-hitter tomorrow night.
I wouldn't doubt it. After they got swept by the Red Sox, of course. Now they'll come back and they'll win. 10 minutes to go, guys.
Oh.
And then 15 minutes. Then they still could announce it at least 15 minutes after. So 6:15, everything should be done.
Oh, God, troll.
Mighty Funny says, here we go. This stupid idiot.
Man, get the hell out of here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he came up this morning. He's a jerk.
You know, they had to wait with Lombard because he's not on the 40-man. So they have to maneuver the 40-man roster in order to get him available to bring up. And obviously, you have to be on the 40-man before September.
All right, we just got another trade, guys. Ready
Okay.
for this? All right. Diamondbacks are getting Lars Notebar from the Cardinals.
Oh, okay. For who?
Newbar. Okay.
Notebar.
For who?
Newbar.
I don't see the
Didn't
return
say.
yet. Yeah.
So obviously, he's not there tonight.
Okay, I got the return for Foster Griffin. You ready for this?
Yes.
All right. Washington will get Will Dion, Josh Hartley or something, Kengelis Vargas, and Nick Mitchell.
Never heard of him. Prospect the rankings. Did they show that?
Okay.
In positions.
So all right, left-hander Josh Hartel is number 25. Will Dion, and then yeah. So number. Okay, the rank. Okay, Josh is ranked number 25. I don't see the rest of the rankings here.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna put the names in the chat. Joe, can you bring this up for me? I'm gonna put this in the chat so they can see it. All right, put it in the chat up there now. I just put it up. All right, so here's the return for Foster Griffin.
Number 25. Okay.
I don't see the other rankings.
It'll probably be posted sooner than later. Okay.
That's a lot for a rental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah.
And for a team that needs hitting.
Eight minutes to go. I feel like we're doing a countdown to Happy New Year.
It will be before you know it.
Yeah, somebody's balls will drop.
Howie, it was when I was doing an event earlier in New Year's Eve. It was like just a morning till afternoon, but I got out early, so you saw a huge line to watch the ball drop. Just like everyone was just like a foot race just to be in front of that. So it's almost like I said, like people are just investing their energy and their time to just go in front of a ball that drops on your face. That's what I said last time. So it's like it's insane because they're there at like 4 a.m. And
I know it's crazy. I work for Sirius XM, and their office is on 49th and 6th. And you have when you work. I worked one New Year's Eve. In fact, I worked twice. One time I got out at 7 o'clock. One time I got out. I did the night shift. Got out at 1 o'clock in the morning. But you got to get a special pass to get in the area to work. It's a pain in the neck. You'd be surprised. I mean, 1 a.m. You know, it's funny when the Knicks won the championship that Saturday night. The streets looked like New Year's Eve. There were people all over the place. It seemed like the ball just dropped and everyone was starting to leave. That's how crowded it was that Saturday night. But it's a madhouse there. I mean, I try and avoid that New Year's Eve shift from now on. I don't want to do it anymore.
Ramos says he's very, very excited to be traded to the Yankees.
There you go.
Thanks.
He says, I'm very proud. As a Puerto Rican, that's the only team you grow up as knowing is the New York Yankees.
Oh.
All right,
Please
relax.
Well, let's hope that pride translates into some big hits.
Yeah.
Please. We need clutch hitting.
We don't need your ethnicity here. All right, just do good.
At least he's hitting.
Dancing with the llamas.
At least he's hitting 292 against lefties.
That's a good stat there, Evan.
That's more than the whole Yankee team right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
The way they hit.
Right.
You gotta pray to get a freaking base hit.
Did you guys see the return yet for Jeff Hoffman or not yet?
No, not yet.
I'm trying to find it.
Mighty Funny says, I feel like Dick Clark.
Dick Clark's rockin' Eve? Yeah, right? I love it.
Baseball's been very, very, very good to me. Louis Tiant. It's great to be with the wiener. Come on, guys. Do you think we're gonna do something at this Happy New Year?
I'm gonna say 2 more moves, at least 2 more moves, in my opinion.
I'll say one small move. One
Here's
small
right.
move.
I can tell you Ramos is 1 for 2 against the Aroldis Chapman.
Oh wow, there you go.
In his career.
That's a good one.
All right. Somebody could hit him.
He
Jason,
was
you
a
got
dog for us.
Yeah, I have the return for Jeff Hoffman here.
All right.
So the Blue Jays got left-handed pitcher Desan Hill, right-handed pitcher John Klein, and utility man Demori Pena. Number 7, 17, and 47 prospects.
Wow.
Are they all AAA or is two of them AA? Did they say?
Don't know. They didn't say
Their
that.
names ring a bell. That's why. Okay. All right.
3 minutes.
Well, look, if he's going to go live and just announce his 2 moves that he's done, it can't be.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Guardians just made another trade. Ready?
Oh Lord. Okay.
Guardians are getting Nathaniel Lowe from the Cincinnati Reds.
Nice.
Oh,
Good for
wow.
them.
Yeah.
That's okay. I like him.
Trying to get more power on that team. That's good.
Yep.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Good move.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's what usually happens. All these names come up around 5 minutes afterwards or whatever.
Oh no! Come on, Cashman.
Yeah, sometimes they don't announce them till a little after the deadline.
Right. Yeah, they have 15 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever it is.
So Cashman is going to announce 2 moves.
Most likely.
That hasn't been leaked, right? I mean, okay. So one of them should not be the Ramos move because he wants to keep it a secret. Then it should be 2 secretive moves. Okay. Here we go.
Well, he said 2 moves before the Ramos thing was announced.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
So there's maybe only one
Did he
more.
really say that they were going to have Cashman?
Who, the S Network?
Yeah.
Wait,
I don't have it on.
Nathan, did you announce that?
Oh, Joe, you said something about Cashman though. I thought.
Oh yeah, you said Cashman was going to announce
Yeah.
2 moves
Usually,
that he
I
made.
think he
live.
usually talks. I think he talks after the deadline, but he doesn't announce any trades
Okay.
until after they're all official.
Yeah, he usually meets the media at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2
I know
minutes.
Brian since he was an intern.
Yeah.
Guys, whoever's in the chat, hit the like button. Continue subscribing and liking. 2 likes away from 50 likes.
Yeah.
Let's do it, baby. Come on.
Let's go.
It's funny how they're all on commercial around the 1 minute mark.
Oh wow, the White Sox DFA'd Everson Pereira, guys.
Oh wow, interesting.
Former Yankee.
Yep.
Let's see.
We traded him for Austin Slater
Yes.
last year.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
I think that was.
That was a
It was another bonehead move.
AC Slater. All right.
AC Slater.
I guess it's officially done.
Yeah, but now you're gonna see more moves after this.
Yeah.
So
Oh, definitely.
hopefully the Yankees did something else. I don't know.
We shall see.
All right, here's another trade, guys. It says here, Miami Marlins are getting right-handed reliever Victor Vodnik from the Colorado Rockies for infielder Connor Norby and right-hander Aiden May.
Oh, Connor Norby. All right.
I don't think that's the best trade for Miami.
Vonnig is all right.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about him. I just like his name. It sounds like a Russian enemy or something like that from like James Bond.
Vodnik.
Yeah.
So they have to send it to the commissioner's office, but it has to be before 6. But it could be told to us by between 6:15 and 6:30.
Well, I tell you what, the White Sox and the Guardians are busy. They're trying to fight it out
Yes,
for the
sir.
division. So there you go.
Yep. Red Sox too. They made a lot of good moves.
Trade alert.
Oh.
Kirby Yates to the Pirates.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Just tell me Will Salmon, Ken Rosenthal. Kirby Yates to the Pirates.
That's insane. Wow.
Well, what is he, about 42 now?
No, but I love Kirby Yates though.
Still has it, yeah.
When the Yankees had him, he was like, oh, another trade alert's coming in. Casey Mize to the Padres.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Wow.
Oh,
I didn't expect that.
The Padres are beefing up their rotation.
More trades in 1 minute than the whole day.
Come on, Yankees. Hopefully they make another one here soon.
Good move by Padres, man. Holy Lord. Casey Mize.
Oh, another one. The Pirates are acquiring Lake Buckler from the Marlins, the reliever.
Oh, man.
Wow. Oh, Marlins are getting rid of Vodnik.
in the next 10 minutes.
No, the Pirates are beefing up their bullpen for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Who said that? Jeff Passan?
Yep.
Casey Mize is a good pitcher.
Yeah.
The Padres have some starting pitching now. It's like we're waiting for the ball to drop. This is live TV, folks.
Come on, Yankees.
I have the Yes Network on, but it's on mute. So
Well, Bronx Bomber saying he just heard Jack Harry says no more moves for the Yankees.
Oh, come on.
Well, here comes Christian Bethencourt.
Yep.
Well,
yep.
What moves was Cashman talking about then? To announce after the
We'll
deadline was
probably
over.
have him on the what do you call show? The pregame show, probably after he leaves his office.
All right, it says here Yankees made no other trades beyond Garcia and Ramos. That's it.
Okay.
That's okay.
Well, something may have fell through. It didn't happen. So,
Well, the Dodgers did make another trade here. The Dodgers are getting Hunter.
Paul Skeens.
No. Dodgers are getting Hunter Fidiucci.
Fiducia?
Yeah, Fidiucia from the Rays. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I like that. Okay. I like that.
And they also got Ben Wortvet back.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Yep.
That guy is like he's got superhuman strength, but
look
nothing
at
else.
these two guys they picked up. Give them offense. They'll survive at catcher because of their pitching. You can overcome one bad bat in the lineup. You can't overcome four.
Yeah.
Well, at least they got two more hitters in the lineup.
Right. So at least they got that.
And then they get, if they eventually could get it. Well, they'll get Bellinger back, so that's three.
And then Judge. Oh wait, Judge potentially.
You get Judge back for the last 4 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah.
You'll be in good shape.
But that should not be the deadline moves. Just waiting for these guys to come back.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he was trying, but like I
know.
said, it takes two to tango. He's not sitting on his rear, believe me.
No,
They probably got doctors. They probably sat down with the players, the doctors, and what are you going to do? What do you do with the new guys when these guys come back?
You worry about that when they come back.
Right. But I'm just saying. Ramos is hitting 9 home runs, 34.
Anything their bench Ramos is a bench bat at best.
The Rays are getting outfielder Jack Sawinski from the Dodgers.
Okay. All right.
He's nothing special.
Doesn't even out, but something.
Yeah.
Arthur the Cheeseman makes a great comment right here with the catchers. Everyone else, let me pull this up right here.
Who's that?
Arthur the Cheeseman with the catcher. No, trying to pull that up. Every team in the AL took a catcher and got better.
I don't think the Red Sox got better with the catching.
Rays got better. Rays got better.
The Rays, maybe, yes.
Maybe
every team in the AL or the AL East.
AL, he said.
I think AL East team may have meant.
AL East. There you go.
Hey guys, I got the return back for Casey Mize. So Padres get Casey Mize and Gage Workman from the Tigers for Cash Mayfield and Jackson Wolf.
Jackson Wolf, AAA or AA?
It doesn't say, but
no. Okay. The reason why I'm asking is like you hear these names, it's like everyone sounds similar to other prospects and other teams too. So it just if I hear like AAA, it's like, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. But like, okay, all right.
Casey Mize is a rental.
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely helps the Padres though.
Yeah, it does.
For now,
they need hitting.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Their offense is weak.
We got too many all or nothing guys in our lineup.
I guess we have to wait till everybody comes back and we get the final product.
Yep.
Just to keep you guys in the loop too, me and Evan have to call the game. So just we also have to. I got to get the lineups, but also we have to sort of like get a. Not a 5-minute break before the game, but we need some time. Like,
no, I agree. I mean, I've been on since 8 o'clock.
Just throwing it out there.
I've been here for 6 hours.
Oh, really?
Well, first of all, we want to thank Howie for putting up with all of us and being here with us. Thank you, Howie. And all you have to do is just say I'm coming on, and that's it for you.
I appreciate the invite. It was a good time. I wish we could add some more good news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, any time, Howie. I don't have to. All you got to do is just say, "Hey, I'm coming on. Come on." You know that.
All right. Well, I'll come on in September at some point.
You got it.
You got to know a little more about what's going on.
I love this. Yeah,
Other
this is
sports
great.
as well. Football, basketball, other sports too.
All right, pleasure, gentlemen.
Take care,
Howie.
Howie.
Thank you very much, Howie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howie. Wait, first before Jeff Nick, I have the Yankees lineup. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, that's fine. You can send it to me. That's fine.
And then first of all, great job everyone from the morning with Johnny, Salami, Sean, and Charles. They did a great job with our clients, Pip Roberts and all, and obviously everybody, the rest of you guys, Evan, Jason, Joe, you guys did a great job with our other clients today that we brought on for you guys, and also Chef Nick, you did a good job coming on, also a great job, and everybody killed it. Everybody killed it, and man, this was awesome. Unfortunately, the Yankees made only 2 moves. I thought it was gonna be more, but let's see what happens. But yeah, great show as always. 8 hours long, which is awesome, and more to come, guys. And also, please support Evan and Chef Nick tonight as we'll call the Yankees and Cardinals game, weather permitting. And you'll get to see Luis Garcia Jr. in the lineup today as he makes his Yankees debut. So looking forward to that.
The weather's fine. The weather's good.
I think it'll be fun.
Guys, I wanted to let you know we did hit so far altogether between YouTube and anybody else watching 1,028 views.
Wow!
Congratulations, guys. Good job.
All you guys, man. You guys rock. You guys rock.
And hopefully tonight it won't be too bad in the chat. People are going to be yelling and screaming though.
That's fine. No, and maybe we should welcome that. I mean, obviously, if it's respectable, no one's attacking each other or just attacking the wind. But no, I mean, look, guys, if you're angry, you're upset. Of course, we'll talk about that. We're going to call the game, but also let's we can't really get to every comment in regards to that. But obviously, look, I am disappointed. I thought we were going to do damage, but we'll see what the damage is when we start calling the game too. So, but we have to still wait.
While everybody's going out of here, please, we need 1 more or 2 more likes or 50. Let's get our goal. Come on, guys, don't disappoint us.
Press the like button. We've been here all day, please.
All day. Let's get that 50 that I wanted. Come on, guys, you can do this.
Please.
You can do it.
1 or 2 more likes.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. We got to go have a little din-din, and then we come back for more. So, everybody, Nitin, thank you so much for everything and everyone that came up. Everybody aced it. Evan, Chef Nick, Jason, Sean, everybody, Charles, thank you so much. A big thank you to Howie Carpin, who's always Johnny on the spot, Mr. Yankee, I call him. And thank you, everyone. Please subscribe. I know we did get a few subscriptions, but the like button is very important for the Yankee game coming up in 1 hour. So we will see you. We're going to take a little break, everyone, with a new link. Go in there, press the like button before you do anything for these guys, for Evan and Chef Nick. So good, great stream, everyone. You guys are the best. The chat stood with us almost all day. I can't ask for more than that. Thank you. Love each and every one of you. And we will see you in an hour. Well, they will. I will be producing it. See you later, guys. And remember, press that. 50 likes.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
There you go. Come on.
There we go.
Let's get it.
Love you. Dax, if you didn't like, please press the like button for us.
Yeah, Dax.
So we can get 50 outs. Come on, Dax. We love you.
Yeah, we love you, Dax.
Arthur the Cheese Man, you do the same. Come on. And come back and root on the Yankees and Evan and Chef Nick and the whole crew, okay?
Do it, baby.
Take care, everyone. Enjoy your dinner, everybody, and have a drink on. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna get Aaron Judge back. We're gonna get everybody back, and we're gonna give this a try. See you later, everyone.
I am Katharina Michio, and you are watching NY Mania.
I'm Kayla Walsh, and you're watching NY Yankee Mania.
Hi, my name is Maria Venuto, and you are watching New York Yankee Mania.
I'm Marnie Schneider. I'm the author of Football Freddy, and I am so excited to be part of the New York Yankee Mania show.
Hey, everybody, it's Ian Eagle. You are watching NY Yankee Mania, the best.